What's up, guys? We're here. You know what it is. G the Ico here once again for another watch party for the NACT. I currently have the game muted just because they're going through all of this stuff. Last stream I got a copyright strike for not having the break time and all of that music muted. So we're gonna attempt to try to avoid that this time. And we'll get in there. There is also something else that could happen. It's a slight possibility with all of the West Coast like hurricane problems, is that the observers that we utilize might disconnect, and I might actually have to jump in and control the NACT's in-game camera. So if I disappear, it's probably either I'm communicating with the pro teams, communicating with Dave, or I might have to jump in and be cameraman. So lots of things are what ifs and up in the air, but of course I'll still be doing a skin giveaway. Let me get that bad boy going right now.
TOB playing for the last day, like you said, it's gonna be crazy. It's gonna be insane. Stay tuned.
Yes, super excited for that. But before we move on, let us go into our tournament format really fast. We have 96 teams join the qualifiers, but only 8 remain. The regular season will consist of 3
You got Jimmick, you got
1 was single
Eunice,
elimination.
You got a lot of people we got to deal with here.
What's up,
Serious?
And 3, which are double eliminations.
We do got some crazy games up today.
Will be
KOF versus Avalon.
A point system based on how the team performs.
Absolutely
so
insane. KOF just kind of showing out on the second series, man.
And the winner of that
What's up,
will
Kevin?
be going to
What's up,
M5
work hard?
in
Christina,
the Philippines.
serious? Spirit away!
Super excited. So let's go to our current brackets for the season. Private, can you run us through?
I might start working out during this because I really need to get
Saturday, where a lot of these teams fought and competed for that top 4 place. You can see here on the brackets, OhioBrothers won the initial push for the top bracket, but down at the bottom, that's where the real story is.
Are the casters
tonight,
too loud
it is
or
Avalon
not?
and the Knights of Fate going on and competing.
Well,
in
I want to say that me and him are from like the same area.
Will take on the BloodThirstyKings in a best of 5.
I feel like
and whoever wins that will
really
be
loud.
taking on the stage 1 champions, the OhioBrothers, in another best of 5.
Miguel, what up, Dad?
Knights of Fate yesterday, really an amazing team. Surprised me, of course. I got it wrong. Private as well. Xina, good job. But their roamer amazing sets, right? The Kufra plays, really loved it. I want to see if they're gonna do it again today against Avalon and maybe go further in the tournament on the stage 2.
I'm starting the giveaway right now.
First place, $10,000 diamond.
The grand finals is tonight.
$10,000. Second place,
the grand finals of stage 2 is tonight. Stage 2 ends tonight.
$1,500 for the 4th, and then $1,500.
Oh yeah, I gotta fix that schedule too. Thank you for looking out for me, Ben.
That's gonna be great for you, but the prize pool is pretty.
Let me get the giveaway started, and then I'll work on that.
The things are growing, and that's all the good stuff we want to see for NA region.
Yes, that's a lot.
Oh shit. Where are we going?
We have a giveaway on the screen right there. 40 giveaway codes. Be sure to redeem the code for a chance to win one of these permanent skins.
I fixed
you have a
it,
chance at the Dark Rose, Professor
I had to steal the schedule.
Glass Blade, Space Time Shadow, Fierce Dragon, Major General, Spear of Bone Dragon, and Fire
Schedule's updated in the description if you want to see the schedule, chat. Avalon versus Knights of Fate. Whoever wins the first match versus BTK. Whoever wins the match versus BTK versus the first match goes against the OhioBrothers.
The teams that have been eliminated thus far already have the points awarded to them. You can see the points as far. Right now in first place, the Bloodhounds. Second place is Area 77, and then a tie for third place is the Night Horde and Aggravate ones. Still to have their points given to them and still competing here tonight is the OhioBrothers. Right now sitting at 100 points, BloodThirstyKings sitting at 90 points, Avalon with 80, and then Knights of Fate sitting at 60 points right now. And the amazing thing here is tonight, this entire first through 8th could be mixed up depending on who
No,
takes home
this
the
is
champion
so
for
the
stage
right
2.
side, the points have not been calculated for stage 2. The left side, the points have been calculated because they've been taken out of stage 2. So like the right side hasn't been calculated. What are these fucking
Avalon?
these?
Go against BTK.
I was like, what are these subtitles? What are we watching? Anime?
Some new stuff, creative draft that we didn't see yet, and surprising TOB because TOB have been playing so.
I seen that. Hold on, I got a notification.
Today, we got Lily. Good job, 19-0. Oh my god, what to say? What to say? You need to tell us. You need to tell us before we choose because oh no, me in private.
Well, like Trex was saying before, it's all analytics, man. Based on their rosters, and I was just looking.
So the coin flip you mentioned before picking was analytics. I thought it was just.
A little bit of a coin flip possibility there.
But this one, I really like. I don't know about this one. This is going to be a tough match. Avalon versus Knights of Fate. I had a hard time choosing.
Liz and T-Rex, UA, they got Fate. And all around, we got Avalon on the other side. So let's see. Maybe we get it wrong again. I don't know. They're going to keep on surprising us. Who knows?
And this is something that I was kind of talking about in the back too. When it came to the Knights of Fate and Bloodhounds from yesterday, it was one of those things that I made sure everybody knew, like, it's going to be a close match. I feel like the same thing here with Avalon and the Knights of Fate. Knights of Fate showed me something yesterday with their drafting, with how well with these out-of-the-box compositions that they have. It could be the thorn in Avalon's side, but we're going to find out here tonight.
I think Avalon has a bit more to prove. I felt like they did some mistakes.
The croissant, man.
They don't want to repeat. I feel like Knights of Fate on the other side is on a really positive growth. We'll see if those two
but the problem, like, me and Jimmick have like different speaking. Like we speak completely different, right?
Nice game, his first game. And I
like,
think after it's just gonna be
even though I have a lot of European genes in me and stuff like that from overseas because of my dad, I was always born in America. Like I was born in St. Louis, man.
We have a player substitution.
Born in the hood.
Whoa.
Could possibly be BTK versus TOB today, chat.
Be in for Chapao,
possibly.
On the Knights of Fate. The one thing I do want to bring up to when it comes to the Knights of Fate is when it comes to these substitutions, the Knights of Fate more than most other teams
the teams are already ready. I got them ready. They're strategizing and getting going right now.
Strength rather than it being something that actually hinders them.
We're actually in draft right now.
Been, I want to say, one of the highlight players for Knights of Fate who's been able to play
TOB
the gold
wins,
lane,
yes,
the mid lane, the XP lane, and play them well. So if any team can come from a player substitution here, it's going to be Knights of Fate.
I think rather now than later in the playoff or in the stage 3 when you need to really work.
I need to get more beard, bro.
Stage 2 and stage
Anybody
3.
got some like beard growing?
The key. Now is a good moment to switch things up on the draft, on the picks, on
like
the rolls.
alchemy or something.
Then you have to lock it in and really
concoctions.
Work on the same roster, the same guys, and focus on stability. Okay, really important. I think for the end of the season.
It's the lighting, bro. It's the lighting.
Testing TOB and BTK on their thrones. So.
Caucasian.
Well, it looks like we are ready for the battles, guys. Avalon versus Knights of Fate. Let's get into it, guys. Let's get into the draft.
I'm excited. If I had to put this match, this is one of the matches that I am most excited for tonight because I feel like there has been a good upswing for Knights of Fate and Avalon, who have I want to say a group of players.
To shave regularly? Yeah, I don't shave.
Together last season.
If I do, I'll look like Moses Zane.
This season and are doing remarkable and have the most room to kind of grow.
So yeah, without going too much detail about everyone, still a lot of experienced player, but I feel like Basic is the one who stands out in terms of experience. I want him to keep on inspiring his teammates by being a good role model.
TOB versus BTK might be here today.
Towards, success. Yesterday, I feel like he was a bit sloppy on some moves. I think today...
Yeah, whoever wins this match goes agaes BTK. And if they beat BTK, then they go against TOB. But if BTK wins, then BTK goes against TOB again.
So that he can really push the balance towards his team rather than waiting.
Stella's too rich for flex coins, man.
Because some games are tough, right? Some games are tough.
She gets paid with diamonds, bro. She gets away
For
paid
me,
with
on the
diamonds,
Knights of
not
Fate,
flex
the
coins
person I'm
anymore.
watching out for is Powerless. We saw how great he can be.
You like it without a
on that
beard?
Kufra from last night. He really, I want to say, raised the flag for the Knights of Fate, able to power through and find his team a seat at the top 4. When it comes to facing a team like Avalon, I want to say those communications, the following the team's lead, making sure you're not going out on your own, that becomes so much more important when you're against a team who can punish you, unlike any other team that we've seen thus far, and unlike what they've actually faced. We do see at the start of the draft that Angela ban basically focusing on that triple fighter composition that the Knights of Fate have been bringing out and having a lot of success with.
That's something that's been very, very efficient. I remember this game, I forgot who took a game that was kind of unexpected. This full fighter with the Freya on the gold lane, shouldered by Angela, that was working so well when it got banned out, but it was incredibly expensive, right?
It was against Avalon.
Well? It was against Avalon, right? So they do have probably those traumas of playing against this same idea. But I feel like they're gonna leave Kufra open. Kufra, who had 100% win rate on those on this BO3 of Knights of Fate yesterday. So we'll see if Avalon wants to beat Knights of Fate on their best draft. That would be the idea. That's the best way to get into your. Well,
I'll be right back.
The caster curse, right? They are just banning it out, so they don't want to face them on their best day. Good. I don't mind. Maybe they have something good in store. They're gonna be first pick. So we get the Kufra ban, we get the Fanny ban, we get the Kaja ban, last ban for Knights of Fate, and then let's see what Avalon picks first. Terizla has been incredibly efficient, statistically speaking. Why not?
Yeah, that was actually where my first pick was going to go. Probably around a Terizla pickup. I do want to say there has been kind of a meta shift. It used to be that Terizla and Uranus were like kind of the highly contested XP laners now, with Uranus usually getting banned out and Terizla getting picked up more. We saw, I want to say yesterday,
I low-key look like Jimmick.
Only once that I remember. And he wasn't as successful.
That's because my dad,
I don't think
my
Uranus
dad
has been as successful here in North
was
America
my actual dad that I've never met.
The playstyle that we have here, but Terizla, on the other side, you're going to have
overseas,
something that is going to be able to compete with him in that lane.
At the end of the day, you have about 110 picks you can choose from. You have to spend time.
It's our nose, bro.
Feel like
it's our nose. It's our European nose, man.
For yourself, for your team, in the meta, is a lot of things, components.
Like we got like the
only have limited time
like
to practice them.
Pokey
so it's
cheeks.
normal that some people will keep on focusing on their comfort pick. I like Terizla first pick because of his versatility on the lane, on the late game, where he can do
just a little bit more chiseled.
Sort of work like a side roamer, a side enabler. A very good set that you can use to just for your team to Uranus. As you were mentioning, Uranus, Terizla, you were right this time. But yeah, I feel like those comfort pick, they are good enough for the explainer, and they don't give much about your draft, okay? They don't give much. If you focus on first picking explainer, you're still really hiding everything you have in store, because, you know, we only play around a few picks on the explain, and it doesn't give much about what you're going to surprise your opponents with on the draft.
Yeah, very interesting here. Maybe Avalon going to make me eat my words about North America having issues with that Uranus. I do want to say he does shine, especially if your team starts getting ahead, if Uranus is allowed to start cutting lanes, even to some points where we've seen Uranus sit in the enemy base just to soak up minions and soak up all of that gold to get that real thick and tankiness that he needs to be successful. The only thing that you kind of give up with Uranus is, like, I want to say a little bit of setting potential and CC. While he can get to that back line, he can't peel for your team if they do dive you. So it's gonna be very interesting, and see if Knights of Fate can possibly use their rotations to punish Uranus when he's trying to cut, when he's trying to get ahead.
I agree with you. I feel like Uranus is really good in the macro, is really good at pressuring those side lane and kind of making your team uncomfortable, because you never feel like it's the right spot, because you always have him in your base or just pushing around, and you never know where to expect your opponents, because he's creating a lot of
I hope this Axborg isn't the downfall for Knights of Fate.
But at the same time, no, I'm seeing Claude and Borg. I'm like, okay, this is good. A lot of slow, a lot of mobility on the team fights. Borg has a good potential in split pushing as well. He's good against Uranus. You can play pretty much around against anything.
Yo, what up?
And Borg also creates space in team fights. So it's working well for Knights of Fate. And then Faramis and Minotaur for Avalon. What do you think?
Ooh, well, the pick of
started
I do want to say that I feel like that's
that?
almost countered out by the Claude, because Cloud can get that blazing duet out there and burst down.
He deserves 5 skins, simple.
However, you're gonna have a Minotaur on that team. He's got 2 pop-ups.
We're still growing, man.
potentially devastating
Stella, you
for
can't make a
Claude, because
poll?
that's going to be able to knock him
Come on,
out of
Stella.
that blazing duet.
I thought you could make a
counter
poll.
versus counter right now, and it's going to be, I think at the end, it's going to be down to who can execute this a little better.
But I like how
I'm on
Avalon
it.
is kind
I'm
of
on it,
neutral
boss.
on their picks for now. It doesn't really give much about what they are going to be doing. You're still missing the jungler. You're still missing the gold laner.
I'll even spell out their names
that you want to counter because you want to understand really the play style that's going to be against you in that game. And right now, I kind of dig it.
Full
But we
Metal
see the
Alchemist.
Franco, the pickups, maybe that's gonna change things around. The Francos that I have seen and the
What
last time
are
I casted
you?
with you were amazing. The picks were great. But it's getting old. Same thing with Claude. Those are picks that you play against so many times, and you're starting to understand really where
Not
they're going to
enough
be
mod
efficiently
power.
positioned at all times, and it's starting to be hard. Claude, for example, when I'm playing against Claude, I always know pretty much when he's going to go in. So it's all about baiting him, right? You bait him into thinking this is the right spot for you to engage, and then you just re-engage, or you just cancel his ultimate, and just
Not
re-engage.
enough mod
There's a lot of
power.
spots to play against those picks. Nothing really surprising on this draft for now, right? Nothing really out of the ordinary.
That's usually where teams shine against a Franco.
I wonder what
One
the
of things is
creator-
you can punish him for landing a
Add
successful
stream
hook if you guys
marker.
are set up correctly, especially having a Minotaur up in front. You hook in with a Franco, you try to burst him down. If you cannot burst down the Minotaur, you're going to be looking at a Minoan Fury set for the entire team,
I don't know
and
what
you
that
basically
means,
just
but-
set your team. So it's going to be very interesting to see how Powerless can kind of adjust with that Franco pick, if he can land those hooks where they really matter on the players that it really counts on. We see the Leslie ban coming out here, as well as the Harith being taken out from
What is this?
which
From
Did I
yesterday.
accidentally create a new live stream?
specific to 0.
Because yesterday they really brought in like a diving comp that works really well, where
don't
you
know
can
what
just
that
go
was.
from the flanks at the same time, all collapse together and have an amazing impact. And you can't really do much against this if you're not well positioned and you didn't control the space around you in the late game. If you get set up against a Terizla,
Okay.
Kufra, Harif, this is too much
I'm like
diving power
clicking
for
random
any
buttons
marksman,
and stuff, chat.
and that's when the problems arise. So I like the fact that Avalon is really adapting to this, removing all those dives and focusing on playing Knights of Fate on something else, and then we see Baxia. Okay.
Yeah, Abaxia definitely a big counter for those, I want to say, regen type of heroes, and to be able to kind of burn them down with that anti-heal that comes stock on his kit. We did have a little bit, we had the Leslie ban out there, a little bit of a focus onto basic. Right now they're looking for that jungler and that marksman on the side of Avalon, and then on the Knights of Fate, we're still looking, I believe, for a jungler and potentially that mid. Yeah.
Mid. A lot of things open. I wonder what they're gonna do. Honestly, could go either way. Fredrin,
Stella,
okay.
I'm gonna put you as
more like basic stuff. Strong front lane. You got Claude. Same thing. This idea of having pick off with the Franco for the early game, but on the late game, a strong front line.
Stella,
like
I'm
I
gonna
said,
edit
good
your
dives. Knights of Fate. I feel like they're really understanding their
your-
playstyle for now.
your
They're
mod
really playing
ship
around
here.
it. They're really focusing
Give
on
me a
those
second.
strong front line. We dive all together. We have Claude who can close the gap quickly with us if he's too far behind. Not really playing with something like Farsa or Xavier or Eve that plays in the back.
You've been
or
edited.
Something like, I don't know, let's say a Leslie that's just about poking and going
You've
in
been
and out.
edited, Stella.
Claude just goes in with the team. That's what makes Claude special compared to other marksmen. Is just go in with the team.
I thought I had
He
you.
doesn't stay
I
too
thought
far
you.
back.
I had you on the higher mod ship.
Interesting here. I don't know that I've seen too many jungle Benedettas, if that's what this Benedetta is going to be here. And then they pick up Bruno, who, of course, I want to say kind of matches.
I thought I had you at the
matches
higher
with
mod
the
ship. I'm not
marksman,
sure
because
why.
He's got a decent amount of damage. The only problem is he does take a little moment to start getting. He's got to get those
It's like
stacks
heart
up
button on the
before he's
right-hand
actually
side of the
really
chat.
kinda
It's, like,
issuing
messing
out
me
those
up.
big, powerful hits.
Yeah, Cardi can't
it's
join until
definitely when the team fight
after
is going in their favor,
after
Bruno
whatever's
can kinda
decided
swoop in
today.
and finish the job with just a huge
Cardi can
amount
join
of
after
damage. We're still
today if
waiting.
that's what
We
they
got one more
decide.
pick here for the Knights of Fate, looking for that mid lane.
So Benedetta, always an interesting.
What a vibes!
There is two things that you can do
Saw
well
that.
with Benedetta. Close the gap with the enemy backline, the mage, the marksman.
Thoughts on
and
illegal
also
immigrants?
split push and rotate.
Yeah, I feel like
quickly,
if
okay?
you
I
do
don't
whatever
know,
you gotta do to
like I
survive,
said,
Lewis.
Knights of Fate, it's all about diving. Benedetta is not really the pick I was thinking of in team fights, but for sure, She does a
Dude,
bit
they
the same
keep picking
as
Harley
or
mid,
Fanny in
man.
her ability to go split push late game and always put the pressure on the sides. I like it. Bruno, it depends how you play it. If you're an amazing Bruno player, you're gonna find your spots.
I think this is the first time we've seen a Benedetta.
It's kind of squishy, but he hits so hard. So we'll see. Maybe it's gonna be good against the
Benedetta.
Then the Harley, I know. I saw you smirk. That's tough for Bruno. If I'm Bruno, it's complicated because he kind of remove a lot of your capacity to go forward.
Can you make a poll now, Stella?
To show himself, to use his utilities.
Are you able to like end my polls?
Really get involved. Otherwise, you're gonna have some issues. You're gonna be out of the fight for a few seconds. So yeah, we'll see. What team do you like the most here?
Yeah, it's gonna be a Harley mid.
I'm actually, I can't lie. I'm really
Harley
liking
mid,
Knights of Fate having an outside the box composition. Usually,
yeah,
kind of borders on
Zero
that,
was like the Harris and the Harley, man.
But we are moving
literally
in,
absolutely destroying them.
Taking on the Knights of Fate. The winner here going to be moving on to face the Bloodthirsty Kings. They both going to be leaving it all on the line here for stage 2.
And remember, guys, this is a best of 3 for this series, but then it's going to be only best of 5, best of 5. So this is
we got two best of 5s today, which is going to be crazy.
Because there is no other options. It's loser brackets.
Either
you wake up straight up, or you're done for the stage 2 at least. Very important game. Let's see on the goal lane. It's going to be super important to cover Basic, who is already.
Yeah, Basic does get just a little bit out of the way there. Maybe a little bit of a miscue there for Powerless, but he is taken down very low, looking for a hook there. We did see from the Avalons a whole lot of agility for the side of Avalon, plus tenacity. So they're trying to maybe at least have in the early game a little bit more staying power when it comes to the burst coming from the Knights of Fate. A little bit of engagement here. You can see Mikasa putting the damage on the Toinks, who does find himself an escape. Just, I guess, feeling out the jungle. They're already trying to push himself in, get a little bit of those cuts for the lane.
So I don't really like Basic being all isolated like this with Arvel on the other side from the start of the game. He lost a couple of minions, one big minion, so he already is way behind in gold, and he needs some backup right now because he has no vision. He cannot last it. Pro less putting some pressure like this. You gotta help Basic. And like we said, Bruno is not really the early game master of being 1 versus 2, so gotta help him out a bit.
Yeah, and he is, I mean, he's handling it right now. The biggest problem comes with those deaths he takes. He is able to kind of sidestep a lot of those hooks from Powerless right now, but we'll see if things change with this next Lord, or this turtle.
But look at the experience and the goal. I think is a lot behind, and no Powerless again, putting some pressure and getting
like live with a box
just
of
as you were talking about that, Basic gets hit by a hook, and then we do see that Minotaur comes in there. Arvel able to help Basic escape, and it's just those have to be so frustrating. Zero on the back end looking to put that ult in, gets the damage in, and is gonna take down Basic. Demon coming in with the pull onto Zero, who's gonna pay for that gank with his life. Are they gonna be able to put on the damage? Cult Altar has been activated. Demon in a bad way. Ooh, pop up there. Arvel doing a great job standing in the front there to kind of take a lot of that damage, and only a 1-for-1 for both teams.
KOF really focusing on the experienced player of Avalon, focusing on Basic, and now I realize much more the impact of the flicker on Hali. I like the way that he went in on the left and then sidestep with the flicker on the right to readjust his targeting onto Basic, who was hiding. And that's how they got the kill, and that makes a lot of sense. They really want to put the pressure on Basic.
Yeah, you see Toinks jump in here on to Kai, who's actually taking a decent amount of damage. Mikasa goes down. Fallen looks like he's next up on the list. Kai taking a heap of damage. He's not going to be able to get out of this. Powerless with a great hook onto Toinks, and they find themselves a kill. Almost trying to even it out. It is 3-2 in Avalon in the lead.
And Zero sitting on 2 kills. Basic still behind in experience. He's still struggling, but it doesn't matter. Avalon has the lead. Arvel,
they've been pretty aggressive
earlier on the rotation. I don't know if you noticed. You probably noticed. He's tried to save Basic. He really came in late, but in the end, he tried his best. Still the lead for Avalon, and that's all that matters. But
Franco half dead inside. KOF need to win this day in playoffs.
Yeah, we do see Fallen come in
KOF
there. I'm not sure if he was able to get that. No, it looks like Kai was able to secure his blue buff. Arvel fighting it out with regrets, puts some damage on, and then finds the safety of his tower. And just like that, you're saying, we're seeing more pressure being put on that gold lane to help Basic out.
The thing with Benedetta jungle that's nice is
you're
going from the center of the map. Since you're the jungler, here you can rotate really everywhere you want. And Fallen is really utilizing this. He's 2-0. He's good in his game, and he's putting the pressure everywhere.
Yeah, Zero is actually down to about half health. This turtle fight might not be the best friend of Knights of Fate right now. They are going to go ahead and let Avalon go ahead and put on their side. Big Hook does land suppression with the Colt Alter to try to get the save. It is not going to protect Fallen as Zero gets the kill on there. Powerless is down to about 10% health. You see Kai doing his best to kind of offset Demon and Arvel. Good job by Knights of Fate. Get the kill and then protect the getaway.
I feel like a little
if KOF goes to M5
like this, part of the team on the turtle, part of the team on the meat.
I mean, I'll support him. I'll support him. I'll support any team that makes it in NA, man. I love all the NA teams, man. If I could see everybody win, I would. I'd love to.
Doing a great job are the Knights of Fate.
So that's okay.
Oh yeah, we can see Kai lands a big pop-up on the Demon, pulling Kai with that Shadow Stampede, but no worse for wear are either teams just yet.
The thing I was gonna say, it's nice for Fallen to be a bit everywhere, but you gotta be careful, stack up a bit around the objective, really get those turtles. Those are super important right now. Power is missing a hook, and I'm liking the fact that Arvel is finally sticking up to basic. We have some fight on the mid. Demon is getting a big ultimate onto himself. I don't know if he's gonna go down. Nope. He's gonna survive.
A KOF to M5? Are you daydreaming? Maybe.
Yeah.
Holly Mead really proposing a lot of.
What up, Ratty Red?
I just don't want to see this in
the most boring caster.
How you could be so frustrating in a mid lane to be able to get those ganks on. You see Fallen coming in with some damage. Demon with the backup, and Zero doesn't really shy away. Still able to claim that mid as they're going to go ahead and rotate down to bottom.
Ooh,
Blazing Duet comes out.
Zero. Oh, nice hook.
Nice hook lands, brings him into the tower. That's going to be 1 for regrets. And now sitting at 3 of 4 for the Knights of Fate. Zero gets caught here. Demon might be in a bad way. He is ulted, and the Colt are able to save him. Fallen on the other end, coming
what?
bursting through,
fucking Ooga Booga, dude. Ooga Booga is built different on a tank, bro.
It looks like Demon was able to secure that jungle minion.
I don't know, but Zero really struggled to get a maximum output of damage onto Demon before.
If you guys didn't know that Powerless is Ooga Booga, by the way.
To happen. Mikasa getting dived here. Nice flicker. That was very close. Mikasa and Twinks really fighting it out. Not rotating too much, but just trying to get the better of their opponent matchup. Get that tier 1 and then rotating to help the team or swapping with the gold. That would be the idea. The turtle is getting pulled as we see Kai is on the other side hiding. He's trying to get some idea what's going on. Zero helping a lot with this, huh?
Yeah, 3 for 3 right now. Zero's going to go ahead and get some vision down to about 10%. Kai's going to dive in here looking for
going to come back.
Fallen, able to secure that turtle.
I want to see how this Bruno does, right?
1 for 2 right now. Avalon with 2 turtles.
Is this the second or the first time we've seen a Bruno?
Really at the perfect timing so that they couldn't retribution it. And Kai still with the retribution despite the turtle being down. So it just shows you how the timing was so important on Arvel. He did the job, he secured it for his team. He couldn't have done better. Maybe getting a kill would have done better, but you know, you can't always get some kills after a turtle. Take the minimum.
Oh man, regrets.
Nice. The steal from regrets. Got the crab in the end.
Yeah, we see that both marksmen do have that first item. It does look like Regret's a little bit higher up on that pull, as he does have the golden staff in addition to his first item. So I do want to say he's one of the people that were like, that doesn't mean things are over for basic, as he's still been working pretty well.
He was part of the team, but he wasn't part of what happened, right? So they only. They only
Wend already finished on
they didn't punish him as bad as they punished a lot of the other people that knew what was really going on.
Ooh, nice suppress lands onto Demon. Gonna take him down quickly. Fallen and Arvel trying to make them pay for it. In comes the blazing duet. We do have the final cut from Fallen to try to get away, but that Appraiser's Wrath takes down Arvel.
I don't really like the re-engage
from
Avalon here, especially losing Demon. There was again a mistake. He gets in picked first time without being able to ultimate. He's not playing with pre-fire. It doesn't really matter against a flicker of Franco, but still, he getting picked. The team re-engage. Then he comes back, he gets picked again. It's double mistakes from Avalon, and that's gonna cost them a lot, man. That's gonna cost us a lot of the lead they had.
Yeah, you see Fallen coming in here doing a great job of clearing up that mid base, and a little bit of trouble between two members.
But yeah,
Powerless misses the hook. But yeah, onto your point.
Since like Ooga Booga wasn't you actually part of it.
From the my god, we do have a suppression, but Regret's not in a position. Powerless goes down. Maybe a little bit of a miscommunication there. Zero trying to put the damage on the demon, and he catches another kill. Is Zero gonna be able to get away? No, Fallen
they're getting
makes him pay
picked
for it.
I'm not really liking, in general, re-engagement
Avalon!
when you're losing a key player that didn't spend his utility. Always think of it like this. If you're losing a player for free without him using anything in the fight, do not fight. Because
yo, Kevin, that is crazy that it blocked that.
Much less spells available.
I guess it knows what that means.
Much less CC, damage, everything. So do not ever fight after losing, after a pick-off of Franco or a Kaja or something like this. Never. That's the rule for me, and that's how everyone should be playing.
When you get 5 million beans?
And especially for a hero like Faramis, whose passive allows him to come back to the battlefield a lot quicker and then die again. So in the time it took for one player to die and come back on the battlefield, Faramis has already died twice.
Fallen's
so
definitely looking good now.
Miscommunication there for Avalon, but we're going to see as we go ahead, start this first Lord. Knights of Fate in a great position. Hook lands with the suppression. Is that going to be enough? Cult Altar
look at the power of Avalon.
Lord, and now we are in a slugfest. Zero goes down from the damage from Demon. A big amount of damage. Demon finds it, but Kai takes down Demon as well. 7-9 right now.
Oh, they got the Lord though. KOF got the Lord though.
But they are getting pushed in right now as they have 2 players down. Basic takes that mid tower, and this push is continuing. You can see Toinks, and this is what we were talking about with that Uranus. So tanky, able to get up there and compete.
Oh, he got hooked.
Arbel's the only person here, and this might have been a little bit more than Toinks actually
Arbel's gonna fall too.
And this is going to cost both of them potentially. Arbel using that flicker, and he is not going to be able to get away.
Okay, they are buying time, really sticking 3 players of KOF on the mid, but I'm not liking the fact that they are not really defending the top
they've
lane.
lost a lot.
Basic went for it, it's good, but overall could have gone either way. Be really careful when you're defending against the Lord, not to commit to a fight on the other side of the map.
Wow, Basic soloed the Lord.
Really go wrong.
Oh, and as you say that, there's a big suppression onto Demon with Regrets coming in with that blazing duet. Fallen trying to make them pay for it. He's gonna go ahead and
look at the
way back
this is what I'm saying, chat. Like the retry to clear that mid lane out.
Really
wow.
Able to focus on Demon. Just be careful. You have to kill Faramis before the end of the Franco's CC, otherwise it's gonna be a double-edged sword and it's gonna actually backfire, because then he ultimates and then he just is able to have the maximum output he can have with Faramis, and it's
they're gonna take the mid tower.
They
got Arbel too.
As you say that, another flicker hook onto Arbel sets his team, but the Appraiser's Wrath gives him a dirt nap. The rest of Avalon trying to come in here. You can see now Knights of Fate going ahead, pushing into mid. Another hook onto Toinks into the back lane. Are they going to be able to make him pay for it? That's a Uranus taking a whole ton of damage. On the bottom there, Mikasa does get his immortality activated while they find a kill onto the Uranus. You see Regrets with that blazing duet. In a bad way is Avalon right now as the Knights of Fate zone them out to take this next mid tower.
What is going on?
Borg is really a tough pick to handle. It feels like he has...
Oh, he got Demon!
Yeah, Demon actually goes down there, and yeah, tough pick indeed right now. You can see Avalon having just a big amount of trouble.
Oh, what another
getting in trouble here. He's gonna have to try to get out of it, getting slowed down by Fallen here. Is that gonna be enough? Big suppression onto Fallen. Finds a kill. It is 7-18 right now. This snowball that Knights of Fate are rolling down the hill,
and they broke into the
Avalon
base,
is almost unmistakable.
A little
what is KOF
right now,
chat?
Avalon popping from the spoon, one after another, going in, dying, KOF just pushing mid, no side lane pressure. Both teams kind of, doing it, I feel like the successful way. Rather than focusing, let's get those sides pushing, let's finish the towers, handle the space around the Lord, securing that Lord, and finish clean. Nope, Knights of Fate
has changed in just like a small amount of time, man.
Yeah, and they're trying desperately, but a great position right now for the Knights of Fate for this next turtle. It does look like Avalon wants to contest. Arvil in a great position. Is he looking for the set? They're not going to be able to get it. Kai picks up the Lord. Powerless comes in with the hook and suppression. Down goes basic. You can see that last insanity coming on, trying to put on the damage. Arvel is down for the count. There's only 3 members left for the side of Avalon.
Oh,
Can
dude,
I change my prediction and
hooked.
give it to Porales, please? Is that
I was just
right now
thinking
he's on
that
fire.
right now.
He is
Yo,
on fire.
Powerless is
Yesterday he was on fire, and
cooking.
with the Franco is showing that he has some versatility in his picks and he can make them super efficient. I'm loving those hooks. I don't know how Avalon keeps on going forward, backward into these hooks all the time. Guys, sidestep a bit. Use those left and right sticks. You know, you gotta go on the side a bit because right now it's a bit too obvious, too easy for Porales. 20-7, Knights of Fate dominating, 9,000 gold ahead, looking for clean pushes, all the waves timed properly, synced. That's gonna be hard to defend, man.
Yeah,
Oh,
Lord
they're
is
gonna hit
crashing
the
down that
base.
base. We see the Blazing Duet come in there. Cold Holder has been activated. Minoan and Fury pops up the
Basic
team.
fold,
0 finds a kill onto
GGs.
Basic Law. You just see the core
GGs.
is down. This is going to be game 1 going to the Knights of Fate.
What is going on, man? Avalon, woo, they were completely underwater from the, I don't know, from like 5-6 minutes. From the moment where Basic started to be isolated on the early game, I felt like something was wrong. Wait, you guys are sure you want to leave the Franco and the Claude versus Basic, him to handle? Okay, I understand he was in, in Philippines, he's a great player and all, but come on, guys, you gotta match up the Franco hook's potential, give Arvel a bit more room. I don't know, something went up. 0 bullying on the mid, bullying Demon, always getting picks, always popping the ultimate of Faramis. Faramis utility down to the trash because you never have an ultimate on the proper fights, on the face-offs. What do you do with this?
0 with this Harley, bro.
Here, 9, 3, and 5. Great
But,
rotations
I mean,
from him, especially
it
in the
was
early
because
game,
of
when they were
Powerless
already
as well,
pressuring
right?
Basic in the
Like,
bottom. 0 did die, traded his life for it, but still, to add that pressure onto Basic to make sure that Basic knows, no matter where you are, you're not safe from that
Boogie
deadly
boogie
magic
gap.
that he can kind of cast in there and be able to get
Oogie
himself out
boogie
of
gap.
the fray. I talked a little bit about this during the draft. The one thing I wanted to see was Powerless.
I don't know, bro. This
setting
is
up and
crazy.
listening to his team, making sure that he
This
is
is
with them
crazy.
and getting these hooks that are beneficial to the Knights of Fate, not just hooking onto the wrong players. And he was doing that all game. You can see here, I think this is going to be another one. Powerless lands a hook right there as an example onto Arvel. The team's able to capitalize because there's none of the rest of Avalon at there to capitalize on that. And then it just kind of kept on rolling downhill, this snowball for the Knights of Fate.
I don't know why Arvel just went carelessly behind the tower. I don't know what he was trying to achieve. He was completely isolated with his Mino, getting some vision on the tower you already have. I'm not sure what was the plan here, but he gets picked and then he's just set off this weird brawl where they're losing a lot of towers on the mid. And as you can see post-game stats, it's going to be very one-sided, as you can expect. A lot of damage dealt from KOF.
Jimix from UK.
Left and right with Powerless.
Is he
I gotta
French?
give to the guy. He's the one who really set up for his
All I
team.
know is he's from
Of course,
the
everyone
UK
else is
or
playing
EU.
amazing, but it's a bit harder to kind of see the work of everyone else when your
Europe.
roamer is having
Somewhere
so much
around there.
impact and just never missing. He never missed. And Avalon, I'm not sure. I felt like they knew they were gonna play against Franco, yet it didn't really feel like there was much sync between them. And if you're gonna give your Minotaur to get hooked, you have something, have like some weird flank where you're like, okay, we give Minotaur and then we give Aramis, hoping that he survives, and when we just flank them as soon as Franco is using everything. Didn't work here. And 0, the pressure on the mid. Kai was doing the job with the Frederian, always.
Yeah, I mean
there to
EU,
get the objectives,
EU,
always
not
well
UK.
positioned to give the vision.
He's
to
the
his team.
croissant dealer.
Not sure. Mikasa, great with Borg. Loved how he was zoning. His timing on engaging and really committing with the ultimate was great. It's hard. It's one-sided for now, huh?
This isn't unfamiliar territory for Avalon, though. They did lose the first game to Knights of Fate when they met before as well, and able to take the reverse sweep
French.
over Knights of Fate. So
I
with
can definitely see
this
French.
next game, that is going to be the real important one for Knights of
0.1
Fate.
almighty.
They had a
How'd you
plan, they
lose
executed
flex
it well.
coins, bro?
If Avalon are able to ban
Yeah,
out
for
that
one, 'cause
plan
Franco and Fredrin.
redraft,
Ah, yeah.
do you have something else in the chamber that can launch out at
I mean, it was
Avalon?
just
That's
such a
gonna be where
great
the
lineup
real,
for
I
the
wanna
team. Let me
say,
move my camera.
The real boys turn to men here when it comes to the pro players, if you have something else that can kind of counter it in there.
Holy, dude.
We both counted on a bounce back from Avalon, despite both seeing like things were a bit different yesterday on their performance, and there was some weaknesses that were not there before. I felt like maybe there's something going on in the team, some communication issues. I don't know. And I thought that today would be the day of bouncing back because they would notice those issues and maybe fix them overnight, have a discussion, and go back to their old shape. But right now, I just feel like it's getting a bit worse. And I'm feeling KOF on the other side is getting more and more confident. And you don't want to have a team with a lot of unexplored potential getting confidence, because that's when you're like, okay, we have to actually put in the work to understand how to break their new acquired confidence. And we'll see if Avalon has it, because you have on one side a team on the Dawn side, and on the other side another team that's growing. And like, this is trend-wise, the momentum is for KOF for sure, for sure.
Just letting you know, it's too late to change your vote. So we both are in the same boat right now. We have Avalon for it, even though I did say this is going to be one of those matches that it could have gone either or. Same, just like when it came to the Bloodhounds taking on the Knights of Fate. It does depend. I do feel like both of these teams really rely on, I don't want to say emotions, but I feel like there are some things that kind of happen. They can be great at one point, and then there's little things that start happening where Arvel seems not on the same place. There were some points, I want to say 2 weeks ago, where Powerless didn't seem like he was on the same page as his team. This week, though, honestly, I mean, he's been almost flawless when it comes to getting those sets, providing for his team. Not just that, but Zero, his flexibility when it comes to, like, you don't just have to worry about those great and powerful picks when it comes to Eve.
I'm gonna lie, the bowl cut on steroids
like
in this season.
He pulls out
a bowl cut. I'm actually working on getting my hair fixed.
Is successful in there, especially when it comes to those pickoffs to shut down basic. It's amazing right now, and I'm just wondering what Avalon needs to do to kind of be successful here.
If we look back at the last game, Powerless, okay, he's able to rotate from mid to goal all the time and kind of being unexpected. So I would say Arvel has to match up the rotation of Powerless just to give some vision and really cancel the pick-off potential of Franco, even if he's going to sacrifice himself. I'd rather have Minotaur going down than Demon or Basic that are trying to farm. Also, Zero being on the mid and Powerless on the goal lane kind of create a duality where they can both pressure their lanes at the same time, and apparently Zero had a lot of facilities to get rid of Demon on the mid. So Arvel has to be on both sides at the same time. You have Benedetta who's doing her best to farm and go through the farming cycle. It feels like Avalon needs to handle those two sides at the same time. It's tough. Only with Mino, it's tough. So gotta play a bit more smart, kind of bait or kite more or less to do mistakes and play on that, or you ban Franco, or you pick it for yourself. There's a lot of way to go about it, but I feel like giving Franco again would be complicated, and they have the first pick. I don't know. Did KOF have this in mind? Apparently they're gonna go for Valentina. So
I think right now the answer on the side of Avalon is probably going to start with a Terizla. We have the Kadita that has been open there.
I like that.
Picked up. Yeah, and especially when it comes to those team fights. A lot of people, like, they feel like Kadita's a little slow when it comes to a lot of I want to say waiting for those effects to take place. But when you're in a team fight, the entire team is worried about other things on there. You don't always figure about that Kadita hiding in the bush, going to come in with the rough waves and pretty much set your entire team. So, I mean, it's a very...
All right, Chad, I'm back. I had some technical difficulties in the back.
Pick up here for
Demon needs to do something with his hair.
Especially the XP, which has been very contested lately in North America. I want to say that XP is wide open right now.
That's the thing, right? A lot of people think, okay, I'm playing against Kadita. Right. Of course, you should remember you're playing against Kadita. But the thing is, when you're playing against a team that's all about going forward and collapsing onto you and gap closing with you, jumping, diving.
Ooga booga!
Everyone is all about this, and Kadita is just one
KOF
of them.
for M5!
Every pick at every moment, if you're playing marksman or mage, it's hard to have it on your mind all the time and waiting everything to be perfect. Like, okay, I'm waiting for Fredrin to go there, and then I'm waiting for Kadita to show herself where she is. You have to go in at some point, and that's where Kadita is really shining, is because if you're able to take the attention of the enemy backline, then Kadita can do whatever she wants. And I'm seeing Claude Baxia, so a bit of
that's why he's good with the hookers, huh?
He's gonna be picked early. The Valentina same thing. Valentina wasn't really been in Asia this season, as far as I know. I've checked a bit.
Let's go, Dad.
People are just getting used to it, and she had a lot of nerfs as well.
G, get a mullet?
Yeah, a lot of
Get a
nerfs. And
mullet?
it
Nah,
does come
I'm
down
getting ready to
especially when it
start
comes to
fading my
Asia,
side. Should
even
I
in
dye
North
my hair,
America, is
chat?
when
Should I
you
go
build
blonde?
against her to where she doesn't really have a successful.
I feel like the
right
black
now,
hair is
I do
just
want to say she still can
everybody
use that rough
has it.
waves from Kadita here. The Appraiser's Wrath needs a lot of stacks to build up, so it doesn't really do a lot of damage there. The Speedy Light Wheel, I mean, you're not going to have a lot of the damage if you want to steal that. So you're really kind of banking right now before you get those ultimates. You're really kind of banking on her to get those items, and that kind of leads you to kind of a mid to late game little feel for her. I do like the Boxia pick. It usually is very situational for me, but if you're talking about a tanky character, a tanky jungler for the side of Knights of Fate that can withstand the magic damage that Kadita can do, Boxia is one of them, because he does come stock with a lot of magical defense right out the gate.
That's why Carry is a good pick here as well. The thing that we didn't mention is there was no there's no ban or pick on Franco, and there was a ban targeted on the Borg, right? Because Borg was a very efficient last game for sure, but I still believe Powerless was always at the start of the good fights that KOF had with the Franco. I'm wondering if KOF kind of understood this, or feel like, it's just, you know, it's just Franco at the end of the day, and we don't really care if we get it or not. I feel like he was still at the origin of it. It's still very important to prioritize it. And Avalon, I don't know if they're gonna ban it. A lot of people are like, Franco is not worth banning. I disagree. Depends on who you're playing against.
Well, I do want to say that when you kind of on paper, when you're thinking about a Franco landing a hook, putting on that deadly hunt to suppress somebody down, that's pretty much food and a great opportunity for the Kadita to come in, get a Petrify, and actually punish you for getting that hook, especially if the rest of your team kind of closes in and collapses on that hook. So, I mean, maybe that's what they have in mind. They kind of think that the Kadita will ward that off, but we'll see here as we're moving into kind of the second drafting phase. We have the Carmilla ban. Definitely Avalon doing their homework here.
Oh, yeah, that's not something I was expecting. The Franco ban from KOF. As you were mentioning, sure. The only thing I saw last game that kind of make it hard for Kadita even to have the perfect positioning to cancel Franco's impact is the fact that Powerless was really impactful from the start. But we'll see. We'll see. They have something else in store, and they still playing with the same idea of being really forward. We're seeing the Edif. We're seeing on Avalon side the Terizla. Terizla always good. Kadita always good. Avalon playing really, let's say, meta. Let's say, yeah, they are playing really meta right now. The Fredrin is not really surprising. The carry is working good with this Baxia, who is going to be a pain if you don't have something to remove Baxia late game. Terizla is just super efficient this season. Kadita, same thing. Avalon really just playing textbook what you learn in MLBB school, right? On the other side, you got the Edif. You got the same idea of always going forward of KOF. Just wondering what Powerless is gonna have. No Kufra, no Franco. Another
even the Kaja was banned out. Oh, and we have
a
Cult Altar from a Faramis there, and I'm wondering.
And Valentina made and Explainer Edif, I guess.
Yeah, my thing right now is I'm very worried. There's a lot of heroes here. Well, at least when it comes to Faramis.
I don't like that for Powerless. If he plays Faramis, I don't like this. Because Faramis, even though you can set in a kind of forward diving way, the same way other setter works, I still feel like he's more of a passive pick. It's more like supportive roamer, of course. And then Powerless strikes me as a very flashy player that is more good with picks like the Kufra, the Franco, the Kaja. Sure, maybe a Shao. You can imagine he's a great player of Shao. It wouldn't surprise me. I don't know.
The one thing that sticks out for me is that if when it comes to Edith, when it comes to Powerless, or when it comes to Edith, or it comes to Faramis, after the Cult Altar, after you burst them down, the enemies are your team is stuck in the same place. It's almost like an inadvertent stun for your team, which, like I was discussing before, if you have a team staying in the same place, a predictable place, that's something that Kadita can really shine on. Same thing when it comes to Edith, who can come in. She does have a lot of CC in her kit, but her movement during those CCs is very minimal, which allows Kadita a very predictable way to go in, catch the pop-up, and then a rough waves. Very interesting to see how well these two teams are going to kind of clash into each other as we see the Cho getting picked up for Avalon.
In the end, yes, Arvel picking the Shao. We'll see what he does with it. Coming back on your point about the Kadita, especially against Faramis, because people tend to be close to Faramis. Obviously, if you want to benefit from his utility, you have to keep close to it. But you have the Claude. Claude is more like flanking from the sides. So it's Kadita also's job to get rid of the gold laner, but Claude is not really a target you can pick on the enemy team.
Dealing with some management stuff in the background.
So we'll see. Weaknesses, strengths on both sides, but let's see who makes the better of it. I'm having Avalon in this game. I'm a bit on
Let's see how this goes. What do we got? We got a Terizla.
Is changing the dynamic. There's something different about it, something
this
off.
thing is like,
and we'll see if they prove me wrong once more, because it's been twice already. So maybe.
I see a lot of mobility on the side of Avalon with those agility emblems picked up there. But ladies and gentlemen, this is game 2. Do Avalon have the answer for the Knights of Fate? We're going to find out here to see if Knights of Fate can close this up with a
sweep. I got a normal comp.
That's really a game where we're going to see the depth
Abaxia,
of KOF
Valentina.
If they can be a bit more versatile.
They even got the fair miss?
I feel like they got some,
what? Could you imagine if Valentina could steal the ult of their own teammates? I feel like she should be able to, chat. Anybody else in the chat feel like that should be a thing?
Really get their heads up and get back into this this stage 2, because no more chances. That's the last game. If you lose.
Ooh, yeah, they're doing a great job right now. Arvel trying to get that vision, does come in with that Jeet Kundo, and Demon finds himself an escape as well. So they're being very safe. I do like the vision that Avalon is giving there. Fallen does take a few hits there, is going to go ahead and get away. But I mean, both teams, I want to say right now, are so evenly matched, especially if you're looking at from what we had last game when it comes to division, when it comes to the kind of priority that they're putting on these lanes. And speaking of that, you can see a bottom lane, a big amount of damage going down on some Mikasa and pressure for that lane as Toink's going ahead and cutting that up.
Second game, it's again Mikasa getting the pressure early game. Huh? They're not putting it on the opponent of Basic. He apparently prefer to first gank the XP laner rather than helping out Basic early game. Then they switch to shouldering the gold laner.
Yeah, it's very interesting here as we do have, do they not know that Arvel is in that lane? He's in a prime position to kind of come in here for a pick. 3-3, but you can see up at the top there, Kai doing a good job. Okay. Gonna go ahead and try to jag it out. Demon comes in with the kill on to 0, but Mikasa takes the first turtle. 2 kills over to Avalon right now. They're trying to make them pay for it. Kai gets the kill onto Toinks. You see the Cold Ultra is out. Is it gonna be enough to save his team? Fallen, juking it out right now. That is a thick and tanky boy trying to get himself to safety, and they are just going to take 1 kill for that turtle fight.
I gotta say, such a good set from Twinks. Really hard end goal to find, and I think Damon was so surprised that he a bit messed up his dash.
Could you imagine that?
He canceled his first spell of the ultimate a bit too late, and he didn't get both targets.
Like it would change up like the whole
of the CC of Twinks.
It would change up like the whole standards of the game.
From Twinks, not really well followed up. I would have preferred a bit better, but in the end, 2-1 for Avalon. It's kind of toe-to-toe still.
Yeah, 2-1 right now, but the turtle did go over to the side of Knights of Fate, so it's still a very even game right now. Both marksmen you could see there did have even gold, so I mean, they're even with the pressure, they're still doing about even there. But you can see right now, especially as it was last game, that we have Arvel going up there to join the fight. 3 members up there. He's doing a good job of kind of staying in the safety of his tower.
Like disconnected there for a second.
KOF, they know, look at their position, they know something is happening on the top side. They're trying to just cut that rotation. But see, Avalon are kind of, how to say that? They really have this game plan. Every game, 3 minutes on the XP laner, on the pressure. They do the turtle, and then the second rotation is on gold laner. I feel like this is pretty predictable. I wonder if they do that every game. I'm noticing some patterns. I'm feeling like, oh, if you're watching this game and you're gonna play against Avalon, there's something there. 3 minutes 30.
What do we gotta watch out for here? Irie on Boxia?
I do want to say that it does feel like the Knights of Fate do know this, because you can just see there was a lot of communication there. Regrets is just doing a great job of kind of hanging around his tower. He knew something was up there, and they definitely know that they're up there. They're gonna go ahead and start on this turtle. It is 4 members of the Knights of Fate starting here. Arvel trying to give some vision. Fallen on the top side. It looks like it's going to be uncontested for Kai. Second turtle going to the Knights of Fate.
By the way, I love Fallen on Assassins. I'd like to see him back on those Assassins. I know a lot of them are banned. I don't think Hayabusa was banned. I think he would have a hard time in a game like this, but rather than focusing on an Assassin that's really good in the team fight, it doesn't matter. Just go for Hayabusa, play the split push game. rather than going back on a more comfortable pick that Fredrin is. They still need to have this pressure, you know?
Ooh, we do have, a nice little gank there onto Demon, finds a second kill for the Knights of Fate, and now kills are all tied up. Just a little bit of a gold lead for the Knights of Fate.
Why I was focusing on the Fredrin pick is because Avalon is really looking different. They are playing super passive. I don't know if you noticed, they're either being predicted all the time, or they're just not sure what to do, a bit lost, and obviously the economy is going to be going slowly towards the KOF until Avalon finds something, but they don't have a solution right now. They're playing very passive, and they're just always behind. They are just either reacting, or the things they are trying are super obvious. And that's
well, there are a lot of tools that Avalon has as the later that this game goes on. The carry there. Oh man, Demon actually finds a kill onto Mikasa off a screen, I believe, down at the bottom. It's scoring now 2-3 as Avalon moving towards mid. You see Kai come in there. Are we gonna see a Cold Altar? Big pop-up lands onto the Knights of Fate. Cold Altar, very nice. I do want to say, I want to go ahead and applaud Powerless for waiting for that Cold Altar instead of like right away. You can see there a big pop-up. And a Dragon Kick does land on Arvil, taken down very low. Fallen able to find the kill onto Powerless. Zero trades in Basics life.
There's a lot going on in the background with management.
Fallen as well. So it's 4-4 right now. Just under a 1K gold lead for the Knights of Fate.
But Regrets was pushing all the way top, and they were 3 versus 4 on Knights of Fate, so it was completely at their advantage. They are managing to win the fight 3 versus 4. They did get a rotation from Regrets, but still, being able to be head-to-head with Avalon outnumbered, it's not good for Avalon. That means that they are wasting resources and time on a team fight that they are losing despite having the upper hand. That just tells you about this momentum, and you see 2,000 gold ahead for KOF. They are getting all the turtles. They really have all the space. The river is controlled for them. Avalon, they need to find better angles. Demon is always doing good moves, but
speaking of better angles, we do have the Petrify lands on the 0 and the Powerless. Powerless activates that Cold Altar. He is in a bad way in between an entire team
what is
of
that?
Avalon.
Who is that?
But I mean, you needed a lot of resources there for that mid gank. Now 4-5 in favor of Avalon. Gold lead still over to the Knights of Fate.
I've ever heard of that guy.
Bit better, but still 5 people on
Avalon.
5 people on 1 kill. Basic has to get that late game faster. Regrets is going to be way too strong otherwise, and it's going to be tough for Carry to get full build. We want to see what Carry has in store, and they need to prioritize that late game potential rather than a little skirmish on the mid lane with 5 people versus 1 or 2.
We do have a conceal play here. Avalon looking for something, but unfortunately for the Knights of Fate, they created some distance there before that conceal play actually even came out. Looking for a gank up at top. See if they can find it.
Kai trying to stop all of them.
Meanwhile, in the back, trying to go ahead and hold them off. Kai, big penalty zone with the flicker there. Activates the Cold Altar. Is that going to be enough?
Basic going ham.
0. And you can see Basic putting out the damage there. Finds another kill onto Powerless as well. Now the swing of the kill going over to Avalon, who now have 8 kills.
I like this a bit better, but Regrets doing his thing on the mid, pushing the tower, getting his tower on the bot lane, you know, doing his little farming game as every Claude player should be doing. Basic got involved, it's good, he got 2 kills, that's great. They did catch up a bit on the economy, so a bit better, and they took out this pressure, this aggro from the mid lane and transposed it on the side lane. I like this. Change things around, change the fighting area rather than staying always on the mid. Put it on the sides. That's good, because it's going to delay a bit Claude and it's going to allow your gold laner to get fed as well.
Yeah, I do like that the Knights of Fate are answering a lot of these engagements with a tower, some type of objective. They do lose some of these team fights, but they're always constantly pushing, constantly on the other side of the map, and that's where that communication comes in handy. A little bit of a feint there from Fallen, not able to capitalize on it, as we're going to move in to this first Lord.
So, like we mentioned, I'm not really a big fan of the Faramis on Powerless, but you know, Demon is having a much better game, that's for sure, on his Kadita, rather than having the Faramis last game where he was getting completely outshined by 0. And let's see who gets that first Lord. But on the 5 versus 5, I think Basic is ready now. We'll see if regrets
The
can
crazy
get him
thing,
out
Chad,
because
is
he's not
that
hitting
I'm like NACT manager for both these teams. So like I'm rooting for both these teams.
It's going to be enough.
Bro.
The Lord is down to about 10% health. Now we are going to go ahead
Ah,
and engage
Fallen got it.
Gets
Zero,
the Lord Blazing
though.
Duet onto the back line.
Oh, they're gonna make him pay?
Activated Demon, not in a good way. Fallen
does
gets
Demon
taken
get out?
by Mikasa, and they are hot on the trail
Oh,
of Demon.
man.
Zero finds the kill there, and they lose the first Lord, but are able to pick up 3 kills on the side of Avalon.
Look at the cutoff by Kai.
I guess Basic wasn't ready. Regrets just went in with the Wind of Nature. He completely zoned out Basics. Basic couldn't do any damage to the
Both of these
lane.
teams are my
Even though he
favorite,
had
chat.
Blood in front of him. Zero was just
Of course, I'm
claiming
also
the side of
managing
Avalon.
Bloodhounds.
So for now,
And,
Avalon, if they don't get
and
that perfect
managing,
setup for
Area
Kalita, it looks like
77.
they're gonna struggle on those team fights, despite having the carry.
Yeah, and they are going ahead, putting a lot of pressure onto this Lord, which is going to allow bottom lane to be taken, which is very interesting. You get the Lord, and you lose towers here for the side of Avalon here. On the backside, you can see Kai getting a little stun onto Toink's big pop-up, lands onto Arvel, and the penalty zone is in. Cold Altar has been activated. Now, Basic finds a kill onto Mikasa. Blazing Duet into the back. Down goes Regrets. Another kill for Basic. Fallen finds a kill onto Powerless as the Lord continues to march onto the top lane. They do lose that bottom tower as well. Kai alone here between 3 members. This is not the defense you want, and Kai goes down. Another kill for Basic, and do you want to say it, Jemik?
I think the power spike is just there, you know, he just hit it, and at the perfect moment
Basic
he was
is
well positioned.
now ready, or he's now ready to start coming in here. He does take another tower into here.
Look at this.
Powerless getting bursted down. Toinks is going to go ahead and pick up the last
perfect
kill
sets.
onto there.
Perfect set, 4-man set for a carry player. That's easy.
Claude
He can
has
just
to,
know
like,
his power spike.
he-
That's the
he
best
also
way to
has
turn around the
Purify,
momentum
right?
as a
Like,
carry player is when
I think they're trying to avoid the Kagita a little too much.
And then you just go in, get 4 kills, and it's over. It's
Claude
over, you know?
sometimes
Really,
needs
we're
to
talking
utilize
about this
that
power spike
sprint,
into
man.
late game. They are hitting it, and really, I think that if Twinks
They're focused
keep
on
setting up
survivability,
so well,
but I think both
there's no
teams
stopping
have it
them.
here,
And Aval is
chat.
here, of course. Aval is working fish out. He's doing some CC. He's helping out to lock down those targets for Basic. We had a little fight with Demon and Zero
very
on the bot lane,
interesting.
but yeah.
Indeed, here we do have lanes pushing down at mid and bottom. Good sync up there by Avalon, and I'm wondering what the Knights of Fate can do here right now. The gold lead has just narrowly swung into the favor of Avalon. Thankfully, the towers still very even for both
Stella
teams.
with the mood swings. What's
but
Stella
the kills,
do?
I mean, that can be a little intimidating when you look at
Basic,
that, especially
dude,
when it
he's
comes to like
online at this
7-13.
point.
But I do know Knights of Fate, they've
Basic's
been very
killing
pressured,
it.
very relaxed when it comes into those voice comms. They are always talking about what they need to do in the next play.
Who
So
did
we're
he
gonna
say
see
is
if they can
relaxed?
kind of gather themselves to kind of regain their composure and swing this
KOF,
in their favor.
their voice chats are
If KOF wants to win, they have to bait Twinks into missing his
Their
combo.
voice
If
chats
he
are
misses and they don't have
crazy.
to spend Faram ult, they should be fine. If Twinks get another perfect set, that's going to be impossible. All right, and even though I feel like Basic is really hitting that spot where it's complicated, you gotta get Basic out of these fights. You gotta zone him, regrets. You gotta find an angle to zone Basic before he melts the front line, and then you have nothing to
My
kill for you.
sinuses are killing me, chat.
Right now, Avalon really well around the Lord.
is
How do KOF contest that
crazy.
without giving their back line? Demon on the left.
Oh man.
Demon.
Yeah, you can see Demons is going to go ahead and get caught there. But I mean, they do such a great job. Basic
Jack.
not showing himself until the very last moment. They do go
I've
ahead
even
and
taken
throw a
sinus
little
medicine.
peek, that BMI into that bush. Now we have the Lord down to about half health. They are slow playing it a bit. They want this fight. And a big pop-up does land there, followed by another one there by the Lord. Arvel's going to go ahead and get out of dodge.
Arvel got the
Cold Ultra has been
Lord.
activated.
Oh
Arvel
my
finds
God,
the
but look
Lord,
at how
and
many of them
down
died.
goes Fallen. Arvel in a bad way. Immortality has been activated. The rest of Knights of Fates are on the hunt.
They
They are
just
trying
end?
to make Avalon pay
They could
for this
end.
Lord.
Little mistake from Basic, securing the Lord, then re-engaging.
They're gonna opt to
thinking
go
he
for
could save
Demon,
his team
maybe?
when they just sacrifice themselves to
Oh,
secure
Demons
the Lord. And
and,
Avu trying to help out Basic because he went
Oh
in.
my God!
that's
What
gonna
a
be a big
catch
problem.
by
Nice
Kai!
stun onto Damon, but he did his job. He
Are they
cleared
gonna
out
attempt
the
to
top
end?
lane, so they might not
I don't
be
think
able
they
to
have
get any
enough time.
towers out of this.
What the fuck?
They shouldn't
Dude,
get
the
any towers
Lord's in
because
the
it is a
center.
Lord
What
for
is the
Avalon.
Lord
But, I mean,
doing?
making sure that this Lord to actually get a little bit of value and stave off the push. As I say that, there are mid minions coming in onto the high
Yo,
ground.
if they can kill more people right here, pick them off one by one, KOF wins.
With a beautiful
oh my god, they might do it!
Avalon gonna get melted down as well. There's only 2 players left for the side of Avalon. Is this the final push? Knights of Fate found the proper recipe here to upset.
Do they go?
Avalon.
Do they go? They don't have minions.
Just yet, as they're going to go ahead and smartly disengage from the tower.
Remember what I mentioned
what
about
in the
Twinks
world
getting
is
baited
going
twice,
on?
or getting baited for KOF to have the winning condition? He did it twice in a row. He did it on the Lord. He thought that he would buy time for his team, which is okay. It's a 50-50 call, but in the end, he didn't.
Oh, what a pick!
Oh, nice placement there from Damon.
Oh,
it does
he didn't even pop
go
the
ahead and take advantage of the fact that Regrets just
he
used
just
that
got
BMI
obliterated.
to get
Zero's
into tower.
next.
His range there.
No
Zero gets caught
way,
as well.
you're
Goes on to him as
KOF
Basic
is gonna fall.
chews him down. You do see Powerless is going to go ahead, use that Colt.
Oh,
or not the Colt
Mikasa's
Ultra,
so
use the Shadow
slow.
Stampede to get away. Mikasa actually in a little bit of trouble
He's
here.
so
Trying to
slow.
use the CC. Powerless just needs to get out of here. He's not going to be able
does
to
he
save
do
it.
it?
Mikasa trying to take one down
Oh,
for the
he
team.
got someone
is not
out.
going to be able to find one. Colt
But
Ultra
there's no
activated, and that's going to be
power
2 for Avalon here up at the top. When
Oh,
we
he's
saw that
still
Powers probably
alive.
could have gotten away. He does expend a lot of time. There's only one.
It's okay.
player
His
left for the
passive
side of Knights of
lets
Fate.
him come back fast.
A lot of back and forth. I'm not sure what to say here. Like Knights of Fate a bit forcing it. I think they feel like they are really close to closing the game, and they might throw that actually.
Yeah, we do have all of them crashing down at mid. Only
38 seconds on Lord, though.
High ground towers.
They're all
going
gonna be back, but they have to watch out, man.
Avalon in a little bit less, or a little bit more of a predicament than Knights of
he
Fate
didn't
when
use
it comes
retry.
to the towers.
He didn't expend the retry because of the 25 seconds.
Minions to start marching on Avalon. So it's still anybody's game. 14-8, and the gold lead. I mean, the gold lead not unrecoverable.
You know what I noticed? Arvel being much more forward as the initiator rather than just engaging after Twinks went in. I'm liking the fact that he managed to pick 0. That's really one of the things he has to do if you want to help out Twinks.
What a
but against KOF,
game.
you want to win again. Bait Twinks on the
series
fight on the Lord. Maybe
is
give the
crazy.
Lord and try to bait Basic.
Quad backdoor. You don't ever see too many teams opting to go for the backdoor, man.
Yeah, I do want to say they have a lot of success from transitioning the
Kadita
loss of a
backdoor,
Lord into some good team fights and kills for the Knights of Fate. There is a pop up there, 25% left onto the Lord. They are going to go down.
Oh, but Arvel got set.
Great job by Mikasa to
Oh, they zoned him out, though.
The Lord does go over to
Lord,
Fallen, and unfortunately,
Jesus.
Knights of Fate not in the position.
They're trying to respond. The retry came out onto Arvel. They can't stop him, though.
Comes Regrets
All
from
of
the side
Avalon's
here.
alive.
The rest of Avalon, they are chasing. They want these kills bad. And unfortunately, Avalon too quick to disengage from that.
So Demon was hiding the whole time on the top lane. I think like he did the high IQ play just without knowing it, because I think KOF didn't go for it. They had no idea where Kadita was. They had no idea, so he didn't really commit to it. Despite
Zero!
When he putting him out the fight.
Oh man, Zero gets
what a pick for Twinks.
From Twinks.
Oh, this is it. This is it. This is it. Even Jimmick said it. Oh shit, is it the alien?
With Lord coming at the high ground of Knights of Fate. Big pop up there does a land. Lord charging into that high ground tower. Arvel comes in with
I
that
fixed it. Let me
able
know.
to find anybody fallen.
I fixed it.
Does
I
come up
fixed
there.
it.
Twinks gets popped up. Powerless with that Colt Ultra. Is this going to be the end? Blazing duet from Regrets. They're trying to burst down the team. Twinks goes
can they stay
down,
alive? I don't think so.
Fallen. Arvel takes a death as well, but that's not going to be enough to stop Avalon from seizing game 2.
There's 3 things to be in this game. Where is Demon? Where is he positioned? Which bush is waiting in? Where's Twinks? Which angle is coming in? And obviously Arvel. Where is he?
You guys are silly, bro.
But
yo,
I felt like KOF broke
such a close game.
Of baiting Twinks, baiting and then going backward and then re-engaging once Twinks is out of utility. But in the end, Arvel found the pick, Demon found the pick on Valentina. A lot of pick-off left and right in the late game at the perfect moment for Avalon to really get the momentum back towards them. And as soon as you're starting to get those pick-off, you're starting to be 5 versus 4, then Basic can just go forward. And KOF, if they try to trade 4 versus 5, it's not gonna work. As we see the post-game stats, what do you think about this?
I mean, Basic absolutely amazing on this. Did take him a little bit to kind of get warmed up, but 11, 1, and 5, absolutely a different game in that gold lane. We didn't see as much pressure at the gold lane that we did in the first game, and this has been like a big thing for me right now, is the pressure onto Basic has usually been a game changer when it comes to Avalon taking on the opponents here. We didn't see as much of that here. However, it was very back and forth, and I feel like Knights of Fate, they had a great game plan. They lost some objectives, but they were able to capitalize on it. You can see here, this was one of the last plays there. Zero on the side gets taken out by Demon, and that kind of messes with the engagement here. It allows Kai, who's now separated from the team because he can no longer count on Zero, who just got bursted down from the Kadita.
That was crazy,
that allows him to go ahead and start pushing in there. Now we can go ahead and take a look at some of these stats.
I couldn't believe it, bro.
That's pretty one-sided, I would say, but still, Avalon took it on top. 33% on Basic. I have to give it to him. Not forgetting the sets, the amazing sets that Twinks, Arvel, and Demon gave. Fallen was always securing those retribution, those lords, man. He's always there. Every time I see Fallen around the lord late game, he's stepping up.
It's a 50-50 right now, man. You got 49% Avalon, 51% KOF in the chat.
Control on the side of KOF, and also the rushing to end these curves, to stay mid and push, and then we go back because we get pushed back, but then we want to keep on fighting mid. No, put it to the side, take it to the side, and control the space against the Kadita. You have to get information on Demon. You cannot sacrifice one of your core member, Valentina, to a Kadita's gank. If you don't get the position, then you don't take risks. You have to give away some objectives. But it's tough. I have a hot take. Every time I see a Claude, it just doesn't go well. I don't know, man.
Really, I mean, the first game they had the Claude and it went all right. The problem here being is, like I was saying, there was a lot of issues with the information of the Kadita. And I do feel like there was that era of like,
we're just going right into the next game.
Desperation from the side of Knights of Fate. They lost the Lord, and they were continually wanted to make them.
What are they going to do here to
They wanted to punish them to the point that they chased the entire team into their base, and then you saw that Kai had, I guess, what he assumed was an opportunity, which kind of forced the rest of his team's hand. Zero wanted to go back up there to try to get the flank, got caught as well. So, I mean, you're absolutely right about the kind of like those plays when they want to just force something when it's not working, instead of just being just a little bit more patient, which I felt Avalon did very well this game.
But that's why I had my coin on them on the last game, on that particular draft, because I feel like it's very hard if you're KOF playing against
move along faster. I know. That Hurricane, man, Spirit.
You're coming in from a
Hurricane's crazy.
But you have so much things to keep in mind, right? You have the
I was watching it on the TV.
There's so much things that like cloud your judgment on whether you're gonna take this push in, or whether you're gonna try to secure that lord, or push more, get closer to the carry and try to get her. There's so much things that can go wrong, and that's why it's, for me, I was like, okay, this draft really favors experienced players like Avalon. And I
just heard a siren.
And I think he's
stay safe out there, Stella.
And finally does it. That was the perfect moment to do it. Like we said,
they
stop for this stage.
Does TOB lose if
it could have
player
gone either way,
subbed out?
But I feel like the game plan was still Avalon.
FBI, why the FBI, man?
Voting Basic, getting picked off, and it went like they had in mind probably.
I was just saying, it's feeling a little hot in here, man. I feel like the stress is up a lot of these teams right now. There's a lot on the line. We're at the game 3 of these guys. Both people fighting. They definitely want to move up. They definitely want to take on the Bloodthirsty Kings here. And I want to say both teams have had very successful plans put to use. One in the first game for the Knights of Fate, and then the second one for Avalon. Here is where it really matters, and I feel this is where the Knights of Fate need to prove themselves. Last time they were in this position, they took the loss, and that kind of hunkered on them. They kept on making the mistakes into that third game as well. So this is proving time for them, whereas Avalon has been in this situation. They've had game 3s before, and they've been able to come back. So there's no issue from them. It's all on the Knights of Fate. I want to say this is make or break for the Knights of Fate if they want that third place position.
That's true. Both teams are feeling the heat, and remember, this is the start. Best of 3. Whoever wins gets to play a best of 5. Don't run out of don't run out of of stamina, because that's gonna be a long day for you guys. We got Franco, we got Angela, we got Fanny on the bans, we got Ling again. The Fanny Ling always getting banned. That Valentina giving some respect ban here.
Like the
so Avalon is not gonna be able to take that. The Q-Fry is for no open. I feel like maybe that's gonna be the last ban of KOF. But yes, that stamina, really important. Who is favored in case where you have long series, you know?
Stay safe.
I feel like it's gonna be the team around basic. So we'll see. But for sure, this is already an exhausting best of 3 for both.
Franco, Angela, Fanny,
This is the only first series right now. I'm so hyped for these two. We do see that Kufra is open right now. Kajaban going from the Knights of Fate. So I mean, do we put that? I do want to say both Arvel and Powerless have shown how great their Kufras here. Is that a priority pick for these teams? Yeah.
Ooh, Claude? What? I'm so surprised. I would think maybe you pick either Terizla, Kadita, maybe the Kufra, but yeah, they are giving a lot here. Kadita is still open as well. So they're getting the Claude and maybe Terizla or Kadita. Oh no, okay. Mikasa wants to go again on his board. No problem. That was he did great. He did great.
Especially, and this is I want
to
say this
are they gonna pick the Harley again?
Time for Knights of Fate to show them up. You have Powerless. I want to say, as far as I know, like it's been one of the heroes he's performed the best on. So you have him on his best day, his best haircut, his best suit. So like, there's nothing standing in your way. It's all here on the table right now. Avalon
is not okay. What's up, dude?
Eve. She did recently get some nerfs, and I want to say we haven't seen too much of her lately. So I've seen like 1 or 2 games yesterday where she performed. So we're gonna see how well that kind of comes in here. This is what we were talking about before, that Grok pick, which you said doesn't really have a great win rate here.
No, Grok has been really underperforming the last couple of seasons. I have to be straight with you guys. What I don't really understand.
We're only at 32 likes, man. Let's get to 69. You know what it be. You know what it be.
I don't know. For me, it's like,
you know what it be, chat.
If they're changing the pick against you to something that's a bit more hard to handle for Terizla, even if you're gonna lane against Borg and it's really annoying for Terizla, I still feel like the sets of twins were so important. And Demon has played amazing on Kadita, and he was literally the one picking off 2 targets back to back on the late game. So it's so instrumental, while Heavy is more like you're kind of getting behind a supportive pick that brings in some CC, sure, but you're not as playmaking as a Kadita. You can do some plays, but Kadita is much more into picking off targets at the best moments. And we see the Leslie.
Getting rid of all the assassins. I feel like getting rid of assassins are like almost a must in this current meta.
Different things despite having some good picks on the last game. I don't know. I'm not sure, man. I'm not sure.
Leslie is the complete counter to Claude right now. Like, Knights of Fate, if they scale, can absolutely destroy
I want to say like some of the teams, but when it comes to teams like Knights of Fate, I want to say they kind of shine when it comes to being able to be flexible. I talked a little bit about this
before. Be something when it comes to not just flexibility. Avalon's going to have to really put a lot of pressure onto the Leslie.
Different heroes, kind of. I want to say that border on the outside of the box of that we call the meta, whether it's that Harley pickup. He even played Dyroth and Aulus in gold lane, I believe, in the qualifiers as well. But that kind of speaks on the whole of Knights of Fate being flexible and being able to kind of put these different things and fit it into the Rubik's Cube that is these compositions for here in the NA and NACT. We do see these last bans coming out.
Maybe I'm too much of a conservative when it comes to like drafting and coaching. I like when I fixate on one playstyle and my team just plays that all the time until they are unchallenged on it, and then I wait for the other teams to challenge them, and then you work on something different. A bit like what Blacklist did back in the days with the whole roaming healer meta. I really like this idea, and I feel like it's the best shortcut for an incoming team to dominate against favorite teams. That because versatility is great. If you're Onyx, if you're Echo, yeah, sure, okay. But if you're an up-and-coming team, versatility backfires a lot, okay? So, you know. All right, so we got Uranus, we got the Terizla ban and Fredwin, like you mentioned. Okay, we still have the Kadita open, I believe. But,
so we have the Uranus, but that means the X-Borg is going to be in the jungler role, or are we looking at a...
I don't mind jungler X-Borg with the retribution, the slow that it has. It just allows you to pretty much pick a target and not having an escape. It's impossible to run away from Xborg that has retribution slow. You know, impossible. You just can't. I don't mind it, but I'd like to see Zero again on the.
I've seen it and I've experienced it in ranked too, especially when Xborg, especially when he's built with a lot of that speed in the late game, like he's just flying all over the map. And one of the biggest problems with Xborg is usually how slow he is in getting to you. If you can go ahead and close up those gaps that Xborg, or those deficiencies that Xborg has, and you start getting the speed, you have agility as your emblem or something like that, he becomes an absolute menace, especially when you're farming him fast in that jungler role, where he's going to be able to get those items a lot more quicker. And then it looks like Avalon turning the tables. They said that they're going to go ahead and show Knights of Fate how to use this Boxia.
Yep, I like the Boxia versus Leslie. I think we talked about it earlier before the stream started, and I was telling you that Twilight Armor really helps, and you were like, yeah, it's really working good against Leslie. It kind of delays Leslie's potential to poke in, since Leslie is more poking before the fight, right? You go just back and forth every few seconds. You try not to be timing your poke too easily so that you don't get picked off, but you have to poke late game with Leslie. Ooh. And we see the Esmeralda. Okay, I'm a bit curious about Avalon's picks. I don't know, maybe I'm not experienced enough with Avalon kind of playstyle, but it feels like it's really different from what they have played until now, and I want to see what they do with it. On Knights of Fate, yeah, it's completely different. The gold, the mid, like, I don't know, it's. We'll see.
I do want to say it's a more standard composition from the side of Avalon. Knights of Fate going again with this triple fighter composition. The only problem for me personally when it comes to this is last time what made it so successful was the fact that they had that Heart Guard, they had that Angela, they had something to help keep it up. You not only did you have fighters, but you also had that global ult. I mean, maybe it would have been a little bit better to have Florin here in there to kind of have that bloom, but you've already talked about how much you don't really like Powerless on some of those non-micro intensive heroes. But guys, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna find out here if Knights of Fate have learned their lesson, or if Avalon will prevail in that third place. This is game 3. The winner here gonna be going against a BTK in the next series.
I like Powerless and Kufra, Shao, etc. Like I mentioned. I also like Fallen more on Assassins, and for now he's been playing pretty much onto tanks in the jungle. He wants his Daxia. I do understand the pick though. I'm not saying it doesn't make sense. I just like when Fallen brings him some of his amazing micro, but he's a very versatile jungler. Definitely one of the best I've seen in an ACT. I'm liking it. I want to see what Basic does with the Claude. It's been a bit up and down. Same thing. Claude has been around for such a long time in pro games that everyone knows how to play around it. So it's never very surprising to me or to the players against it. And Demon switching a lot on that pick from Kedita to Eve. Such a big difference.
Yeah, we did see in those emblems. Basic did pick up tenacity, does want just a little bit more so that survivability is going to help him out when it comes to a lot of these ganks coming in, and the possibility of kind of Powerless as Kufra finding those pickoffs. Regrets went the way of the Weapon Master, wanting to get those items. When he does get those items, they're going to give him just a little bit more of a kick. We do see Fallen does land a stun onto Powerless. He's going to go ahead and use that bouncy ball to get away.
I got to move my camera.
By the way, we didn't really mention it, but Borg is obviously on Kai in the jungle. Mikasa is not going to be the one playing Borg, but we can expect the same level of impact. It's even more because Borg gets involved much more.
Yeah, they're really relying on Leslie, but you got to say that
that's the thing between picks.
Zero mid
in the jungle
with an Esmeralda
being involved more often in the early mid game in the jungle.
I think the Esmeralda might be the wildest pick I've ever seen.
And also
yeah, we do see a good positioning. Toinks does use that Brave Spider. Kai able to pick up the first turtle there, but Toinks makes him pay for it. I want to say that was stolen. And Powerless goes down. That's 2 for none right now. And Mikasa almost on his way out as well. So they get the first turtle, but lose 2 in the process.
I'm very curious how Kai got the retribution, because it was at what, 500 HP, and I felt like Fallen was much closer to getting that turtle, and somehow Kai, who was getting CC'd and slowed
Esmeralda
and stunned,
mid, I feel like is going to be
from afar. So good job from KOF, but in the end, 2 kills for Avalon.
Like I feel like that might be the downfall here. Like what in the world?
And,
yeah, definitely offsets.
I guess I could see it kind of against the Yi,
just
but
narrowly in Avalon.
is it gonna
I mean, it's
really
even. You see
give
Basic
you
come
what you
in.
need?
Oh,
Powerless
misses with the set, and they're not able to capitalize
Oh!
on it.
Wow.
You see that ultimate
But
sniper come out. It's not going to be enough
not
to
able to,
finish
like-
off Basic. Just a little bit.
I don't think the communication
outplay
that was there.
Powerless missing that setup.
I don't know if you saw the 5 minions attacking Leslie, kind of pressuring Regrets not to spend too much time trying to kill Basic. Otherwise, the minion wave would just literally get rid of Leslie here. Avalon and Demon clearing way.
Leslie going
really
straight
fast.
damage
Zero
though.
though.
Yeah.
It says me, huh? Zero has been focusing. Zero has been focusing on only countering Demon. Every time he waits for Demon to pick and then he picks something that would be a nightmare for Demon.
Oh,
That's what he does.
Mikasa! Oh, I got him though. The retreat.
Who dove into the tower.
Oh, can he get out? I don't think he can get out.
Is he gonna be able to
he got out.
Look at the zigzag.
He got out.
He's got his dancing shoes on, and the rest of Knights of Fate trying to make Fallen pay for this gank.
Like I was saying, man, what do you think about? As we see in the top.
Yeah, we do see that
wild
nice
charge.
little Basic trying to come in there, put on some damage, but it is countered by the Knights of Fate. Great job by Powerless there, doing a good job of pressuring this gold lane. But we have the next turtle up, and it looks like Knights of Fate trying to get in a good position for it.
Look at Zero just bullying Demon, chasing him through the 4 players. Is gonna go down, I think. No, is he gonna survive?
Manipulation.
That would be amazing.
He's gonna be able to get out of it, even without real world manipulation.
Powerless.
And they are doing a great job of zoning out the rest of Avalon here. I
in the way.
misspoke a little bit earlier when I said this final composition might need a healer, and we do see that Powerless gets taken out. But I mean, overall, a good value for getting that that's the next turtle.
Zero definitely on this series has something to prove versus Demon. I'm liking this little rivalry between the 2 players, and honestly, that was a very calculated move in the end. He wasn't
I feel like I look a lot younger
no,
than what I actually am.
Just pushed and peeled properly.
Oh, a nice little blazing duet from Basic there is going to clear out the minions and put the pressure on Regrets here to come and try to finish off these minions as they're ticking away at the tower.
We'll see if this Grok shine late game or not. You know how I feel of Groks. It's been a tough pick to pull, and I want to see Arvel doing some amazing sets because Powerless is starting. He's warming up. He's 0-2-0. To be fair, he's tried. It didn't work, but I think as soon as he hit one, a bit of confidence, and then he's gonna have much better.
The real world manipulation on this Zero.
Another real world manipulation is gonna go ahead and punish the Zero for that. I want to say that confidence he's been showing in the mid. And meanwhile, I mean, you talked a little bit about Arvel. If there's anybody who's great on these setting type, and actually, we do have a concealed play. As I said that, a big set lands after Regrets. He's gonna go ahead and use that flicker, but it's not going to be enough. He gets bursted down by Basic with that blazing duet. He's going to go onto the back line and finish off these minions.
Avalon decided Regrets will go down. They sent everyone.
Ooh.
Basic!
Basic! Powerless able to find the kill. Great job by Powerless and Kai to go ahead and score. Oh, we do have a Tyrant's Rage onto Arvel.
This is like by far one of the best series we've seen, bro.
I thought he would miss Basic, but no, he went for it. He got the kill. That's not really the best case scenario. If your roamer is getting the kill, then the goal is not really. But it's important to get rid of the goal laner. It doesn't matter. Secure the kill. Kill, secure. No KS. Kill, secure. All right.
I want to say this is just such a great job right now. The Zero's doing. Demon gets caught and bursted down. Mikasa takes the kill for that. Turtle is up right now as the rest of Knights of Fate going ahead and created some distance, except for Mikasa, who's just kind of
like, I was in there.
Tower range. But Knights of Fate with a great positioning on this next turtle, pulled all the way to their side. You see into the back line. Zero lands onto Basic, trying to put the damage. Is it going to be enough? He does find a kill onto it.
Zero's going to pay for it though.
To take the next turtle. But Toinks in a bad way. You can see the rest of Knights of Fate coming in. Last Insanity onto Toinks, and he gets burned down by Kai.
Man, KOF is playing so good around turtles. I was mentioning Fallen being very good around the Lord, but KOF this game with that Borg jungle securing every turtle in this game. And the rest of KOF buying time, zoning Avalon. Not just
there's three games today.
That Kai does a wonder with his retribution.
The next 2 games are best out of 5.
Actively pushing away Basic at the best timings.
Oh, Powerless waiting for the opportunity, just not long enough to go ahead and catch. They do go on to Fallen, who activates that Tortoise Puissance and is going to go ahead and hightail it out of there. Arvel is getting chased down, but that's a tanky boy, and you're not going to be catching him anytime soon.
I think I threw a curse on the Claude pick. It's looking really bad for Avalon. And Regrets is playing with a lot of room.
The wall charge!
Dang, as you say that, he gets a big pop-up there, but another set up by Arvel is going to go ahead and protect him. Basic trying to come in there, is going to use that BMI to get himself out on the back line. Fallen looking for an opportunity. No worse for wear. No team takes a death there, so great job by both to counter that gank there.
Yep, that was good, but it's still 2-2. It's still 50-50, a bit of lead for NEXTForU. I'm a bit more concerned because of for Avalon, because KOF is really managing those objectives pretty well. But Avalon, he can still do some wonder with the Grok. They got the flicker. Avalon doesn't have his ultimate, so he's not ready to go in yet. They need to zone Leslie to get the tier 1.
Just give it up, give it up, give it up, give it up, give it up. There you go.
Kai coming in a bit too late. Second time he's rotating to help out, but too late. So Avalon,
maybe. I thought they were going to go in on that.
They go ahead and use that last insanity. I feel like that kind of means that we're not going to have it for the next, or we have to be a little bit more patient there for this next team fight to wait until that ultimate is back up. We do see that immortality getting picked up for Kai there. Toink's going to go ahead and use that bravest fighter to get himself back to safety.
Yeah, that's
the momentum for Zero's bullying
on
Eve is kind of switching up a bit.
That's a Private's problem.
Impactful as he was in the first few minutes. I want to see if Esme is gonna fall down from now on. Or
that's not me. That's me. That's production side.
Pick targets off because it's hard for Esmeralda in this kind of draft. I feel like it's still complicated, especially when you hit that late game. Everyone is super sustainable.
Autumn Leaf.
We can see down at the bottom a great job by Basic there, going ahead and pushing on the tower, creating that pressure. And now we have the Lord fight here. You see Arvel in the fray of things between 3 members. Regrets coming in here. Here comes the last insanity. Kai gets the Lord kill, and now NEXTForU on the chase. Arvel trying to put a wall to put some separation between him and the NEXTForU. We do have a concealed. Toink's in a bad way. Is he going to be able to get away? Mikasa trying to put on the damage, trading aggro up at the top. Kai able to fight the finishing touches. He still has that immortality. Demon activates it. I think Kai actually might be able to get away here.
Caster curse. I curse Fallen, talking about how good he was on Retribution last game, and now he's not hitting any spots. But it's tough. It's Borg, guys. Keep that in mind. Borg is amazing at securing Turtles and Lord just because of his damage output. The ultimate plus the Retribution is impossible to counter. It's like 6,000 damage in the same second. So it's really unlikely to steal it from Borg. You have to zone him out if you want to secure anything. Yes, Basic is doing good on the
bottom lane, bro. This is like nail biting, chat.
Too late. I think they are taking a bit too much room right now. He still have all his towers on his lane. At least he can comfort himself with this.
Yeah, I mean, they get a good value out of this first Lord here. 2 towers so far, possibly a third one down at a bottom, as they still haven't cleared out that lane. I want to say NEXTForU in a good position here right now. Just about a 3K gold lead for them.
I gotta say, man, Borg, permapick. Permapick or ban. Every game. Doesn't matter. He's just so impactful every time he's played by KOF. So I hope they just notice this. Just prioritize it. Don't let it be banned. If it's not banned early on, just pick it straight up.
Oh my god. Oh, they didn't go in for
pop
it.
Up there on the Fallen, but that's a tanky boy in the name of that Boxia. Mikasa does get trapped on the bad side of a wall, is going to go ahead and leap over it. NEXTForU no worse for wear with that. Even actually, you're going to go ahead and land.
He's dead.
A bit of a predicament here.
No, they didn't go for it again.
They're not. They kind of think twice about it. Maybe this is like kind of that PTSD from last game where they were starting to try to force fights and paying for it.
But the thing that's going for them is Regrets playing Leslie. You cannot build Wind of Nature versus Leslie. It does not work. Just for people to remember, true damage, you don't get to ignore true damage with Wind of Nature. It's only physical damage. So if you're building on Claude Wind of Nature, it doesn't work. So obviously, Basic has to be very wary of how he engages, because Regrets, when he hits that power spike, can hurt Claude a lot. But still, it's a tough game for Basic. I'm not sure who he can focus in. NEXTForU frontline is really scary, really hard to handle, and for now, Demon is not really finding the right angles with his Eve, playing a bit more passive.
I do want to say that even though Basic has been kind of not having the greatest game, the optimal game that you'd want for a marksman, he is doing a great job of kind of rotating and getting these towers
I don't want to get
alone.
food, but don't want my car to get flooded.
Just basically pushing these towers while we're at objectives, while we're kind of rotating a little slower on the side of Knights of Fate, and they are really getting punished for it. And that could be what draws this game when we come into the late game.
Well, he has to, and it's the only thing he can do.
You think
really.
late game Avalon? I don't think they have any late
game.
game. They have really good defensive security,
even if he's there.
Defending.
That's the problem. I feel like Leslie in this particular
setup, kind of really far.
So much, it's gonna work better. And especially
what a dodge!
Yeah. Speaking of Powerless, looking for a pick there. That BMI from Basic.
I like Avalon's positioning here, man. Oof, that's scary.
Yeah, they don't know it yet either. Oh, Mikasa, great job. Going to go ahead and check that. Spots him out. Now they're still kind of slow playing this Lord here. It's like they heard you.
And A team remembering they need to check bushes before doing the Lord, huh?
Yeah. They go ahead and slow play it. You can see the rest of the Avalon here going ahead trying to zone out the rest of Knights of Fate. It's just at about half health here. The Lord getting a little frustrated here. It's like, kill me or go away. He's still swinging at the Knights of Fate, who are looking for a team fight here. We do see that Regrets goes ahead and use that ultimate sniper. That means that everybody else is probably going to be pointed out on the map.
Look at
so
Kai,
now we're going to be looking
Kai.
from Avalon. Yeah, Kai comes in. He has that last insanity. It's not going to be enough to take down Arvel. And Fallen leaps in against 4 players. Is this the path? He comes in with that Poison's trying to get the regen.
Oh,
Regrets! Points comes in onto Regrets.
He misses.
Trying to throw his dancing shoes on to get away. Neither team has taken a death right now. You can see Toix gets taken down by Regrets. Kai starting to focus on this Lord. It is now a 6-9 game in favor of the Knights, and now it looks like they're going to have an uncontested Lord. Fallen trying to get some vision. He's being staved off by Mikasa.
Wow, the call of pushing bot lane and forcing Kai onto Arvel, it was kind of weird because I felt like it's not gonna work, but that was the perfect call. Look, they engage with Kai, they force him to ultimate onto Grok, which seems like, okay, doesn't achieve much, but no, it's just to buy time and act like we are overcommitting, we are doing mistakes, we're going forward when we shouldn't, and we are spending too much utility, which forces Avalon to go forward and be more careless about their side lane, and pushes Zero to get that inhibitor bot lane, opens up a rotation to defend from Avalon because they think that he's gonna finish the game, and they secure the Lord.
Look at that damage against Arvel,
from
bro.
I love that play.
Oh, he missed!
I love how you say easy peasy,
oh, no.
There's a lot of complication that went into that.
But
You just explained they get onto Basic. Lord starting to come in through the bottom lane. You can see Fallen trying to put on the damage. Regrets in a lot of trouble, trying to get himself to safety. He is gonna get taken out by Fallen, but you have a Lord crashing at your core right now. You can see Toinks getting bursted down. Mikasa trying to put on the damage.
Their damage dealers.
Nice wall.
Dude, if Regrets would have lived.
This is going to be another tower at mid right now for the side of Knights of Fate. They need to be a little bit careful. Demon on that, puts on the damage, is going to activate that immortality from Kai.
Oh,
Zero comes in.
Here comes Zero! Oh my God!
Arvel. Demon goes down. Second is Arvel. We have 3 members here.
They don't have damage, though.
Now he has Basic up. They need to get out of here. Basic
they don't have
looking for an ultimate
marksman.
if he's going to be able to find it. He is going to try to clear out these minions. Powerless goes wide with that pop-up. He might not be long.
What?
Oh, Basic goes down. It's just Fallen. We have the core down to 25%. We are working on a death game, isn't it? That is it. The Knights of Fate have defeated Avalon and are moving on to the next series.
Basic face checking like alone twice in a row. I mean, the last time, okay, he's trying to defend the core, but the first time he get picked off on the inhibitor. What's going on, Basic? Why are you face checking like this? Not having any vision on Powerless. That was... I don't understand. Building up so much pressure on the sides, farming, getting those towers, all to in the end being alone in the front, getting picked by Powerless outside of the base. What is going on, man?
Oh, but man, let's focus on the Knights of Fate here, who played an incredible game. Not to take away from Avalon, but man, this is what I've been talking about for a long time. When it comes to the Knights of Fate, they have the most room to grow, and you've been seeing it here in a lot of these plays. But let's take a look at these post-game stats, Janik.
I'm loving those board plays, man. I'm really loving how Kai is securing all those objectives. He's doing good 3-6. regrets not really having the game of his life, but NEXTForU so good with those fighters. It feels like they don't need anything else. They just need fighters. Just pick 5 fighters. Let's go, you know? Or keep Kufra having, Porus having Kufra. That was great as well. Really finding those picks at the key moments. And it just works in their favor, man. Like 0 on 7-3-2. Kind of had some doubts about Esme being useful late game, but the sustain, NEXTForU, sustain, and regrets with his pull Leslie on 1-2-2. It's kind of unfair. I feel like he did his poking job, you know, but probably not at the right moments. It's just fighters all the way. And Claude and the marksmen are completely outshined by everyone else in the game.
Yeah, you were talking about Zero. You can see him actually coming in at the end here. Going to come in that falling star moon to start cleaning up shop. Actually starts chunking down Arville as well. He has been a great. We were talking about how well he counters the mid lane, and he is basically that hammer, or you know, he's that nail, and the hammer is his team as they just start forcing through with the success of Zero. He did an amazing job here, especially here at that last play to go ahead and get KnightsofFate that win. I mean, it was back and forth here, but man, I do want to say, especially before we talked about it too, Zero with that split pushing during the Lord fight that happened before this push. It's just an amazing to see here for both of these teams. We can go ahead, take a look at some of the stats here for both of these teams.
We got Fallen, the tank, the sandbag of the team here. We got Regrets. He did some good damage, almost the highest, but yes, Zero was just very surprising. Demon had a good game, but I still feel like they are changing things too much between those two games where they work really well with that Darius Black Adita combo. And here Demon's going on to Eve, Arvel is going on to Grok, and I was like, I'm confused, right? If you saw me during the draft, we were talking, but my face was like, what is happening? Why is Avalon switching things? First pick Claude into Grok, Eve. What is going on? And in the end, it just didn't work at all. And you know, even if we mentioned the fact that Basic would at some point join the team fight and probably impact the team fight, it didn't really work because at the end there wasn't really a team fight, right? It was more like outnumbered fight, and we know how it ends. But good stuff from KnightsofFate. Zero, amazing series. Powerless is playing Kufra. What to say? He's always good.
Yeah,
you know.
Yeah, this is from that first game when we had Powerless on that Franco. The amazing hooks that he was able to land there. And Avalon, I mean, I want to say them not respecting the hooking power. You see another hook there, lands onto Toys, the second one of that engagement, and that was basically telling the story of that first game and how well they were able to perform.
What
I was talking
in
about
the
this
world,
before.
chat?
I want to say Powerless has been that big point that they needed to kind of get together for a lot of these. This was that second game that Avalon was successful in. They had a little bit of problems when it came to forcing the engagements there. You saw that they had Zero go up, get caught, and that kind of sufficed that push for Avalon to go in here. Here is that last game there. Zero, who was having just a game of his life and coming in there and putting on the damage to help kind of clean up the rest of Avalon and secure this next core for the side of KnightsofFate. Just an all-around, a great example of the growth and adjustments that the KnightsofFate went through.
What a game,
and we're successful here with.
All I have to say, man, Powerless the kidnapper. That's all I have to say. Honestly, you give him Faramis, he cannot. But if you give him any kidnapper hero, no problem. He's getting everyone. And you try to go away, no, he kills one when swings again. Everyone come here. Good stuff from Powerless. Good stuff from KOF. What an amazing result, huh? Surprise. We talked about surprise potentially today.
Yeah, I mean, we were both wrong, and I have never been so excited and so happy to be wrong about a pick.
You just had an
I loved the team and hated them at the same time so much.
Well,
how bad
as far as in your eyes, as far as Powerless is concerned, Kufra, yes. Franco, yes. Faramis,
what up?
Maybe not right now. But
just had an earthquake?
Let's go ahead and take it to our lovely host.
Wow.
If it goes on break, I am gonna mute the sound, by the way, chat.
This weekend, and they took a loss in the second game, but learned from their mistakes. A well-deserved
I might actually
win.
try putting my own music on it, but I don't want like too many different sounds, like
for
blowing stuff out, you know?
Is the
you know what I mean?
Zero.
Oh, 0. Okay.
The next game's being set up right now, chat.
I have
I've been working on the teams right now.
In the mid lane. He did show
Knights of Fates, of course, already all ready. Like, they're already in the lobby. They're on standby. We're getting BTK in there right now.
That mid lane and create the opportunities for
they'll be in there momentarily. I think about 10 minutes ish, maybe a little less.
The whole time, every time he would pick something, he would counter it, and every team fight, he would aim at Demon, canceling his ability to really feel confident in his ability to go forward and help the team. And probably that's what put Demon in kind of the rabbit hole where he's like not having the confidence of getting that back lane, or just not having the room to work with because he can't, just because he's always getting focused, always getting countered. And it gives me this kind of, how to say that, this new dimension of seeing my mid lane. I can maybe just focus on the enemy mid lane and forget about playing a synergy with my team, but just focusing on the enemy mid lane. That's it. Usually that's not what I like to do in drafts, but maybe that's a good way to do it.
You're terrified?
Well, I mean, we saw it. It wasn't
You're
just
not gonna
the
die,
pressure
fella.
that was in mid lane. You were saying Basic was having problems to the point where
We'll
the only
be okay.
thing he
Just
was
hold
even
on to a
able to do was to
pole
start
or
split pushing and
get in a
taking towers.
bathtub.
Eventually, they kind of distanced themselves from that, tried to get Basic into a fight, and then Zero went ahead and switched things up. Then he started split
I actually
pushing.
don't know if a
It's
bathtub
just
will help
amazing
you.
how quick they were thinking on their feet for this to go ahead and
Stay
change
safe.
up some plans and even use their enemies' tactics against them when it suited during these matches.
Yes, I love how versatile Zero can be and how the teams did so well. Like, it was amazing to watch. But we are going to go on a quick break. You don't want to miss the Knights of Fate versus BTK after this, as the winner will be going against the Ohio Brothers in the final battle in Stage 2. So be sure to stick around.
See you soon, guys.
Mute it. All right, let me throw on my own music here. I actually don't know if I have I'm gonna just keep it full screen here. I'm gonna actually take another page and move it over. See if I can get my own music in here. Nice. Da 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 da. Woo! Instrumental. Let's get some genres. Let's do mainstream. Beats. How loud is that? That's not too bad. Not too bad. Okay. I like it. I like it. I like where it's at. Chat though. KOF, dude. Sheesh. This is the time to get your drinks, refill some stuff. I think I'm gonna get some workout reps in real quick while we're while we're doing stuff. Time for you guys to gamble in the chat. Elevator type music? That is kind of, ain't it? Yo, if KOF beats TOB, the world is gonna the world is flipped upside down, chat. Crazy. Stella's interview's not until next time. Stella's getting interviewed when we come back in the NACT. She's not getting interviewed this time. She's not being interviewed this time, chat. I'm gonna whip out my got my yoga mat, chat. You know what it be? Be safe out there, Stella. Hopefully you keep power. Make sure you have all your devices charged. What is this? The music changed from elevator to fucking... I should have stayed with the penguins. Make sure you have everything charged. Keep a flashlight near you. I know your cell phone's technically a flashlight, but be safe, be safe. If you can escape, run! Run for the hills! Sheesh. Hold on, chat. I'm gonna go get some water, refill my water. You guys get some snacks, refill your water, take a bathroom break. We got 4 minutes. The players, all of BTK's in there, so once the timer's up, everything will be good to go. So production will end up proceeding, and we'll be going on to the next game here soon. Yo, was the cat casting? I'm trying to stay on standby because, like, if I might have to, like, jump in and be the control the camera, chat. So He won with the penguins. Sheesh, KOF chat. KOF. You want BTK to win? So I'm not managing BTK, though I do love BTK, and I MLBBNA fan, Joybaj fan. It's gonna be crazy to see them.
Welcome back, Mobile Legend fans. I just want to put a PSA out there. Because of the irresistible and unpredictable impact of Hurricane Hillary, we are allowing mid-series roster adjustments within the teams. So this is only effective for today and applies to all teams participating. The storm is really taking a toll on our players. Also, just remind you guys to congratulate BTK on going to the IESF.
Oh, here's going to it.
Members will be flying
ISO
to
Warrior,
Romania
Best Player,
in a
One
few
Chicken, and Yato
days.
are going to support
Our
BTK.
EXP will be White Chicken, Jungle Best Player, our mid will be Yato, our roam will be Warrior, and gold lane is ISO. Let us wish our North America team luck and safe travels. And now, let us go check our Talents Fantasy Esports and how is it going?
Well, good luck to everyone in the West Coast. My prayers are for you guys, and let's have a look.
Everybody's taking two losses now, chat.
I think.
Me too.
Yeah, I will stick to BTK. I'm sorry if I'm still doubting KUF. Maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like if I know I switch, no, I will be wrong again. So I'll stick. Let's be wrong.
UA has 3 wins,
if
bro.
There was ever
3.
a time that I would enjoy being super wrong on something, it would be this. I would love to see an underdog. Well, I don't even know if we can call them an underdog team anymore. I think they've kind of established them as a premier
fighting
team
off
right
an
now
earthquake.
in
Hey,
North
Stella,
America.
that
We're going to see how this performance
you're
stacks
a goddess
up
at this
against
point.
the original flag bearers.
From what I heard, from what people were saying, this is just from what I've heard from people. Like, I don't actually know, but I've heard that like MLBBNA was like punished or banned or something. He has some type of punishment, and he can't go to IESF.
Even newer something, I don't know. Just stick to what they do well and see if it works against BTK this time.
I don't know, but that last series already has me feeling like a Southern Baptist preacher out here sweating away. There was such a close game.
Do I like
contested.
Mara
I mean,
or
just so much
Turna?
excitement here.
Who will win for you?
BTK just has a standard that they've been.
I mean, I like both
throughout
Mara
a lot of
and
these
Turna.
matches. The micro,
they're so
the
far
macro
away though.
from
I don't know if
Zane,
I could actually like.
Only the Ohio brothers have been able to find a match for thus far.
You know what I mean?
And so it's gonna. If anybody,
I say the same thing because I like Elodia
when
too.
it comes
so.
to like. The thing interesting for me, Knights of Fate, there's a lot of teams who have been outside the box with their picks. A lot of times in North America, it's because those are heroes that they're just comfortable on, and they're just going to force that hero out there. From the Knights of Fate, I've seen something different. It's something that they just have this
Xena's
knowledge
distracting
in the hero pool, and they're going to be able to kind of exert that. Is that going to be enough to take on BTK? We're going to see.
We'll see. They have been playing well together. Sorry.
You guys are wild.
No, that's fine. They have been doing amazing, and I do wish to see that an upset might be happening. I want to see this battle, but let us jump in. And now the battle between BTK versus Knights of Fate. Let's get into that draft.
Ooh, man, I know that
we're already in it.
Few weeks, Zane. I mean, it's always when you're at the top for so long, you're gonna take a lot of critiques. A lot of people kind of dance around this topic that Zane is he's focused so much on these tank heroes. Like, do you like what's for you is the pluses and minus of tanky junglers, especially when it comes
I don't know
to
why you
versing a lot
got
of these
punished. I don't know.
that we've been seeing lead.
So there's a lot of things to it. I'll try to make it concise.
Don't be robbing Xena's
plushies
plushies
of your tank jungler compared to an assassin, for example. I would say your positioning in team fight is going to be different. Assassins will come from the flanks. Tank junglers will be much more in the front, peeling for their backline. Tanks are more playing around, protecting the backline and helping out the roamer, for example. and protecting the mid. Assassins are more like hunters, duelists that are playing on the flanks and trying to get the enemy backlane by themselves. They don't really rely too much on the roamer, or not as much as other junglers. And assassins are also much more pushed toward the side lane, pushing that side lane if things go wrong and if we don't manage to get the team fight. Let's pressure that side lane. And if you're playing Fanny, Ling, Hayabusa, you can do it really easily. Even Benedetta, you rotate really quick. You can push those lanes late game.
I'm gonna hit some sets while we wait on this draft.
Until the fight is better, you know, until the positioning is better. You can really create space with it. So it's you know, there's inconvenience and advantages in both ways. But I think at the end of the day, what matters is the skill cap of the hero you're playing, and that's what pays off. When you're taking a risk, playing an assassin, the skill cap is so high, the ceiling is so high. When a guy like Kyrie, for example, in Indonesia, can change things around and really dominate. So that's something, that's food for thought, you know, that's what I would say. Going back to this draft. All right, so we see Uranus, we see Kaja, Franco, and on the other side, we see Freya and Angela.
I love it, and that's something that I love about the Knights of Fate right now is they're enforcing something. They're basically changing up a game plan that they recognize. They know that they're lethal at a certain area, so they're forcing out these bans from the Bloodthirsty Kings. Some bans that you don't see any other teams getting. The Angela, the Freya. Now, I think Xborg though might kind of have some staying power when it comes to like those immediate picker bans in North America.
But there's one difference. Since last game, Avalon was only banning Angela because they understood the Freya duo is only working if they have Angela. So they didn't spend a ban on Freya. I think BTK could have saved the ban and just banned the Angela and banned something else. I think that because they didn't pick Freya even though it was open. We see the Borg being banned. That I like that, of course. It's been working really well for KOF. And we see the Kufra for Powerless. They are drafting well. You said it, right? You said they are drafting well. They're handling their picks perfectly. I'm loving how they execute those picks as well. They're really within their space, within their comfort zone, and they just played well. We'll see if it works against BTK, the most experienced team, especially with Zane on the calls, on the jungle, on the center of the map all the time, leading the team. But we'll see how he performs today. See Grok by BTK. Okay, didn't work that well till now.
I was about to say, I know how much in love you are with the Grok pick. We're gonna see if anybody can go ahead and play it well, find those sets. It's gonna be the Bloodthirsty Kings on it. I mean, there is still a place where, especially when it comes to mixing in that wild charge with the flicker, there's opportunities to be had there. The setting potential is there, especially maybe if you're warming up these potential sets by Kufra. He comes in, if you already have that first ability activated by Grok, it's going to make you immune to the CC as he comes in, and then possibly you have the opportunity to counter with a wild charge, upset the Kufra before he's able to get that ult out, and maybe be able to burst him down or have your teammate.
He got his Wi-Fi back.
Very interesting to see how the micro is handled for that.
Is my memory right? It was Powerless and Kufra versus Grok, right? Avalon Grok. That was that game.
Yes.
Where the Grok was. We'll see. Okay. well, you know,
I'm throwing some stuff out there, maybe.
I don't know. Yeah. We'll see. It's BTK. Obviously, it's BTK. Joyboy is an amazing.
Yeah, I heard you.
We'll see. And yeah, we see Claude and Baxia again. That Baxia peak coming in here. There's no Borg, so we go onto the Baxia. I think they're expecting maybe some I don't know, some Leslie or some really high burst marksman that can inflict a lot of damage in a short period of time, and Baxia is really good against those picks, usually to delay the impact of the marksman. So they're also anti-regen, very mobile, high speed of ganks. A lot of things for.
Why is Chicken not playing?
Very interesting.
He's just not playing. I guess.
Go ahead and pick up the Valentina and again delegating the bans there. It's interesting to just see some of these bans. If somebody just started tuning in right now, came in here like, what's going on in North America that we see the Angela, the Freya, and the Harley ban up here for the Bloodthirsty Kings? But man, that's just research. They understand their opponents. They understand where they're very strong here, and are going to go ahead try to give a zero, maybe iron him into when for his position on what he can pick.
And ACT being a tournament with a lot of new teams coming in from qualifiers, you can understand that they will specialize in some picks. So it's very important to target ban those teams rather than banning broad, because they don't have 60 picks. They don't have 60 picks, okay? They're playing a few that work really well. They really capitalize on this. They are not a tier 1 team in the world. Not all of them. Some of them are, of course, as you guys know. They have been succeeding well in M series, but still have to target man. I'm a bit scared of the Valentina on Yato because I remember him being extremely good with Valentina, sorry. And we see the Kadita Harley ban, so want to see what Zero is gonna come up with this time. He got the MVP on the last series for a reason because he's been playing incredibly well. Can he counter Yato on this series? This best of 5. It's not a best of 3. So we got much more room to work with and to do mistakes, to try things. What do you think he's gonna be playing here against Valentina? It's been surprising.
Next NACT?
Yeah, that. It's almost the hardest thing. They're to go, what will Zero play? He has these random picks. I think that the other comfort pick we've seen him in mid lane is that Harith he's kind of come out with. But I mean, I feel like Valentina's going to be able to get away from that pretty easily, especially when he uses that.
This is the first time I think I've ever seen BTK leave Fanny
I feel like that's off the table. But it's just he's so flexible. I dare not even try to throw a pick out there because I know he's got such a wide array of different
Xavier.
heroes.
I feel like maybe Xavier because it has a lot of range versus the Valentina, so it's pretty hard for Yato to bully Xavier. It's not as impressive as Zero on Kadita or on Esme or Harley because those are all picks that go really forward and really deep into the enemy line. But it's good to get late game, and since the recent buff of Xavier,
go Harley.
he actually does a lot of damage early game. That first spell really hits hard, like 450 damage, level 1, it's incredibly hard to handle. But same thing, you have Claude, you have Xavier, it's a strong backline, but very late. We see BTK going for the Beatrix. I wish this was played a bit more last series, because I think Beatrix is a pick you can pull all the time. Most popular pick
this is top
right
3,
now.
yes.
And they removed Terizla, didn't mention that. But yep, no Terizla this game, sadly. Won't be seeing some nice... Huh?
Interesting too, because T is going to be sitting in here. He's actually sat out the last few games from BTK when it comes to the NACT. So it's good to see him back here now, but that's going to be kind of a question mark when it comes, and there's the Hera, a question mark for when it comes to the XP lane and what we have the potential to be seeing there. It does look like he's going to be facing potentially a Paquito for the Knights of Fate.
So Beatrix doesn't like Harith, so that's the thing where I'm like, late game Zero is gonna have some good impact because he's gonna be able to push Beatrix playing safer, playing a bit more back. Having to get rid of Harith before really committing to the fight is going to be the priority of ISO. So I like this. I just feel like he's not gonna be as dominating as he was on the mid. Maybe he's gonna make me lie again, and maybe we'll see. Paquito is a pick I wanted Zane to play for a long time, right? I know he's probably not going to listen to it, but yeah, I still want to see some new picks from Zane. Do they need to do it right now? I don't think so. It's not the right moment to try things. I think BTK is still on top. They still have their code to be broken by other teams than TOB in NACT. So BTK has to be playing conservative. That's what they are doing. And Knights of Fate is trying new things again. Paquito, we'll see. The Claude?
Yeah.
Claude versus Grok? Who's gonna win?
Yeah, this is going to be very interesting too. There's a very tanky and buff front line for the side of BloodThirstyKings. It's going to allow a lot of space, a lot of time for ISO to be able to kind of take off on that Beatrix. I'm wondering, because what did the Knights of Fate are they going to be able to do here to kind of burst through that line?
By the way, Esmeralda being picked by BTK versus the Harith, so it's gonna be double tough for Zero, especially in the team fights. I feel like he's gonna be having a hard time. Baxia versus Fredrin on jungle though. Kai versus Moba Zane in his BO5. Lower bracket final, guys. Okay, so not yet the long-awaited grand final of the stage 2. That will be between TOB and the winner of this BO5. But we have a lot of time, guys. It's just the start of the day.
Second place, technically.
Don't worry, take some popcorn and
whoever loses here gets third
some
place.
BTK versus KOF.
Yeah, I'm super excited. I want to see if the Knights of Fate have enough in their tank to take down, like I said, the original flag bearers in North America, the BloodThirstyKings. Let's see if they have enough here. They haven't had much success in the past, in the last stage here. But, I mean, we're in a brand new stage at the finals of the lower bracket.
Yo, Jin, appreciate the subscribe. Welcome to the GTA channel, man.
He's been playing incredibly well throughout the last series. especially with the Borg. It was very impressive, the impact he had. I want to see with a very mechanical pick like Paquito, what he can pull versus T, who is not someone you should mess with on a 1v1. Very high level duelist.
Boba Fred!
As a lot of people forget, X-Planer are actually incredibly mechanical. Huh? I think that's actually an edge that a good X-Planer has over another X-Planer is his duel's capacity. As we see, Mikasa completely zoned out here.
Yeah, absolutely too. I do like that I saw the Knights of Fate really capitalizing with Harith and Aboxia to kind of push away the Grok, who doesn't really start with any kind of magical defense in the early game. So it's very smart plays by them right now.
As we see a little, I like the little rotation on the top. Zane is pushing that XP laner, trying to force a kill to get that first turtle free, because they would be one mine down if Mikasa went down. And as he's level 3 battling for his 4, Zane is positioning that turtle. More or less, he's the only one who's going to be contesting it. I feel like Zane should be getting it for free. Maybe?
Rose comes in, big pop-up, able to pick up the turtle. MLBBN in a little bit of trouble, gets taken out by Zero. Great first engagement.
Oh, but what a good response by BTK!
Able to take down Zero, turn the tides, a big pop-up. Lands onto Kai, who's in a bad way, needs to get out of here, powerless. Lands another pop-up, that's going to be the end for Yato. T finds a kill onto Kai
Powerless,
as
though.
Joyboz trying to find an escape.
BTK, the old demon of not checking bushes before finishing objectives. What is going on? You gotta check those bushes. No information given to Zane. Zane thinks he's fine, finishing perfect engage from Powerless, who is gonna deny that retribution every single time he can because he's not checked. And I'm not sure, BTK not zoning properly, not checking everything.
Yeah,
so
he's sitting out.
Vision. Secure all the bushes, especially versus a Kufra, and get that turtle. This is a lot of frustration to start the first game of this BO5, no? What do you think?
Yeah, yes indeed, and it's been a common story for the side of BTK when it comes to kind of protecting Zane for a lot of these engagements. It's something that I want to say that the Knights of Fate have probably studied here and are trying to capitalize on, especially when it comes into those objective fights.
Regrettable, hopefully that changes around and they don't give up that early, but I trust their experience to just bounce back, forget about this, focus on the next fight, guys, focus on proposing more opportunities and just forget about it. It's just the first turtle, it's not a big deal. They still have the lead economically and it's only 2-2, so what else, you know, forget about it, move on, not a big deal.
We're going to see if they have enough. They do have the experience, so if any team can kind of shake off early game, I want to say frustrations, it's going to be BTK. So much experience on there, whether it's live stage or just being able to play under pressurable situations here. We do see a 4-man kind of rotation coming to the bottom here, trying to upset Kai. Joyboz down here is going to go ahead and look for a pick onto Regrets. He definitely knows that he's there, though, so great vision there by the side of Knights of Fate.
As we go into the second turtle, frustration, something that BTK thrives in. They really use that frustration to just come back stronger. KOF, nothing to lose, already ensured the top 3 in the stage 2. So just go for it, you know, give it your all, take a lot of risks.
They already know they got top.
Able to pick up the turtle, just as you were talking about protecting MLBBN during these objectives. Now they are on the hunt. MLBBN goes down to Kai, and the rest of the team now starting to push. You do see a flicker there by Yato, gets taken out by Mikasa, and a great engagement for the side of the Knights of Fate. Open opportunity against BTK.
What is happening? KOF completely changing the face they are showing to the world right now. They are really, really dominating those early.
5-minute mid-turn
so sharp in how they are playing around. And 2 times in a row, building that frustration. BTK, I was talking they thrive into it, but that's too much.
Oh, but they're still going for it.
Kai does get a little pop-up. They're going to go ahead and pay for that turtle. Praise's Wrath comes down. Kai still able to get away. Zero finds a kill with that Zaman Force. And now he's zooming and zooming all around the map right now. Good job. 5-2 right now against the Bloodthirsty Kings.
It's working well for KOF as T is sitting on 2 kills. That's good, but Zane needs to get some comfort, some confidence back and do those objective fights, or you need to play on the sides if you're not trusting those objectives. Help ISO.
As you say that, Zero comes in there with the gank, with the Zaman Force in combination with the blazing duet from the side of Regrets there. They're doing such a great job at the bottom lane right now. Joyboz going to come in, but he's not going to be able to protect the tower. You see that ultimate going to throw him against the wall. Joyboz going to have to execute or use that wild charge to get himself out of danger.
Private, do you see the impact of Kufra compared to Grok, huh? Grok cannot do anything. He can't do anything. I'm telling you, the early game with Grok is so complicated. Yes, you want to hit that sweet spot in the late game where you can do some flicker charge, but you gotta get there first. And sometimes you can't get there, uninjured. 2000 goal difference, big gap on the mid. I don't like losing my tier 1 on the mid first. That's the worst case scenario. It gives so much space to your opponent, so it's a bad
Chicken stepped out this
BTK.
time.
Can they bounce back as T is fighting Mikasa for his life? So, third time a charm, right?
Yeah, we got another turtle here. Kai, this time on there. You do have the wild charge comes out. T able to go ahead and pick up the turtle. So, not Zane, but his team still able to go ahead and capitalize on it. Powerless misses the ultimate there. And you see Regrets coming in there, trying to put the damage on the team with that blazing duet. No worse for wear right now. Knights of Fate on the back foot. Gonna have to find an escape here. Mobazane finds the kill on the Powerless with that
good stack. This is good re-engage.
As the rest of Bloodthirsty Kings smell blood in the water, trying to chase down Mikasa, but he's gonna make it to the tower.
I usually don't like when a team forces, when they lost the objective. KOF did this and it didn't pay off, especially when Zero was pushing on the mid. He didn't want to join that fight.
No, Yato.
Yeah, and this is a mistake that they made in the second series, and now
man,
it's actually kind of turning the page. Bloodthirsty Kings, despite being at a 2-kill deficit, have
why didn't they opt to go for the mid?
The gold.
I really think if Harif rotated on that fight, he would have turned the fight around. I feel like if the call is to chase BTK after losing the turtle, then you have to do it 5 versus 5, not 4 versus 5. That was a bit risky. That threw up completely their advance, and KOF might suffer a comeback from this.
Oh, look at the shield, bro!
In a bad way here. We were just looking at the items there. I want to say a little bit of lead for ISO there, who picked up that BOD wild. Oh, powerless. Another whiffed ultimate. Unfortunate for them and not able to capitalize.
Flickered out. Well played by Yato. Very good reaction time there. KOF, don't lose your composure. You gotta focus on playing together, playing right.
BTK flopped the gold lead right there.
Not trying to be too greedy. Here they did this little swap with Regrets on the top. He's trying to get that first tower there, but he's gonna open himself to face T on a 1v1. It's not really what you want to do as a Claude versus S-made stuff. And T is sitting on 202, so he's well farmed into this game.
Yeah, as you say that, there's about 4 members, actually 5 members, starting to close in on that top lane. Regrets gonna try to find him escape. Blazing Duet comes out to clear out the lane. On the backside, Mikasa and Kai locking on to the rest of BTK. Gonna go ahead and try to zone them out as the first Lord spawns.
He missed his flickering. Powerless again, 3 times in a row, not having the success he is expecting mechanically. Do I feel like some sort of choking from KOF? I'm not sure. It's too early to tell, but for sure I'm surprised by Powerless.
Zero used his ultimate against
find those targets here
against T down there though.
Wake up.
Yeah, he was able to find them in the early game now, and now we do have a nice little pop-up on the Zane, and you do see that ultimate just gets a little bit whipped there. Zane looking to go down. A Powerless gets killed by ISO, and a trade of kills right now. It does look like it's a 2-for-1 as ISO finds another kill on to Regrets. That is 3 down for the Knights of Fate.
Mikasa opted not go into his own tower.
No, actually the Lord went over to the Knights of Fate,
Mikasa,
so they turned it around.
Mikasa make it out.
Good stuff from Zane. Good call, sacrificing himself. Of course he knew he would get picked by Kufra. That's why he's so overextended. Don't think he was out of position. That was the play there, taking the utility out of KOF and having ISO just clearing with his SMG ultimate, just clearing everyone. He got 2 targets for free. KOF kind of getting baited and diving in a trap, a very obvious trap from BTK. KOF falling into this mood where you're gonna fall for everything that BTK gives you because you're surfing on the the excitement of the last game maybe or the early game. Be careful because it backfires really quickly and the game can be lost really quickly. 10 minutes, they still have enough towers to defend. We'll see.
Ooh, Powerless goes on. He does catch 1 person, but there's 3 other members there, and the Appraiser's Wrath combined with ISO is going to be able to do enough damage to put him down. Now 7-10, about a 1k gold lead for Bloodthirsty Kings, but as far as the towers are concerned right now, they are doing an excellent job of enforcing their will on the Knights of Fate.
Only 1k lead, but Beatrix sitting on 5-1-1, so for sure that goal lead is well utilized in terms of split, and it's the goal laner who gets it. It's the best case scenario. ISO really having a good time. Well covered by Joy Boy. Zane is doing good as well, peeling for him. T is always on the back line, pushing everyone out. So BTK playing like BTK basically. a bit of a scare in the early game, but they are really playing good now.
Well, and that's what it takes for those champion level of cools when it comes to their personality. They were able to kind of go ahead and wait out at Fate. We do have an engagement coming in. Powerless looking for it. Comes in. He misses again with that and is not going to be able to find the players there. You see the rest of Knights of Fate paying for it as Powerless comes in, or Powerless gets taken out there by ISO. The rest of Knights of Fate in a bad way, trying to escape. Zero is next on the chopping block, gets taken out, and Yato finds a kill onto Regret. There's only 2 members left for the Knights
having
of
a
Fate.
hard time
A 7-13 goal lead, or a 7-13 kill lead for the Bloodthirsty Kings.
What up, Mr. Miyaki?
This ability of
it's been a long time,
the
brother.
Level and the caliber of BTK of kiting the opponents and trapping them is really playing well for them right now. They are getting that
I'm
first
pretty sure. I
inhibitor.
think
It's
Private
not gonna
Dancer
be
is
a
lagging.
long game, I think. I don't think KOF hacked it yet, you know. They feel like it's the right moment to go in, and then sadly things go wrong, where BTK is expecting Powerless to dive in, always positioned well. I don't think Powerless is necessarily... He's probably playing a bit less.
ISO is 100%
a
carrying.
bit worse than average, I would say, compared to his normal level.
ISO is definitely holding
but
it down
BTK
for
is
BTK
playing
right
backward,
now.
guys. They are waiting. They
So
are
is
trapping
T, though.
Powerless
T's
every
4-0,
single
man.
time, trying to bait him to get out of his bush and then kill him, and then they engage. So what do you want to do? That's how you play against Cupra.
I like that
and
combination of
playing
teamwork,
it right.
man. I think
and I want to
BTK
say
got
that they
this
have
forward
some
with no
great
problem.
spacing when it comes to a lot of these engagements. It feels like they even know and are able to back out from where the flicker would actually be coming in there. Powerless, I do want to say just there is that frustration that comes along with missing it. And I want to say Powerless probably not at 100%. Frustration has to deal a little bit on you. And that's kind of the difference that we've been talking about here between the Bloodthirsty Kings and the Knights of Fate when it comes to a lot of these engagements and being able to wait out a lot of this. Another tower uncontested there for BTK.
I believe KOF needs to sacrifice a bit of space and vision. Just let BTK come in instead of trying to force it like they tried earlier again, going forward and really overcommitting. Just bait them a bit. Do like BTK is doing to you the other way. Just wait for BTK to extend. The problem is when you're playing against a team of this caliber, they don't really overextend for no reason. They do it on the right spot. They do it when they can allow themselves to lose or the fight and push on the other side of the map like they're gonna do here probably.
Yeah, so we do have a Lord coming into the top lane. Bottom lane has minions pushing in, looking for a tower is BTK. Knights of Fate not really going to be able to contest. Powerless showing himself that he thinks twice about it. Maybe a little bit of that PTSD starting to set in. Does not have the opportunity just yet. T issued out a stun from Kai as they start coming in here. Joyboss with a flicker and a wild charge. In comes T with the falling Star Moon. Mobazan comes in trying to issue out a little bit of damage to try to tank so his team can take this tower, but a great job by the Knights of Fate focusing on the minions to stop the pushing power of BTK.
I really believe BTK is surfing with the right timings on engagement, aka getting regrets like they did with Joyboy here, but also waiting for Powerless to have his first spell under cooldown so he cannot dive and re-engage. They are really timing it well to counter Powerless. That's what you have to have in mind against an amazing Kufra player, is the timing of his cooldowns. Waiting the right moments is super important, and getting the information on where he is, what utility he has, and when he's gonna settle or set.
Yeah, and especially when it comes to I mean, this is what I was kind of expecting when it came to actually giving Powerless to Kufra. So I mean, you know that BTK, they had to have done their homework. They know that Powerless likes to use this Kufra. So the fact that they gave it to him means that they had a plan in store there. Maybe not exactly in the early game. That took them a little bit to kind of get that distancing, throw a couple of jabs out there to create that distance, but they're definitely on it right now, and they definitely have Kufra's number for Powerless when it comes to a lot of these engagements. Conceal play coming up here.
We'll see if Zane finds something. He finds Mikasa. No, they're not gonna commit to it. They're gonna wait for the Lord in 15 seconds. Powerless playing Kufra is great. Kufra is very hard to play from behind. You need vision. You need to have this space open to you on the sides so that you can actually come from the sides. If you're playing very forward and backward in this situation, it's just because you're behind in economy. You cannot afford to give that vision for your team, and you cannot afford to get better angles for Kufra to come from the sides, right? If you guys understand, when you're behind in gold, you play more stacked up together to protect each other. Then Kufra is less surprising. because he's always
Kai
expected.
trying to come in.
Kai.
Almost caught it, but ISO able to secure that Lord. Then he gets stunned for his efforts. Joyboy's in a bad way. He's going to get taken out by Mikasa.
Can they get ISO though? Oh my god, GG.
Finds a kill onto Mikasa.
He said, wait, what?
0 now. And Kai, that's a triple for ISO right now. T finds a kill onto Regrets. It's only Powerless left. This could be the last push for BTK. They're going to go ahead and try to clear up these minions. This looks like it is it. BTK with the first win over the Knights of Fate.
A little scared from the start for BTK, but I think they bounced back as you can expect them to bounce back. And Powerless really having a tough time. I feel like this frustration. Like the last fight again, he missed sadly because ISO reacted instantly. He didn't get hit by the first spell. It's tough for Powerless, but you guys need to understand
it's tough. It's because like BTK doesn't, ISO doesn't overextend like that, man. He like knows better.
When you're behind, like
his microplay is just so phenomenal.
To understand the dynamic of the enemy teams, where they are going, what direction they are walking forward, so that you can flank them. If it's just about defending in your base, you are at the center of the enemy's vision, you cannot surprise them. As we can see the post-game stats, what do you think about this?
10, 1, and 5 for ISO. Took him a little bit of time to kind of come online, but when he did, he was finding the beautiful picks there. Like we were talking about Zane, I like that this game I don't
think Claude's good anymore.
He did find a little bit of issues when it came to this Lord, and I want to say that
Claude just is not like that
BTK,
power marksman.
Zane was like, guys, I need help when it comes to these objectives. And I want to say there was at least 2 where ISO actually helped out in getting the objectives. So the entirety of the team now was starting to focus on that. And I do like that them making that shift midway through the game.
Well, you have to give it to Zane. He's always been a team player. You can give him a lot of names and adjectives, but at the end of the day, he knows how to sacrifice himself in the best case scenario. As we see here, Joyboy really setting Powerless, missing on the back, like I was telling you earlier. It's been rough, and Zane just tanking all that damage. Look, he's always super low HP, but at the end of the day, Yato is doing the work. T is 3 damage. ISO is 3 damage with Beatrix late game, full stuff, probably 6 items, no boots. What you want to do if you get SMG rocket launcher from Beatrix at that point in the game? You can't afford it. ISO has to be the first one to go down, otherwise he's gonna do 32% damage like he's doing this game. And probably by far the carry 66k damage is good, but compared to the other one it's much better. Regrets with a 34% damage, but on the losing side sadly. And ISO farming so well because he's not worried on his farming cycle. 855 gold per minute, that's insanely high for a gold laner even, just because he's not worried. And Powerless not being able to find those picks, problems with the timing on the initiations of KOF, trying to rush to closing a game against BTK is not gonna work. You need to be spotless every step of the way, not only the early game. Spotless after when it actually matters.
Skylar, Claude always banned.
I felt like
I do think it all depends on the
player.
To
start nailing
chat,
down
right?
0 on that Hereth as well. When it came to the draft, he was definitely had his counter out there with the Esmeralda. So I mean, what are we gonna do if we are the Knights of Fates trying to take on Bloodthirsty Kings? Besides, I mean, first of all, we're gonna need to have Powerless take a breath. Kind of relax and start over.
He
stole the sandbag title
that were missed in a row, but I feel like that doesn't mean he's a bad Kufra. I just feel like the team itself, the dynamic of the team and how they were approaching fights were just wrong and way too expected from BTK. They just read through everything that the KOF was trying. Be more unexpected, take
please
more
don't
risks,
lose BTK.
but calculated risk, please. Do not take fights that make no sense, being outnumbered, throwing the game around, and don't follow up on a missed set. If the set is missed, sacrifice your tank, run back, and try later. No other choices until the set is right. Rely more on Powerless being the initiation. Don't give the vision.
Oh shit! Really?
Too much in front.
Why'd Chicken step out?
Yeah, it's interesting that you say that because I was wondering like what you do if
Chicken like retiring from pro games.
His set, I feel like there should be something call out. I missed, and then
I feel like all he is at this point is like subs.
Powerless. Take one for the team there, pour one out for the homie, and kind of try to reset on there.
That's
Unfortunately,
crazy. I'm about to do some setups though,
like
chat.
A little bit of that frustration was coming out. There comes a certain point when BTK is just so far ahead, and you have to try to get something because all you're doing doing with a team like BTK, once they start getting their momentum going, there comes a point where you can wait for mistakes, but I mean, a team like BTK isn't really going to be making those mistakes. And if they do, if you're waiting long enough, we saw Bane or MLBBN able to kind of bait out with that Fredrin. Oh, I'm out of position here, to bait out the pop-up there from Powerless and actually put his team in a bad way there. So I mean, it's not an easy job, especially when you're behind against a team like BTK.
It's not hard, it's not easy, sorry. It's really all about getting anything else but Grok and Fredrin. And even though you get
I'm trying to get workouts in, like,
Fredrin
between games.
Grok, if Grok re-engage after Kufra, then you still have a big problem.
Atlas, I'm not trying to play,
your
buddy.
backline. So yeah, you have to
out.
take risks, but yeah, you have to land those skill shots, sadly. And you have to create better space and be more careful with when you're engaging, rather than falling in pretty obvious kites and traps that BTK will give you. So we see again Borg banned again by BTK, even though they are on the first pick. I really believe Borg would be a proper issue for BTK to handle. That's a really clever ban from them. And then we have the Uranus, we have the Kaja. Nothing really different. That's Valentina working really well for Yato, as we were talking. Yeah. They are just very consistent in BTK's gaming house. Huh? They are really consistent with their picks.
Not only that, but this means that there was a successful Grok game here for BTK.
And successful Claude again. Claude hitting that 0% win rate in NACT soon.
Actually, and then to the point that KnightsofFate are actually going to ban out that Grok.
Well, good stuff. Joyboy really playing that well, but it's complicated when one of the roamers is not hitting it and the other one is actually getting all the vision, and it just pushes you towards the enemy backline much more easily. So yeah, it makes sense. BTK probably that first pick, Fredrin, I guess. I'm not sure. It's really a pick that's like so neutral that you have no clue what BTK is gonna pick, and it just gives them all the cards to counter you if they pick Fredrin, because okay, they're gonna pick the Kufra. I think I would have give it to Powerless again. You know? Yeah.
As a little bit of a twisting the knife that we're not afraid of it. Almost adding salt to the wound now that they're gonna go ahead. Joybosh is like, I'm gonna go ahead and show you how to use this Kufra. Exactly. And we're gonna go ahead and
Kai is gonna be like, I gotta show you how to play Fredrin, MLBBN. We'll see. I feel like Kai can like mimic the playstyle of Zayn actually, because on his backside he's taking a lot of risks, he's really going forward and taking one for the team. I just feel like Zayn's picking his moments better, and that's what really makes BTK good, and you just understand when to just kite and when to really commit to the fight. So we'll see if KnightsofFate can do it. Don't be too linear and too predictable, and they get the the Franco. Morales, please redeem yourself, please.
He had great success with the Franco in the first game.
It was amazing.
We're just gonna need to see him, and hopefully he's able to reset from the first game with BTK to kind of, because we were talking about this before. As great as the Franco pick can be, it can also set up your team a little bit if you go ahead and grab the wrong target.
True, especially when they hit a spot like a sustained power spike, if you can call it like this, where you just cannot take them out with all your bursts. And remember, if you're taking the enemy roamer out with a hook and you're kind of picking him off, if you don't kill him, he's gonna use all his utilities in the fight, and then it's completely useless. Remember, focusing a tank that has no utility left is completely useless. You're just hitting a sandbag and you're wasting time basically that you could be spending on the backline. So it's double-edged sword. But I think if early game he managed to get a few picks, it's gonna be nice. The only thing is Valier is pretty good against Franco. You got that ultimate Purify that cancels the hook, and also you just can cancel Franco with a push. Just push him Franco out if he's getting one of your teammates. So Valier is actually pretty good here. And against Fredrin, same thing, is pretty good. The carry is kind of short range marksman. Same thing, Valier is annoying against carry. So BTK just showing their experience in the draft. For now they have some good stuff.
But I do want to say too that Knights of Fate have had some issues when it comes to taking on a Kufra. Their two losses to Avalon
ISO's
initially
on fire, bro.
that dropped them initially to the lower brackets.
Oh, Yato is playing
Arvel's Kufra, and we saw how great he was. And I don't expect anything less from Joybaz on a Kufra, especially when it comes to a lot of those setting potentials. We're going to see if they're able to overcome that here as we move into the second banning phase. Looks like we're going to go ahead, take out that Beatrix, who ISO, man, absolutely devastating on that last game.
I feel like NACT and NA in general, the region, likes to play those flashy roamers rather than trying to get those. This Florin, for example, has been playing quite well recently. Not so much in MP Lindo. I don't think she's been playing too much, but since the buff, she's been quite viable, and I feel like she would be a good pick to pull out rather than focusing too much on those setters. And yeah, and maybe a Diggy, you know, the Diggy from old school roamers that like to play the Diggy versus a lot of stuns and CC, like a Kufra, Lolita, or whatever can stun your team. But yeah, for now, not this game. We got the Kufra, we got the Franco Roam are picked and locked. We got Holly, we got two gold laner being banned by KOF into 1-1 and Beatrix. We'll see what ISO will be playing here.
Yeah, on the side of BloodThirstyKings, we're still looking for that XP laner and the, well, I guess we already have the jungle, XP laner and the marksman. Knights of Fate still looking for a mid laner and an XP lane. So, I mean, it's a very different twist here. That the XP lane has been kind of like left behind when I want to say the rest of the series as we've seen, it's been almost a priority for a lot of these teams.
Yeah, that's my music in the background. Do you like it?
Far in the back, because I don't want him to be too close to carrying everyone in the front, so that he doesn't get picked.
Is it too overpowering?
Be able to delay Kufra, zone him, or just.
I thought my music would be better than their music. Their music also almost like copyright strike me, man.
Xavier, what I have in mind. Valley would have been great. Obviously, it's already picked.
Well, actually, it did copyright strike me.
Maybe a Lilia to kind of zone behind the Kufra when he sets, but Lilia as a
so I've been playing my own music.
I really feel like Xavier could help out, but it's really down to how good you are with that Xavier.
Perhaps Novaria as well, really deep into the back lines. Yes. And you don't really have that fear of assassins, I want to say, from the side of BTK right now to kind of be able to get there and get those pickoffs. We are going to say go ahead and pick up the Lapu in competition, I want to say, with Terizla. Terizla has an absolutely great win rate right now in North America when it comes to his domination in that XP lane. So.
Inesia as well has been working really well just because of his flashy engages that we saw earlier from Twinks. He was able to get 3-4 picks pretty much every single fight, and that's something that could work against BTK. But again, this threat of having Valier pushing you away, doesn't matter if you pick off someone in Valier's team, in BTK's team, Valier is gonna be here to react. And if you engage towards Valier, that's, you know, that ultimate purify is really something handy when it comes to facing a Terizla and facing short range heroes. I want to see the Mage of KOF. I don't know if they play a
better music than whatever NACT's using.
I don't think it's gonna work. Way too much front lane on BTK, way too much CC.
Know what it is,
and then you get that Leslie for the late game. That works pretty well here against Fredrin, against Terizla.
Well, and that's why I'm like kind of leaning
it's always
towards
changing
Novaria,
up too,
because
so you never
can
know what
kind
you'll
of get those, especially in the late game. You can find those yeah, there it is.
Let's go. Nice.
You can find those little picks. You get a little bit of damage onto Valier before the engagement starts, and then he's not going to have enough health to actually kind of sustain through it. It doesn't matter if you're going to be able to use that Vengeance Spring to actually purify out. You're going to be dead as the first engagement lands onto you if you can score those kills beforehand.
I'm using this playlist right here.
You can score, and especially Leslie. ISO has always been positioned very well, so we'll see
it's
if
just like
manage to focus Leslie.
Instrumentals.
I have my doubts about it, but best case scenario is really we want to poke Leslie before the fight starts every single time after the 12 minutes mark, let's say, when lords are really important. And
I'm doing mainstream hip-hop and beats and instrumentals.
BTK. We'll see if they manage to beat,
but
again,
it's a website I use for all my sounds.
So handy in late game, where both teams are just looking at each other, trying to find out where is everyone. So that's where the things are going to be interesting. KOF, don't lose this early game. You managed to do well on the last game. Get to that
Chicken's
late
not
game,
in the
don't lose too many
VC.
towers, keep your inhibitors up, and may the best jungler Retribution win this time.
Chicken is not in the
Daxia
VC.
versus Fredrin, huh?
Yeah, this is going to be the game.
He was
two.
in there, but
BloodThirsty
we
Kings
booted
taking
him out.
on the Knights of Fate. Are the Knights of Fate
At least I
going
didn't
to
see
be
him,
able to pass
he
through the
might have been in
BloodThirsty
there
Kings,
for
or
the
are they
drafting.
the wall that Knights of Fate gets held at for 3rd place here in North America in Stage 2? We're about to find out.
As you see on the little face-off on the mid, you saw Franco really struggling against Valier, just getting close, getting
ISO.
CC'd. Regrets doing some good damage onto ISO, but I don't think it's gonna be enough here. But yeah, Powerless struggling.
Hook,
Powerless,
Powerless,
perfect,
hook!
Perfect, try it, come on.
Do it!
It does look like he's awaiting there. Oh, misses the hook, unfortunately.
You
And that's going to go ahead and give away their position. Now they're going to have to
long.
back off a bit, especially with the minions kind of crowded
That would've
around there
been
by
such
BTK.
a
Side. Great
good
job. And a
hook.
set by Joyboss. Finds the kill onto Regrets. Powerless lands a hook, but it's on the Joyboss, so he's not going to be able to do enough damage to take
Yo,
him
that would have
down
been
and
such
pay for
a
that.
good hook.
Lack of realism. Regrets saw that Joyboy was around. He should have known that the engage was coming. I'm not sure why he went to be stuck next to Powerless. That's the worst thing you can do versus Kufra, just being stuck to your roamer all the time.
Ooh, nice play from Joybaj, but Zero going to go ahead and flicker out. That's going to be a flicker that they're not going to have for this first turtle.
All right, let's see if Regrets can bounce back from this, but already a bit of a lead on beat, almost 1,000 before the turtle starts. Joyboy is not even close to his level 4, but more or less the same. More or less is the same, so it's not gonna matter too much. Let's see on the junglers. Let's see on the junglers, huh? Zane versus Kai. Kai has been amazing on Borg Retribution, the other series.
Oh man, you do see that the rest of Knights of Fate actually kind of leaving away from this first turtle. That not wanting a piece of this fight. That's going to make it free. Mobazane trying to get in here, does pick up the turtle, and a great set there from Joybaj. Mikasa goes down. Joybaj picking up the double. Yato finds a kill onto Powerless.
3-0-1 on Joyboy. What is this? If it was a ranked game, I would be so mad as the goal laner or the jungler seeing my roamer getting all the kills. What's going on? But kill secure has been invoked, and it's worth. It's okay. We let it fly. 3,000 gold difference for BTK. Much more different start of the game. We talked about Powerless.
He did use all his power against Avalon.
Yeah, big hook there lands, but we don't have our.
I mean, it was a pretty big
Zero's gonna
team.
get it now. Here comes the suppression. Is it gonna be enough to take him down? Powerless finds the kill onto ISO. Gonna be able to escape here. Despite
I think they might be tired, bro.
This
But
is what we saw from the first
hey!
game versus Avalon, and they are doing great right now. Powerless able to kind of finally regain himself there. Kai goes down there as Mobazane finds the buff and a kill.
Zero missing his last hit with his Novaya. He could have gotten the kill, but in the end, it's Powerless who had to secure and trade to get that kill. I'm a bit disappointed because the target wasn't moving. Zero, a bit of a whiff here, but it's okay. We get some kills. Powerless is starting to hit those hooks. The
Still
goal
such a
lead
big
is
lead
a
for
bit
BTK.
lesser than before, but we'll see. Mikasa having a tough time versus T on the top. Some help from Novaya. Nope, gonna be a miss.
Real interesting, a hook going out. Joybaj able to read that out in the bush and create
Nice
some
ISO.
distance. Yeah,
ISO
nice eyes,
zoning.
and just
Raising
under a 3K gold lead here for the BloodThirsty Kings. Big lands on to Kai. Kai gonna go down here on that Fredrin. Mobazane picks up the kill there, expanding their lead to a 7-2.
Kai well understanding the idea of sacrificing with Fredrin, but I don't think he got the memo about doing it with the team. I know it's been a bit, isolated
1 second.
on his attempts. I know he's trying to get that objective, maybe a lucky retribution, but for now it's not successful. BTK has fixed their issue with controlling the area around the objectives. They are not doing any mistakes now. 7-2, but they are really ahead in economy. And it's hard for Knights of Fate to defend.
Ooh, T actually in a little bit of trouble. Does still have a little bit of regen with that bravest fighter stance from T. He's going to be able to get away there. And now it's got to be a little frustrating for Knights of Fate, not able to find a kill. Not just that, but Mobazane is all over your jungle, refusing you buffs. Ooh, Joybaz just misses an engagement and a set. Mobazane going to go ahead, claim him an orange buff here.
If you think T was sustained or sustainable as a Lapu, no, he just got his Bloodlust Axe, so it's gonna be even crazier That's the thing with Lapu, being able to sustain 1 versus 2, 1 versus 3, and late game you can really tank a lot of damage. Again, Powerless with the omniscient vision, you know, he's just hitting everything, not missing any info. But
work out at any time
it's
you
a bit
can.
more complicated. Again, KOF having Powerless hitting those.
Oh, Mikasa in trouble here between 3 members here. Yato gonna pick up the kill there. Right now, it's wildly starting to swing out of control for Knights of Fate. The gold lead expanding to about 5K in the opening 5 minutes.
I think BTK is well warmed up now. They are really unrolling the wrath of the Bloodthirsty Kings, and they are showing it. Yeah, Powerless is managing to get some hooks, but the problem is Knights of Fate are not available.
Yeah, you see that he did land a hook there, but that he pays for that as T comes in and puts the kill and the damage onto him. Now you see Kai getting taken out by T. Bro, at the T coming back here right now, really showing out for BTK.
Joyboy giving a 1v1 masterclass to Powerless on Kufra. It's hard to say, but it's been amazing. That last flicker ulti just to secure the kill on Kai was very nasty, especially when you don't really need to use all that utility for Kai, but he doesn't care, he just goes for it. And again, pretty accurate here.
Even with a missed setup there by Joybaj, still able to kind of like push back the rest of the Knights of Fate. We have 4 members here, gonna go ahead and look to try to get a kill, maybe onto Joybaj, and not able to secure it. They're just so far behind here right now. Mobazane coming into the flank on the backside. Yato looking for an opportunity. Joybaj is gonna go ahead and land a set on to Powerless. Yato with the cleanup there, regrets in a bad way. T comes in, puts the damage on, regrets. Mobazane onto the back line. Takes him out, finds himself almost the double there. No, he does find the double as ISO takes the tower. Zero able to find the tower of his own as we're continuing on this. Joybaj finds a kill onto Mikasa.
Joybaj is 4-0 and 6,
you see how
bro.
all the pressure, all the aggro possible is brought to Regrets lane every time he goes somewhere, so he cannot farm. He's just super behind, while ISO is just enjoying a lot of free space to just get fed. They're getting everything now.
Oh, we do have a suppression onto T, but he is so far ahead right now. And this is the problem with Franco when you're behind. You have basically taken out that hook as a utility, as a tool for your team, because no matter if unless you're landing it onto ISO, even if you land it on the Yato, I feel like that's actually a problem. You only have 1 real target. Everybody else is going to be able to withstand the burst from your team.
And it's the same thing with Kufra that we said earlier. Once you're behind, it's really complicated to actually propose and be proactive towards getting picks and you know, throwing this momentum away that the opponents have. And here you just can't. You just can't. Even if you're picking Joyboy, you're not gonna be able to get rid of him. And BTK is reacting so fast either way. Like Zane is always reacting super quickly when someone of his team gets picked.
Ooh, speaking of which, we do have the conceal play does pop up. Oh, Mikasa goes down to Mobazane, and what a great engagement. You were just talking about how quick they are. And then a conceal play comes out to find another pickoff onto Knights of Fate.
Yo, what was that?
This is the kind of playstyle I want to see more from BTK. We were complaining about this the last time, where BTK was playing a bit more conservative. Nice.
Not a good,
yeah,
not too late.
Hook there, and Powerless does pay for it as the rest of BTK forces them back, taking the next tower, and we are almost down to just high grounds. 1 tower left, mid-ground tower, I want to say, up at top.
Remember when we were talking about TOB being very aggressive and keeping the pressure high throughout the game when they get a bit of lead? Here BTK is doing that too, and I like it. They are really being wild on how they chase, diving 2nd tier tower, even though the 1st tier is still up. I'm liking this. They need to keep on inspiring themselves with this and do that against more and more opponents, maybe against TOB, kind of beating them at their own game. We'll see if it works, if they manage to get rid of KOF.
Yeah, unfortunately, we're looking at about a 12K gold lead here, and there is nothing Knights of Fate can do to kind of withstand these pushes. A great protection there for the front line of Bloodthirsty Kings, which allows the back line to go ahead and take these towers. And this is going to be another uncontested objective for the Bloodthirsty Kings.
You cannot do much here. 12,000 gold difference. It's really hard. In 9 minutes, it's a very heavy snowball, and you gotta keep those inhibitors. Maybe pray that BTK is not able to push those inhibs until Regrets and Zero really hits those power spikes, but at the same time, BTK is gonna freeze the lanes now. I don't think they're gonna give any farm. They're just gonna let the waves die and farm the jungle and farm the crabs. And just choke KOF economy. And what do you do?
Yeah, unfortunately,
it's complicated here.
this is the problem right now. Even with Novaria right now, we're at the 10-minute mark, still not able to kind of find that damage to even set up any of these team fights. I'm not even sure what
I
you
just
can
think
do here.
maybe KOF is so tired, man.
In the works right now.
Maybe they don't have the stamina.
T all the way across the base right now. They're gonna go ahead and try to put some pressure.
Zane got hooked.
Does land onto Zane. Are they gonna be able to burst him down? ISO finds the tower, and Kai's gonna have to go back there. ISO finds a kill onto Mikasa. Down goes Moba Zane, and Joybaj finds a kill for himself as well. That is 3 down for the Knights of Fate, I believe, and this might be it. Zero finds a kill on the Joybaj. Are they going to be able to defend this? Yato still putting the damage on, ticking away, and that's going to be another game for BTK.
So Novaria,
you guys think T's better than
Joyboy
Chicken?
Decided to not engage. Joyboy delayed the engage, went into focusing Regrets, and got Regrets at the perfect timing when Regrets was actually going forward to get involved. Perfect set from Joyboy, just re-engaging. That ultimate then followed up by a dash onto Regrets, giving him no choice but going down. And that was just really well executed. I like the concealed play, and I thought like maybe they would get an inhibitor out of it, but no, actually close the game with such a big lead. Very convincing BTK win. I feel like the first game is still in KOF's head, and I feel like it's tough to get out of these doubts.
You guys think that T's better than Chicken?
That's what we were talking about when it came to kind of that championship experience when it comes from coming from behind. 19-5 victory for BTK. You can see the stats here tell the story. 5-9 on Joybaj. Their roam more than Zane right now.
Yeah.
But I mean, when you're that far ahead, it really doesn't matter who the kills are going on to if you're able to kind of push as hard as they were against the Knights of Fate here.
11-minute game. I don't think you can look down on anyone in BTK. On the other side, KOF, tough draft to execute. Sadly, it didn't really go as planned. As you guys can see, the whole idea was to get to that late game without losing too much. But when you hit that 12, 13, 14,000 goal difference so early in the game, it's very hard to defend. And BTK
not on the same level.
They don't want to go against Novaria and carry late game. Look at here, Joyboy re-engaging onto carry, followed up with the dash. ISO flickering to close the gap onto carry, securing Regrets. Kill is all that you needed to close that game, and he did it well. Regrets had such a tough time on his lane. That's why the damage dealt difference is so insane. Is because Regrets was literally getting all the team fights. He's like, guys, why are we having a party on my lane every time?
It's KOF, don't give up yet.
42%. Obviously, you're gonna play Novaria in a game where your gold laner can do much, or you're gonna get a big share of the damage. But on the other side, very fair split between Yato, ISO, T, as you can expect. Joyboy and Zane being very supportive on the front, flanking at the right moment. You got Joyboy with the perfect sets. Joyboy putting the bar of how Kufra should be played really, really high today.
Yeah,
impressive. Probably the best.
I do think that they're both situational. We'll have to see how Chicken does at IESF, right? I feel like that's gonna, and again, it's just like, I don't know if the synergy is gonna be there since like there's just so many different people playing now. Like Warriors in, best players in, crazy.
We're gonna find out here. I think that's best of 5, so we still have one more game. We're gonna see if the Knights of Fate shake off the frustration from those first games.
Best player is gonna have a BTK jersey, chat. It's gonna be funny seeing best player in a BTK jersey.
You don't always get much opportunities. The higher level you're playing as a roamer, the least likely you're gonna get opportunities because games will be really tight.
That's what happens when we don't have contracts though. Like players can just go wherever they want to go.
Potential. When you're snowballing like this, of course it creates opportunities because you control the vision of the map, so you can have every
angle. It's hot in my room. I'm gonna turn on the fan.
But keep in mind, if you're setting with Kufra and your jungler dives in 2 seconds after, then your mid laner is helping out, clearing, putting some CC. If you have your gold laner jumping, you're just playing really well. You know, you're just gonna be on the next level. If you're like, okay, I'm gonna finish my minion, let my roamer set, and when you come 10 seconds after he's already dead, when you complain, why did you set? No, it's also part of the game to sacrifice a bit of your farm to help your team, to help your roamer that's finding solutions for you, and you have to follow the proactive players in your team.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting here. We're kind of seeing very familiar drafts, bans coming from both teams. KnightsofFate can go ahead and start off. And now banning Kufra. They're done with it.
Come on, BTK, open Freya. No, but they won't pick Freya, right? Yeah, the Kufra, not this game, I guess. Joyboy was like, let's move on to the next masterclass. Probably.
Yeah,
no, but yeah. I don't know. It's gonna be a tough one to bounce back from, especially. The series is executed really quickly, so the teams don't have much time to kind of take a breather, to have a little break, talk a bit about the issues. We're going quickly because there's a lot of games today to cover, and yeah, sometimes teams benefit really from having this break.
Interesting thing for me is a point you brought up during the last drafts about having the Florin in there, what a lot of North America doesn't like to go with. And it's something that I've wondered why that KnightsofFate don't take advantage of, especially when they do like that triple fighter composition, especially when it is with Angela. And I've always thought maybe if they ban Angela, you can still fit in Florin there. You've got a healer that actually has a global ult. That Bloom has in recent, I want to say in the last few months, just became like so frustrating for a lot of teams when you can just activate that from anywhere on the map, no matter where your team is.
Yep. They could try, but if they didn't prepare for it, there's no way it's gonna work either way. And I'm more into playing your playstyle until you try to make it work. And if you didn't prepare something, don't try to be a hero and pull it out in a game where it's just gonna make you look bad, right? So I don't know. It really depends to what they prepared. And if they didn't prepare it, just focus on your own thing and try again. But yeah, here they're picking Fredrin. I don't think we're gonna see much difference from KOF's draft. I think they're gonna try again to play the same sort of play style with some pickup from Powerless into having a strong front lane, building some room for Regrets. But Regrets had a lot of trouble against BTK. They make it hard on Regrets, and ISO is having a good time. I'll be honest.
While we're in draft.
It matters.
I love being up at a watch tournament because I get to eat at least.
Yeah, we do see the first pickups. KnightsofFate going to go ahead and pick up the Fredrin. Wow, we see the Joybars, or we do see that Cho and the Faramis getting picked up for the side of BloodThirstyKings. And now I'm kind of wondering, are we going to have a counter here for the Faramis? Are we going to get pick up with a Claude? Are we baiting that in?
Franco
we leapt open. We leapt open.
What's
the
up,
Harley
chat?
and Zero scoops
Bella,
that
you
up
good?
quick.
You
I
surviving?
would like KOF to actually force again on the Franco.
Is your internet and power on?
When Franco was played against Shao, it worked really well. It's all about this powerless positioning. It's nice to want to pick up for the team, but you can also versus a Shao play Franco as someone just defending the backline, right? Just waiting next to the gold laner and waiting for Shao to flicker in, canceling him with that ult, that suppression. So that would be nice to see KOF play, but I don't know if they're gonna do it. I don't know. Powerless had a lot of struggle on the Kufra, a lot of struggle on the Franco. Probably has a bit of frustration, even though it's not necessarily his fault. It's just a tough team to go against. It's BTK, and they are going for Harley, Brody, a bit all in, like showing everything from the start.
I do want to say, like, it was part of the first game that we cast together where we saw that Franco counter the Cho. I almost feel like it might be an all right pick here, as long as Powerless kind of dials it back a bit. It's almost kind of simplified. You have one job as the Franco against the Cho, and that's to kind of be there when the Cho tries to land that way of the dragon, and to be able to kind of isolate him. And it almost kind of makes it a little easier because you're just going to be focusing on that. Is that going to be enough for Powerless? We're about to find out here as we kind of move into the second round of the draft here and looking for those second bans.
The problem is, okay, now that they have Grok, it's more unlikely, because Shao and Grok, if they go together, Franco has no choice. He's not gonna do anything. So
Ratty Red donating $3.99. Let's go, brother.
Measure the
Celebrate the first super sticker from Ratty Red.
We got the Marxist ban.
What's up?
Okay. Interesting.
So I
don't know if Zane plays.
I went and got
Marxist,
some bacon, man.
It would have been. No, it would have been Zane, because they already have Rome and XP. And the link
I mean,
ban.
as far as a general ban overall here in the NACT, Martis actually holds 2 Savages here in the NACT. So I mean, I'd be a little worried about letting that, especially for somebody like Zane, who's been showing how great it is. Last game, there was a great early game there for the BloodThirstyKings, and that's something that Martis really shines in. So I mean, maybe a little bit of I want to say a 5-head ban there from the Knights of Fate after seeing what was done to them in that second game.
So maybe Fredwin won't be played jungle. I don't know yet. He could be played on the XP lane. What I'd like to see is Fallen going back onto his assassins and really pressuring those side lanes, rather than trying to face BTK in 5 versus 5 in team fights. Just face up around objectives, trying to be a bit more sneaky,
now give me
focusing on the
mob.
macro, pushing those side lanes, and just putting the pressure on BTK so that they cannot go forward all the time.
You get standard moderator
on the sides to defend their own base. I would like to see this. They didn't try it yet, so... And, well, I guess what? There's Fanny open. We still have Hayabusa. They could have pulled again.
You gotta show me your skills, Ratty.
But,
and maybe I can upgrade you to what Stella's
Yeah, they
at.
do have a lot of those mechanical heroes open for, especially when it comes to the jungle. Hey, you have your wish potentially here to see Zane on that Paquito. And
so 2 things I wanted
out there.
2 things I wanted: Zane on Paquito and a Fanny or an assassin with high mobility on Kai. Damn. And now if it doesn't work, I'm gonna be blamed for the Paquito. no, we'll see. I don't think it fixes everything, but we'll see. Okay,
Actually, kind of a new pickup that
Let's get it,
I don't
Ratty.
think we've actually seen too often here in the NACT. The Minsets are getting picked up. Fanny, I do
Welcome
feel
a new
like,
moderator to the top
especially
G
at
chat.
this level of play, Fanny can be a very interesting pickup just because you really need to capitalize on that early game. She falls off pretty hard in the late game, and if you're like how BTK has been in these last few games where you're starting to refuse buffs, if BTK can work their way in to stop that early game blue buff, it's going to be a tale for Knights of Fate here to be able to kind of come back from.
I just think Zane is gonna have a tough time. No, I never seen Minsita, from my experience, against
Section
Paquito, but it
Junior.
actually just cancels the dashes from Paquito, I believe, right? So most likely it's gonna be a hard game for Zane. And ISO picking the Bruno versus a good Fanny is tough because again, Bruno has a decent range. You can play it on the sides, and it's pretty hard against the Fanny.
Hey, the
Really
999. Cheers,
BTK
brother.
is playing around ISO early game. It's gonna be important to defend him. So that
That
he
boy
doesn't
got
get
this
too far
popcorn.
behind. But I feel like if we're surfing on the trend of the last game, BTK is really dominating. They are in high confidence in this game. That's why they are taking some liberties. And it's good for their confidence even more that they are taking those picks now because they are dominating. So having Paquito when you're dominating, that's good stuff. Having the Bruno when you're going well as well. It's a good moment to try it. Let's see if TOB can just gamble their series by taking more risks.
It's do or die time for the Knights of Fate here, taking on the BloodThirstyKings. Are they going to get held at third place, or are they going to be able to find a second win here? We're about to find out. Taking a look at some of these items, we do see that tenacity being picked up on the side of Knights of Fates for, so there's a few tenacities and some agility there for the marksman and for the roam. It's going to be very interesting to see how these guys clash into each other. We do have a clash already at mid. Yato going ahead and letting the rest of Knights of Fate know that he's around.
And ISO versus Regrets. Let's see if Regrets can have some room to play with. It didn't get any until now. Kai! Missing a bit! Missing a lot, actually. A bit of lack of communication there between the gold laner and Kai. Or maybe Kai should have seen that, because I think it was pretty obvious he was in the middle.
Ooh, Zero, I almost getting caught there. Only level 2 right now, so he doesn't have too much to be worried about. He'll be worried a little bit later once they have that ultimate. ISO actually a little bit of trouble baiting it out from Kai, who gets taken out by Joy Podge.
He missed the cable. He missed the cable, sir. And just something we didn't precise, Yato is playing Shao, and Joyboy is playing Faramis. I guess both players are better at those picks, so they switch things around. We'll see how it impacts their synergy. It's very important to keep it. Kai lost his blue. Gotta wait for 5 seconds for the next blue. A bit of a missed cable, huh? That's
Look at T though, chat.
frustrating.
Look at the positioning of T here right now. Waiting, got great vision here for Kai. He's going to let the Bloodthirsty King know that he's working on this purple buff.
From Indonesia,
and he's
what up?
looking for an opportunity to come in here. MLBBN cleans up the turtle first.
You see me
here
when I was in Indo?
Charge. Are they able to get that away from Kai? They refuse the purple buff. Out comes the Cult Altar as the rest of Knights of Fate try to make them pay for it. A well-placed wall is going to separate BTK and let them... Oh, Mikasa in a little bit of trouble is going to be able to find an escape.
I'm surprised they didn't get the kill on Kai because that seemed so perfectly timed. After the turtle, straight up going to the blue.
Almost as bad as
retribution range in terms of life.
Who was
it just
it was
set
Yue
that perfectly with T. I don't know how he even got there without being noticed. But, props to him. He's just in infiltration mode, like ninja. Really well played from BTK. Oh, no.
I want to say BTK taking there's these little nuances that happen, especially when it comes as a jungler, pulling your purple buff into the bush always, and they're really taking advantage of just these little tiny mistakes that start kind of adding up for the side of Knights of Fate.
I think they might be trolling this time.
It's nice from the XP laner, but usually it would come from the roamer, right? But having Grog getting into that spot, sacrificing a bit of farm on his lane, maybe a bit of his push potential to get Fanny is super worth it and very important to do.
Let's go.
Powerless in a bad way does get the weight of the dragon put onto him. MLBBN finds a kill. Second one for the Bloodthirsty Kings.
My last one because I need
just
20 bucks.
Under a 1K gold lead.
Stay alive out there, Ratty.
BTK.
Regrets is having a tough time 1 versus 2, but no choice. It's tough. BTK is putting the pressure on the mid, and KOF is trying to match it. It's not working now for them, and Zane really getting involved much more with his Paquito. Huh? Look at this.
Oh my god, Mikasa put into a coma with the amount of CC that BTK put onto him, and he's gonna wake up back at base.
And that's why I wanted to see Zane playing Paquito. He's much more mobile with it. He can really impact its early game as much as he wants with his game sense.
Way of the Dragon does catch Powerless. He's going to activate that ultimate from him. He's going to be able to flicker himself out to safety. Here comes the Cult Altar from a Joybaj. It's going to be able to go ahead and secure, at least get some safety to BTK when it comes to Kai on that Fanny.
That was extremely close. Somehow, Powerless getting that sustain and just putting himself out of harm's way. Zane almost getting the pick onto Kai, but he got kind of CC'd by the Faramis ulti at the end. That's the thing that is, double-edged sword as well. Is Faramis ulti at the end? You just get stunned for a while, and you can't really.
When am I hosting another tournament with fans? That kind of maybe we'll do that every once in a while.
Joybot's gonna come out. Regrets 1v2 here, having a rough time at this bottom.
We do have a lot of breaks. Maybe we'll do them next week.
In favor of the Bloodthirsty Kings. You see the rotation coming down from Knights of Fate. Zero comes in with the flicker.
What a good flicker out
on the back line. Yato comes in, catches a pop-up, and away of the dragon. Powerless comes in, has to use the King's Calling to get away.
Wait, what happened for Shao to not being able to finish?
I can't see.
Am I wrong?
What's that?
I'm standing
up.
Straight up without the full animation of Shao finish. Maybe he got CC'd, not sure.
I'm really confused about that too. I think Cho actually got a CC'd, so he wasn't able to complete it because it almost seemed immediate that Powerless was able to kind of dive out with the King's Calling.
I ran my toe over.
Not sure, maybe a last basic attack. I don't know. Okay. Doesn't matter. BTK is still in the lead at the end. They are still the one being very proactive. Zero is trying some stuff with his Harley. For now, it's not working because the vision again. BTK.
I sit all the time, so I thought it'd be cool to stand up.
Another way of the dragon lands
and manage.
Taking down Cult Altar, going to keep them up as every single time Kai comes in with that Fanny. Out comes the Cult Altar to kind of make it kind of useless, especially when you are having trouble with those purple buffs. So you're going to be wasting a lot of energy coming in with those cables.
Yeah, Powerless having a tough time, that's for sure, and Kai not finding his picks. I was expecting him to do a bit better onto Bruno, especially Bruno is being isolated a lot. I feel like you could get those, usually hitting that level 9 after 6 minutes. Fanny is well able to get one shot onto a Bruno, but I don't know, depends what Aizo is building. If he has enough armor, it should be sustaining himself, and Brody is really good to defend yourself.
Oh, what is that? that kick.
Wow, with the amount of CC here, Zero tries to go ahead and use that teleporting ability to get back, still gets kicked by Yato. Here comes the King's calling, powerless, has to use that flicker to get out of the way, leaving Kai open to pick up the turtle. Doing all right now
Yato literally kicked Zero out of the way of being actually killed there.
While their jungler gets the objective.
The gold lane is a bit better managed on Regret side for now. This game seems to be a bit more
TOB
smooth,
versus
but I'm
BTK is what it's looking like,
Holly
chat.
Struggling to get that first pick.
I'm gonna go put my plate in
need to have with Holly. If you're picking Holly, you really want to get those picks. Because
that was a long ass kick
though. Is quite meh.
Big pop-up, checking the wrong bush is powerless, who gets taken out by T. In comes Kai, but he's not gonna be able to do much against the three members of BTK, and a Colt Alter saves bottom lane for BloodThirstyKings. Ooh, Regret's in trouble! Gonna have to use that ability, but still gets picked off by Yato. Zero able to find a kill onto MLBBN in the back. Joybaz quickly in pursuit. Here come the cables. Kai trying to pay him back for some of those Colt Alters earlier and finds the kill. It's now 2-6, still in favor of BTK, but a little sign of hope from the Knights of Fate.
Finally, Zero getting a pick, finally Kai getting a pick, finally Zane going down, and Powerless, you have to start assuming that every time you check a bush on the mid, there will be someone in it, because at this point it's getting ridiculous. You have to know that every time you check, the threat will be there. Yato playing pretty well his Shao for a mid laner. Really, really good stuff. Powerless again.
Yeah, we have the King's calling out there. Is actually going to go ahead and punish Yato for that Chikoto. In comes Joybaz. Kai coming in with the cables. Is he going to be able to find a kill? MLBBN goes down, killed by Zero. In comes ISO, puts the damage and finds the killing blow onto Kai.
Flicker basic attack onto Kai, who was the further away from him. That was a really quick reaction time from Bruno, and that's how you secure a kill on the Fanny, opening yourself up for a Lord that's coming now. 3 seconds and no jungler on the blue side. What will we do? BTK has to jump on the opportunity to get it right now before Kai comes in. He has to do his blue either way, so it will be a good moment to start the Lord. If Kai is coming in without the blue, it's gonna be a big problem for KOF, and if he waits for the blue, then they can secure the Lord. But BTK won't do it. They will wait a bit more. But the goal lead is not that big for BTK. Gotta be careful. Zero is now on a streak, 3-0 on a big shutdown. So, yep.
Yeah, this is the dangerous. Oh, we do have a flicker into the King's calling. ISO's going to be able to find an escape. Way of the Dragon lands on the powerless. It doesn't look like Knights of Fate are going to be able to find a kill here. A little bit of a maybe not having enough of the team there ready for that engagement.
And then
I'm gonna repeat myself, but Yato really for a Shao as a mid laner, positioning perfect, tanking, peeling for his teammates. How do you switch your mindset like this from being a good mid laner?
Speaking of which, Yato does get caught, hooked in, not going to be able to find enough damage. Are the Knights of Fate, and it looks like Zane has set his sights onto the purple, while we have ISO starting to work on this first Lord.
That's gonna be tough for KOF to contest this. Zane is here, Powerless doesn't have his ultimate. Kai maybe, or play.
Why'd you even come in?
Yeah, MLBBN able to go ahead and pick up the turtle. Kai comes in, but a Colt Alter able to counter the damage he comes in with. You see Zero's gonna have to use that teleportation to get away from Zane. Right now, Knights of Fate, no worse for wear. They lose a tower. Oh, land a big hook onto 2 members of BloodThirstyKing. King's calling is out right now. Mikasa trying to make them pay. MLBBN putting on the damage as Zero finds a kill onto the Faramis. Kai comes in, finds a kill onto Yato. Is this going to be enough? A great push for the side of Knights of Fate here. Despite losing, the Lord regrets, finds a kill of his own, and Knights of Fate find a tower.
Oh, yeah.
I'm liking how Powerless is playing, really getting much more impactful. Yes, he did go down a few times, just checking bushes, but look how much time he's buying for his team. Zero is working well on this Holly. He's really getting super good information here. He knows the players out there. It's going to be tough for Joyboy to survive this. No, Holly's going to go back. Okay, no problem. He's just not going to utilize this opportunity to kill Joyboy as we get Regrets pushing on the bot lane. Pretty good turn of events for KOF, but still.
Ooh, nice little gank there for Harley onto MLBBN, but the Colt Alter, man, just always around is Joybaz there to go ahead and protect his team. Mikasa alone here to defend against 3 members of BloodThirstyKings at mid. Oh, you hear the abilities going off. there, and ISO able to find the kill. You heard those win chants going off. Mikasa in a bad way between 3 members of the Bloodthirsty Kings. Way of the Dragon does land onto him. More damage coming out, followed by the CC from T. Mikasa able to find himself an escape. Powerless comes in with the Kings calling. Down goes ISO.
Powerless, what is going on? He's just hitting every timing perfectly. He's always delaying a bit his rotation because obviously there he didn't really have a choice. He just got in late, but in the end it works perfect for him. And on the mid early on the fight, as we see a little fight between Kai and T.
Able to find the ultimate onto T. Great job. You do have the signs of light from Knights of Fate right now against BTK. Doing a good job. A little bit of a rough early game for them, but right now they still are in this game.
Well, BTK is trying things. I want to see them try things, but here it's tough because Powerless is really on a streak. Kai is playing that Fanny better and better as the game goes forward, and Zero is playing on the same level as he was earlier. With his Holly, he's just not doing any mistake. Seeing Holly play mid like this, not going down a single time, really making me feel he's a strong Holly player.
He trapped himself with that wall, yeah.
And again,
that wall was definitely crazy.
Paramis, like the last time, same way dominating Paramis. So yeah, a lot of things to take into account here to justify the way the game is going now.
Ooh, Joybaj takes a whole heap of that deadly magic from Zero.
Actually, I'm not gonna worry
He's going to
about
have to go ahead and return to base. Meanwhile, the rest of BTK kind of setting up for this next Lord. Here comes a flicker into a wild charge. Beautiful set by T. Down goes Zero. Regrets is next
BTK.
on the list. And you can see Mikasa trying to get in there, put on some damage. Kai is going to have to quickly cable away. Powerless using that flicker to get out. Mikasa
are they looking
getting
at
CC
gonna
down
end
using
it?
that
There's
flicker.
not enough time. They'll just go
Not
for the Lord.
able to get off the Appraiser's wrap. Meanwhile,
Moba
Zane gets caught
Zane!
by a hook, and Kai puts the finishing touches on him.
And that's why we were talking about this earlier.
Jeez, look at that speed! Oh, he got taken out by
He gets
speed!
taken out by the wall, split Kai in half right underneath him. Great play there by T, able to find the damage there. Now another way of the Dragon. Yeah, Powerless in a bad way here. Does get chunked down by ISO with that Bruno. He's got a lot of damage on him right now, and this is going to be another tower for BTK.
Okay, Joyboy, a bit early on this this ulti, but yeah, that's what we were talking about during the draft. That Shaw Grok double dive at the same exact instant. That's completely deadly, especially the way. I don't know how Yato plays Shaw this good. Was this guy playing roamer before? I'm not sure. But his Shaw is really on par with a normal roamer in the pro team, so props to him.
Deadly magic there. That actually is going to be the end for T. And we've talked about this before. Grok doesn't really have a ton of magic defense without items. I want to say Zero's still doing a great job, but we're setting up for this Lord. Mikasa does catch a pop-up from Yato. Little dance here at the Lord. I do want to say Knights of Fate really not in a great position. Zero actually has 3 members starting to chase after him. He's going to be able to find his escape. MLBBNA, yeah, Mikasa onto the back line here. Here comes Kai trying to put on the damage. Kings calling from Powerless is going to go ahead, help zone out the rest of the Bloodthirsty Kings. Mikasa on the back line. Still, the Lord gets pulled out and reset. Ooh, Zero with another deadly magic, but the Cold Ultra going to be able to save Bloodthirsty Kings there again. Lord is down to about half health on the backside. Yato going to be caught out here for BTK 4v4 right now. And actually 4v5, big flicker. T able to find the kill there. Rest of BTK going on the charge. T finds another kill onto Regrets. Powerless in a bad way, using that flicker to find the safety of his tower. Is that going to be enough? Mikasa comes in, is not able to find the damage, and ISO finds a kill, a double. And you see MLBBNA takes out Zero. That is a complete team wipe for Knights of Fate, and this going to be the final push for BTK.
Really nasty combination between T and Yato, and I will say it again one more time, it is incredibly hard for a mid laner to be good at roamers mechanically because they are completely different playstyle. Props to Yato for being so efficient on the mid. We got Zero trying his best with that Holly, but really tough, and on the last fight, Zane completely outplaying Zero, despite the good engage. Very convincing win from BTK. I'm liking the change of pace in terms of drafting, completely different than what I don't know if you're used to see Yato on roamers, on tanks like this, and Joyboy on the Faramis. Sure, it doesn't surprise me for Joyboy, but for Yato, surprising me, and Zayn on the Paquito, good stuff as well. Creative and different than what we used to see them. We'll see if it works against the Ohio brothers, or if they will ban it. Who knows? Who knows?
Now we see here from the stats here, 11-18, but right now 4-1-6 for ISO, 4-2-9 for Yato. Just great game overall, and just like you said, you've been wanting to see Zayn on this Paquita. You felt it really kind of melds well with his style. He's still got that sustainability, has that increased amount of damage that he can do, and here he kind of showed off on it. 4-3-8.
I wanted a change of pace because I felt like Zayn was in a linear way of picking for himself, and I wanted him to focus more on something mechanical that would force him to play for himself and be more like a hunter rather than playing as a leader and short calling and everything for his team. Let your teammates do their thing and try to create your own opportunities that will kind of remind you how to be hunter as a jungler, the same way Kai is playing really good Ling and Fanny, while Zayn playing on Paquito is making him play for himself more and think about himself in priority. And sometimes it's good. It's not always about sacrificing yourself for the team. Look at here, Zayn just outplaying Zero from like 20% HP to full life, against full life. That's just showing you that Zayn can do it all by himself, but he needs the pick that enables him and kind of make him more like, I don't know, flamboyant. You know. As we see the post-game stats, BTK clearly in the lead, but good job on both sides. I feel like KOF defended quite well. Obviously, the last game of the series was on the line, so they gave it everything they've got. Kai took a bit too much time to warm up, but still in the end, 28% damage. And Regrets had really a lot of struggle during this series, but you can't really blame him. He played against a team that set so well that he's tough as a goal laner. While on the other side, you see ISO with the highest goal per minute, so 26% damage. Good stuff for KOF.
What's
you
up?
Still have to focus on the positive. We beat
Weezy
Avalon.
and Eunice's cast is more exciting.
Last stage.
You guys
and
are
BTK
wild.
clearly favorite in this game. Just not really surprising results, but still some good things to focus on for KOF, and they need to build up from this, capitalize on this.
Yeah, and for me, the main question is, has this changed your mind at all about Grok?
Nah.
I feel like Grok
is very
super good when you're
situational.
ahead, you know? And I feel like
Yeah, Eunice Jimmick's like knowledge of the game is amazing. He like gets to bring his like coach and analysis and stuff like that in.
But I don't know.
He's able to build a story and actually talk about more things than what's happening on the screen that we can see. Right? That's what makes it enjoyable for all of us.
It has to be Joybaj if you want to be successful
Like,
on the Grok.
you just saying what's happening on the screen
we
isn't
saw from
like
the first game there, as I said, that Grok with a great set. And this is what you were talking about, those great sets. Here's going to be another flicker ult by Grok, by T.
Oh my God.
Oh yeah, actually this one was T. Did a great job here. You're gonna see it here. Flicker ult catches two members there and able to find the kill here at the end as well. Onto Regrets. And then you talked about it before, Zero getting outplayed by MLBBNA. He actually was gonna go back home, but decided to come in here.
They have the sense, but not the voice and emotion.
And then boom,
oh yeah,
exactly. To his face.
And not only that, you have to know how to change your voice from like low, calm to excited. You know, you got to be ready and going.
Huge strength.
Like, you got to know how to do all of that stuff too.
Really rare in high level teams. So having T setting like this with Grok, amazing, man, amazing.
But that's not all the excitement,
and that's
guys.
The hardest part is that like
we're gonna go ahead and toss
you really
got to
think about it.
Xena.
You got to really think about it because
fun matches to
you
watch,
have to know
guys.
those
BTK
things.
showed why they were the champs of spring season, claiming a sweep on KnightsofFate. Congrats to BTK. Our MVP coming back strong for the team of BTK. It's T.
All right. They all played great, so what to say? But yeah, game 1, game 2.
Congrats, T!
I think on the last game you got a 1 or 2.
What's the delay for final?
T's been playing.
What you talking about? Work hard.
This series. Sure. Hard to not like shout out the other players in the team. Of course, it was a proper team effort. But when it comes to the MVP, T is your man.
It's really kind of crazy to me too, because T, like I said before, T has not played on BTK for all of the regular season until today. What a great welcome back
even
for
though
him
he
to be able to
hasn't
perform
been
and
here,
show
he's still
possibly
amazing,
what
bro.
BTK has kind of possibly been missing here. Is that going to be enough as we move on to the Ohio brothers? I think it might be interesting to find out.
I think NA has too much good explainer. I really, you know, we said it last week, we talked about it, and just every week it's impressive how good the explainers are. The roamers, same thing. Everyone's really playing great. Just the thing that maybe was lacking would be overall for the reason would be just stability, the consistency of the teams, and sticking together.
He stepped into the shoes of chicken, he'll be better.
To the next level rather than switching roster all the time. I think that's what you guys are missing. Skill-wise, mechanical skill is really good. So.
Yes, really love the growth of NA and how all the laners are doing so well. But we've got TOB versus BTK up next, so stay in your seats because you get to see how some of the players of IESF team play on the battlefield.
Jesus,
So,
serious?
see you guys in a bit.
Sheesh. They really put on a 10-minute timer? I do want to tell you guys that this is probably going to be a lot longer than 10 minutes. Oh, but we'll see. We'll see. I mean, things could change. The throat goat. Jesus. Look at the MLBB weekly recap. Maybe I'll turn on closed caption for this. We'll see. I'm working on the back line of things. Whew. This is all Pika's managing at this point. Both his teams are in the top, so not me anymore, chat. Not me. We get to take a 10-minute break, see how things are going. I think they might do more than a 10-minute, but we'll see. I'm gonna check on the hurricane right now. What's it looking like on the radar? It's currently right now in Los Angeles. Jesus. It's like heading up to San Francisco. Where's San Diego? Isn't it like right next to Los Angeles? Oh, it's by the Mexico border. Oh, it is. I see it. Interesting. It doesn't look like it's too bad in San Diego, but it's definitely destroying Los Angeles right now. Better watch out. Stella's gonna bring the whip out, chat. Gonna bring the whip out. Is this a fight? Bring the gloves, chat. Only way to settle this is in the ring. I'm joking. What's going on? Stella admits to being the throat goat. My God. I've seen many phases in my time, but what is the throat goat? You guys are wild in the chat. What does bonk do? I don't know, man. Don't fight. It's okay, chat. It's okay. It's all right, man. My abdominals? The fuck are abdominals? Bonk, bonk. BTK 74%, man. Sheesh. I'm checking on the play. I don't think this is going to start here soon, chat. The problem is that TOB is affected a lot by this hurricane that's happening. So I think they're just trying to wait it out. I don't know how well that's going to work. Up there. What are you doing, cat? Why are you rubbing on everything? They increased the time. Oh. They're doing a halftime show, chat. Top G, check my skin request. Oh, did you put it through?
Hello everyone and welcome back to the NACT Fall Stage 2. We are gonna go in with some quick giveaways for you guys. If you guys want to check it out, be sure to get in on all of this. We have on the screen right there that code for a tournament chest level 2. Thanks for your patience as we find out more about the Hurricane Hillary's impact. So please send our players your best wishes. Meanwhile, here is some codes for you. Only 30 players can redeem it. And
You want the
it's first come, first
Xylong,
serve.
bro?
Be sure to put that in and claim
You
your
want the
code.
Xylong, bro? Alright, man.
Again,
Get the
it's level
code,
2
chat. Get the
tournament
code.
chest.
Get your magic dust. Be a
miss
certified
out. And
throat goat.
Before we move on, I would like to welcome the wonderful Nikki Poo. How are you doing today?
Sheesh.
I'm doing all right. How are y'all doing today?
Nikki Poo.
I'm doing good.
What an angle, bro.
Can you introduce yourself to our viewers?
I am Nicky Poo or Trucker Nick, Mobile Splinter. Everybody knows me. I'm basically around here playing Mobile Legends, watching the community, and just keeping up with everybody and trucking around the U.S.
Oh, trucking around. It seems you're currently on the road driving. How's it going with that right now? Where are you at?
Right now, Hillary has me shut down right now. 60-mile-an-hour winds, Interstate 15's closed down, power lines flooding, and everything else. I'm basically being rocked like a boat.
Trucker
Inside the
Nick.
truck
Oh
right
my
now,
gosh.
sitting here.
Nicky Poo.
Wow, stay safe.
Yeah,
You're
let
out,
me move my camera.
You're out in the storm.
Yes, I
Well,
am.
I was just gonna ask, do you enjoy being on the road? But now that you're being rocked by Hillary, I don't know.
Getting rocked to sleep like a baby almost in this truck, it feels like.
Oh my gosh. Do you think more truck drivers would be playing Mobile Legends watching esports? Especially during this storm?
Honestly, it's something to do. Why not? I mean, hell, it might be something that they can get into. Who knows? I did, and I've been around for a little bit.
It's a very
Nicky
addicting
Poo,
game. So
chat. Nicky
what is
Poo.
your favorite roles to play on Mobile Legends?
Everybody knows me as the Boxia player. I basically just play Boxia whenever I can, but lately I have not been doing that. I have switched over to the XP lane just because it's better for me to go over there and just rotate around than it is to try to make
It's gonna
sense
be
of
you
the
next time,
that
Stella.
everybody does.
It's gonna be you next
You're
time.
like Boxia EXP laner then?
No. Boxia stays in the
Okay.
jungle. That's all he stays in.
Okay, then what? Okay, then what do you play on the EXP lane?
Right now, Terizla, Uranus, Esmeralda, Dyrod. I'm doing a little bit of everything.
Oh.
We got
Keep
one
me
more
up with the
stage
meta
I like
left,
Terizla
chat.
too.
One more stage
Yes,
left, and then
very
grand
true.
finals in LA.
So, which team do you support for the NACT? Which team?
You're gonna just throw me under the bus like
Yes.
that now? Okay.
Under
Yes,
under
I
the
am.
truck. Throw you under
Do
the
I have
truck.
to choose one, or can I be like neutral?
Well, I mean, choose your favorite, and then you can see what other team.
I'm gonna be a BTK favorite, but I like TOB. Carlos has been doing really good, and also the fact that Cardi's gonna be sitting here joining
Magic Bus.
Avalon soon as an EXP laner, and he's gonna be on stage. It's like I'm kind of in a rock and a hard spot, and I can't just say one. So
Yes.
I support
Oh, yeah,
a lot
it's
of people,
getting
not just
exciting.
one team. Yes,
Mhm.
it is.
Oh gosh, it is getting exciting here. But
Nicky
thank you so
Poo,
much
chat.
for taking
Nicky
the time to chat
Poo.
with us today. Do you have any socials that you want to share with the viewers?
No, not really. I'm kind of discreet. Everybody can get me on Discord. That's just how it is.
Well, what's your Discord name then?
Trucker Nick.
Trucker Nick. All right, you guys, if you want to
ma'am.
keep up with Trucker Nick, check him out on Discord. He's a good EXP laner.
I'm trying to be, at least.
Bye, Nikki Poo. Stay safe out there and stay awesome.
Yes, ma'am. Talk to you later.
Yes. Talk to you later. And now, up next is our caster roundtable. This is a segment where we deep dive into the NEC happenings and the going-ons. Good luck with it, guys.
Shout out to Nick because
No one even
he's on the road under the hurricane, and it's a tough one. Be safe, brother. Be safe, everyone on the road, and just stay home is better. I think, especially if you're not used to this stuff, it's better.
Yeah, Nick and everybody else who's under the effects of this latest hurricane, we were just told about it. Like, it could have some effects, not just for the game, not just for us here who are enjoying this tournament, for other people who are kind of braving the weather right now. So, guys, if you are experiencing any issues, just go ahead, make sure to get indoors, keep safe. But I mean, man, it's been an exciting night so far here. A lot of games, some went as expected, but definitely some went as we didn't expect it.
Sure. I'm a bit, not disappointed, but we are talking
You thought Trucker Nick would love Johnson?
Momentum that
I'm next. Ready, Red? You're gonna be there, bro?
Bloodhounds.
Jeez.
Then kind of falling
Gotta
down.
be lit, Nick.
3-0 versus BTK. It does put things in perspective that there's still tier to this thing in the NACT, and you still have TOB and BTK on top, and really just putting a big gap with the rest of the teams. And it just makes you wonder, what do they need to kind of catch up as we get to the player stats between the junglers. We have Zane on one side, best player on the other side. Those will be facing each other soon. What is the mark of a good jungler in NA and in Mobile Legends in general? What would you say, Private?
Well, as we're looking at the stats here, you can see kind of like
Ninjas
it tells
have
a little
no
bit
souls.
of
Where'd that come from, Juicy?
Best player, I mean, leagues ahead when it comes to damage, when it comes to the gold that he's getting.
He said I'm the only white guy in an all black school.
Because of the
That used to be me, brother.
It's just been kind of
used to be me. I grew up the same exact way.
For me, what makes a great jungler is a lot of that technical ability, the micro that they have, the farming ability, and the vision. I want to say the attention that they can play to the map, look at the mini map, know what you see there, and translate that into some type of effective strategy, the macro of it as well. And I know you have some thoughts about what makes a great jungler.
Of course, but first, I just want to mention something. The player stats, don't get mistaken by this. Zane is under because he's playing much more utility junglers. Best player is much higher because he's playing much more assassins that are more proper damage, raw damage output throughout the fight. That's really what they are known for. So keep that in mind. It's not all about damage, okay? It's not all about KDA.
Roundtable,
it's really
baby.
about the utility you're bringing to the team as well. It's hard to quantify if you're an assassin. It's even harder if you're playing a Fredrin and you're really focusing on killing for your team, proposing opportunities. Both have their place in the meta. The one thing that is still quite important for me, and I mentioned it earlier, is the skill cap, the skill ceiling, this potential of mechanical cap that you can have with your picks. Assassins give you much more room to go even higher, okay? And I would say, even though your amazing game sense, your perfect prediction skills and how the dynamic in the game are working, you're still going to fall short to get that back line with a utility jungler, because the enemy fanning is gonna, like, take for example Kyrie. This guy came to Indonesia and just completely rocked everyone playing only assassins. And even though he's gonna play assassin, you know it, you still can't do anything about it, because he's mixing everything together that Zane has, that best player has, but on top of that, he has a perfect understanding of his mechanics.
Alright, Chad,
perfect understanding of the game.
I'm replying to all the teams right now.
Always great. He doesn't do any wasted movements, okay? And that's, I think, put the assassin slightly higher in terms of maximum potential of those picks. While it's utility, you're playing around the team, it's a bit linear on how it's utilizing the team. I don't know, that's my opinion, that's my 2 cents.
Well, that kind of brings into mind, I mean, we talked a little bit last week about it, Zia being able to take the Lord away from Zayn. And a little bit more dimension added to that with a recent interview to Zia, who put a lot of props onto best player. And we've talked a little bit about it, how the jungle also needs to be able to know what he can do to help his team. We were told that best player, even though he knew he was going to die, he was in a bad way, went ahead, leaded the entire pack away from Zia to allow him to get that positioning that enabled him to steal that from Zayn. We've seen a little bit of struggles when it comes. I feel like the team is also a big part of what makes this successful jungler. I want to say best player, while he's been on TOB, has been shining. He had a little bit of problems, I want to say, before this year with some of the other teams that he's been a part of, but right now he has been enabled, not just because of his own skill level, but he's been allowed to hit that ceiling, to pass that ceiling, because the team has been enabling him.
I feel like this was just a turning moment for BTK to really have in their memories that if you're not 100% sure, there's nothing, no threat that is able to take away the Lord from you. You just gotta play it safe, conservative, check all the bushes, really make sure everyone is where they're supposed to be, and that nothing comes for free. If best player is out of position, really trying 1v4, there must be something brewing, and if the Beatrix is missing, I really feel and see it as something unfortunate that they kind of understand how to handle already, but this was just a little reminder that you need to really always consider the worst case scenario can happen, so make sure everything is clear. Even today versus KOF, we still saw those issues about securing the area around the Turtle and the Lord, but I really want them to focus on, be more onto clearing the enemy team, wiping them out before getting, and use those objectives more to bait rather than being straightforward, trying to finish them. And I feel like they're gonna slowly start to do it more and more, but especially versus TOB, just play with it. Just, pull the Lord out, don't even damage it too much. Really put it in a spot where it's gonna bait out TOB until it works. And if it takes time, just wait,
Well, we're gonna see if BTK are gonna be able to take that advice and run with it here against TOB. But let's take things back to Xena.
Remember, guys, for the next 2 weeks, we're going to take a break from NACT as our BTK representatives will be going to IESF and flying to Romania next week. Our reps will be White Chicken, Best Player, Yato, Warrior, and ISO. Wish them luck and safe travels, guys. And how do you guys feel about this? Any words for them before we move on?
Well, I'm a fan. It's basically Team NA, and if you can't get behind that, I mean, are you actually in NA? I know, Jemek, you're not. You're in Europe, but I'm just excited to see how well we could perform over there.
Maybe in 2030 we'll get to participate. We'll do. I don't know, but it feels a bit different that it's in Europe, but we don't really have Western Europe countries yet. Hopefully in the future it evolves towards this goal, but of course this is more about your country rather than your favorite team. Remember that it's really about kind of a World Cup, getting behind your country. I feel like even more than M series, because teams are not addressed as teams but are as countries. You don't talk about BTK, you will be talking about NA, you will be talking about Philippines, Indonesia. So just keep that in mind. It's not really about your favorite team. Really support your team if you're American, and that's it. Be patriotic.
Yes, let us support our country, right? But we have a quick giveaway for you guys. Again, we love our viewers, so we want to give you more things. We have 30 giveaway codes on the screen right there. Be quick about it. Don't miss your chance, because you will get a chance at getting a permanent skin for Carrie, a Rising Star skin. Only 30 can get it, so be the first and get that redeemed.
All right, super excited.
Yes,
Let's
super
see.
excited.
This final grand final of the stage 2. Finally, it's been taking a bit, but we'll have a much better understanding of who is going to be in the playoffs. Do you think, Private, we will be sure of who goes in the playoff, or there will be a lot of variables still to see on the stage 3?
Well, right now, I mean, there's going to be a big shakeup, and no matter who wins stage 2, we do have that little break for IESF, and in that break, a lot of these teams have the chance and have the opportunity to kind of shake up their rosters if they feel like that's something they want to do. I feel like that is going to add a lot of dimension, a lot of different strats to a bunch of these teams, and what they can actually put out there. So I feel like no matter what it ends up here, it can still be shaken up in the next 3 weeks.
Especially for the people who come here. You guys are going to be experiencing European server. I feel like you should maybe get in touch with the players that are here already, try to find the best teams and practice with them, because it will be another dimension that you've never had before. No pro team really came to Europe server to practice, and it would be both good for European players locally to improve and meet our North American friends who we have always rivalries in games, you know? We'll see.
Yes. I'm super excited to see us in Romania, but let us go into a quick break before we get into the match. Your seats, guys, because this is going to be a battle. See you in a bit.
Hi, chat. I'm back. Oh. All right, chat. Let's see. Who will be disqualified? I don't know if anybody will be disqualified. We're getting the teams in there now, though. Oh, well, we're supposed to be. I don't see any of them invited yet, chat. We're gonna get them in there though, so don't worry. We'll keep things as good as we could possibly get them. Right now, TOB's having a really rough time because of the hurricane. So we'll see how that plays out. Nick, we seen you on the screen, bro. Oh, my knee. All right, guys, we're back. Once again, I'm constantly having to go back and forth. Alright, chat. Take a look here, chat. Take a look. I threw on my Echo jacket just because. All right, chat. Let's see. One, two, three, four. Still getting players in there. What up, Jimek? Yeah, there's no sound. No sound. No, because last time it demonetized me, bro. What's up, Dad? Oh. I was wearing my Echo jacket there for a second. Victim blaming. My boy Jimmy got those contacts on, got those super blue eyes. Ratty Red having a BF? That'd be wild in here, Jimmy. Everybody's loving your casting, man. Hey, that's rough. Don't be coming at him like that. Jimmy's doing a good job. Show off on my Echo jacket? I know. Nick, it was quite the angle, buddy. You were like, what's up, bro? Oh, it was like this. It was like. I got new replies. Mana maya he maya ha maya yay. We're waiting on BTK now. And we're waiting on best player. It was sitting on the steering wheel. It was good though. You did good, man. When you said threw you under the bus, I was like, man, he should have said, why'd you throw me under the truck? I was like, no way, bro. Nah. I don't think so. Maybe. I think everybody in BTK. Eunice, Liz, or Xena, Aiko. My God, you just making me choose between all the women, huh? I don't know, man. Eunice is super young. Liz is cute. Xena is cute. Top G could have them all, you know? I'm joking. I'm joking. Imagine not playing in the hurricane, not pulling out Ling while buildings are collapsing. Sheesh. We're still waiting on best player. I'm not quite sure where he's at. We're gonna report. You said Xena? Oh, best player's in there now. Looks like all the players are ready, chat. They're getting in there. They're almost ready. All right, finally, chat. All right, let me get out of it. I'm gonna disconnect here. Looks like everybody is looking good. I want to see how both of these teams play, man. Like Prince Hansen in the chat. Better be careful, G. She's taller. G wants to say Elodia. I'm telling you, Elodia all the way, bro. She's not taller than me, bro. I was manifesting the KOF energy. Now I'm manifesting the BTK energy. Joseph. Chris Hansen in the chat. You want to do this the easy way or the hard way? Ready, red with the 99, bro. Ew. A 99. Am I in time for the? You are. You are. Should be starting here soon. I got weights. I got weights. I don't have the weights that I normally use. I only got like lighter weights upstairs. In my gym I have the heavier weights. What? Aiko in? Do you already monetized here in YouTube? I am. I've received my first YouTube salary way back when, like before, like during M4. Sheesh, Juicy J with the 349. Is that the Japanese? I don't have rubber dumbbells, so. These are just 25s. I don't have anything heavier up in my room. Oh, is that Euro? I didn't even see it.
What you think in the chat, who's gonna win? As for who we
Yeah, these are 25s,
check out
bro.
our predictions. Wonder who we have chosen. Oh,
whoa.
Okay.
Xena still in the lead.
Just for now.
Wait, I didn't get BTK.
Yeah, I turned it. I fixed it.
Someone is setting me up in the production. Like, what do I do now? You're putting me on the spot. Dave?
I want to comment on Yui here. One of us. He's finally joined the dark side here, apparently. Going with the rest of the format here.
What is this, Yui?
The Ohio Brothers. 2 votes. Apparently for
I'm trying to get huge, man.
BTK. Jemic, though, refusing it.
IRL gym stream win?
Actually shapes out.
I mean, I probably could at some
put
point.
me on the spot. Oh, that's magical. No, I wanted Onik.
Oh, look.
I haven't played, sorry, my bad.
Jimmick was BTK and then they just swapped it to TOB.
No, I cannot wait, man. I cannot wait. For first time ever, TOB versus BTK. How does it feel? No, it feels like a good old Sunday in, home, cozy. A good old classic.
Oh,
we can call it a classic
BTK,
right now. Yeah.
I'm
Correct,
very excited
go
for this
BTK.
match to see if there's maybe some changes. If there's anybody who has room to kind of push forward right now, it's the Bloodthirsty Kings, who have the momentum at their backs. You were talking a little bit about that, about how you were kind of disappointed that the Knights of Fate didn't actually capitalize on that. Well, right now we have BTK in that same boat right now.
And we're mentioning as well, what is the best? BTK coming on from 3-0 or TOB watching, spectating, not being warmed up. I don't know, kind of, neutralize it.
I'm just trying to get swole, you know. You can during the breaks, you gotta start working out, chat.
Needed to learn something.
Can't be the top G without working out, baby.
Yes, it seems like the teams are ready. Both
Get
teams have
quirky
shown a
in
lot
here?
of power in their gameplay, and I'm looking forward to seeing them on the battlefield once again. The Ohio Brothers versus
I don't know where he's been
BTK.
at, bro.
Let's get into the draft, guys.
Let's go private!
I know there's a lot of people in chat that are a little upset that we didn't go to yet another break, but it's finally here. I think a lot of people, this is the match that they've been looking for. The Ohio Brothers taking on BloodThirstyKings for that champions.
Gotta get the beach spot. Yeah, gotta get fit
here in
for
North
for
America
LA,
for
baby.
stage 2.
All right. I'll be honest with you guys. I haven't watched all of the games of BTK versus TOB. I've been a bad boy. No, not enough good homework, right? Private knows much more, but I'm expecting kind of targeted bans, right? Now I'm seeing Kadita, I'm seeing Angela again. Poor Angela, who's been banning 100%
I
of the
can.
time.
There's
It
no
feels
way to
like.
check the point table, but I can
Baxia,
tell it to you.
TOB, starting on the target ban
Right now.
of Zane. I guess Frederick will follow at some point.
And you can kind of do your own math because it's only like a 10-point difference per one, right?
Against
Well,
So,
I'm actually, I mean,
Avalon's
it
in
depends.
third
He
place.
was very successful with the Paquito against Knights of Fate.
Knights
but
of
you were just
Fate is
talking about
in
it.
fourth.
There's tiers to a lot of these teams, and what works
Bloodhounds
against
is in
somebody like the
fifth.
Knights of Fate might not.
Area
really pay
77 is in
dividends here
sixth.
against the Ohio Brothers. One thing I am curious
Night
about.
Horde
are we
and
gonna go back
Aggravate
to a
ones are
priority
tied for
that
last
XP
place.
lane? We've talked about it before here in North America. A lot of great XP laners here that can really utilize that and take advantage.
Everybody's
of it,
about, like,
especially when
10.
we're talking about the tippy top of the mountain here in North America. We do see a little bit of a focus there. We have the Uranus getting taken out by BTK.
We got the Terizla being taken out as well. I can't wait, man. I'm wondering what best player is going to be playing as well, because he's super versatile. He cannot have a huge hero pool, and it's not someone you want to target ban, obviously. But we'll see. You know, I still have in my mind that best player combo with Zia around the Lord. I want to see more of that magic and kind of aggro that kind of chess that is really unexpected and hard to predict. How to get against those players. This caliber is getting closer and closer. What you can do in any game, engage the forces, what the opposing there, and it's just.
The aliens are back.
I'm loving about the NACT.
Dude, it's always when they bring stuff back, eh?
And all like I'm loving this. I hope the kids keep on fighting. I hope they
fixed
show
it, I
us some
fixed
good
it.
stuff here in the grand
I
final.
fixed it.
Let's get to it, man. May the best win, as we see Valentina being the last
Valentina, yeah, Valentina gets taken out. I was wondering if we're going to have a little bit of a priority on some of those utilities that we usually see. We have the Kaja, Faramis sometimes I think is still out there, a good utility to have.
I got it. Let me get the poll going, chat.
Potentially counter that a little bit if he uses that Divine Judgment, snap on to Faramis before he has a chance to Cult Altar. It'll be interesting to see here as we're coming in and have for the first picks for both of these teams.
As I see more often Zane playing Frederick, but here the respect ban is more onto Baxia. What does that say about TOB? They really want to play Zane onto Frederick, they don't mind it, but they still didn't hack the Baxia. It's kind of admitting that you're
Yo,
not
I
willing to
cannot
take the
believe they
risk.
didn't ban the
Maybe they
Ling,
just
bro.
have to ban something, and they're like trying to hit every spot. Valentina on the mid, Terizla on the XP lane, and Baxia on the other side. And they first pick the Frederick, so it's not going to be played against them either. Plus the Eve.
Ooh, and in answer to that, immediately picking up the Martis. So, and that's what, an interesting point there. Maybe because of the Boxia, there might be a little bit of regen that they might be focusing on their team. Boxia does a good job, especially with that passive anti-heal he basically has that comes stock on his kit. And in answer, immediately pick up that Martis and the Faramis on BTK side. Interesting to me because I love seeing a Faramis picked up when a Valentina's taken off the table, because I want to see the counters to the Faramis come out.
Is it going to be Zane on the Martis, do you think?
I would assume so. A Fanny picked up here for best player. I mean, we did see Fanny fail against BTK here, but we're talking about best player here. I want to say arguably
Best
at
player
the top
on
of the
Fanny,
mountain
chat.
right now for North America as it comes for junglers and mechanical ability.
I do think it's tough to play Fanny into Kaja, because a good Kaja will always be able to gap close with you. Doesn't matter if you're flying by, it's always gonna try to get you. And also, I do understand Fanny being decent against Faramis because you can get rid of the ultimate shield and just get everyone CC'd by just flying in, right? But overall, it's tough. And Martis is not that bad versus Fanny, I would say. I don't know, I'm not a big Fanny guy myself, but I would say Martis has the sustain to go through Fanny's, you know, and mobility as well to kind of dodge. But he's best player we're talking about. Let's not fool ourselves.
Fanny!
He's
gonna play Fanny while in a hurricane.
We see the user and the editing then, so some fire.
Fanny while in a hurricane, bro.
Back onto the Fanny thing, there's something I've always said in rank when I see Fannies. If your Fanny's not good enough to pick first, despite the counters that come out, then you shouldn't be playing Fanny. And I think this kind of says a lot for best player to pick the Fanny, despite there being a Kaja out there. He's really confident in his abilities there. So we do see the Grok being taken off the table as well for the OhioBrothers.
Well, the one thing we need to remember is Fanny is extremely good at playing everywhere on the map, being mobile, pushing the sides and surprising your side lane by just being there, pushing all the time, pressuring, making your team over-rotate, defend, while Fanny is just flying in a couple of seconds. And also she's really good at getting involved on the fight that's on the other side of the map. Just when you get, you know, that last hit on the enemy gold laner, on the enemy mid laner, just picking someone under the tower. So Kaja won't be everywhere all the time. So of course it's gonna work. Of course it's gonna be efficient. But let's see how best player manages the macro. That's gonna be important.
Well, and that's why the opening of these games is so important when using a Fanny. But on the other side, when it comes to early game aggression, Martis, I mean, there's very few junglers that can kind of compete with how much he brings to the table in the early game. Kind of loses it as you move into that late once players start getting that defense and everything. But we're all out of bans here, looking for the next two picks for both of these teams.
I'm loving how the bans are so different from the other series. All the bans seems really targeted and hitting every role, you know? It's not necessarily we are target banning one player out of this draft. They are hitting everything. There's a bit of gold, there's a bit of roam, there's a bit of mid, there's a bit of XP, there's a bit of everything, you know? Of jungler. So that's really showing you the depth of understanding of each other when it comes to both teams. And we see Beatrix, but Min Sitar being picked by BTK.
That's really interesting. I feel like
for that Fanny,
good, especially with that King's Calling, does have a good counter if he can land it on the Fanny, the Beatrix, or the Fredrin. It does disable a decent amount of their kits when it comes to trying to escape from this stuff. So I do like the pickup there, especially by T returning. He's been nothing but, I want to say, inspirational right now, coming back to BTK, snatching up an MVP in their last match. We're going to see if that's going to be able, if that might be the boost that BTK needed here against the OhioBrothers. We'll find out.
They are trying things, they are switching things up. I'm liking this. We'll see how the Min Sitar get involved in team fights, because the problem when you're playing an
What's Shark gonna play? Franco.
Remember, your main job is to put the pressure on the lane,
Franco.
and then to swap to put the pressure on the other lane.
Franco.
You can't really get involved as much as a roamer.
Top G in the house.
Good explainers manage to find the time to do so, but still with Min Sitar is quite slow to move around the map, so you can't really get him involved. And also remember, guys, Fanny can fly over the ultimate of Min Sitar, so you really need to position it properly and have the perfect timing on your combination. Otherwise, you're gonna put it in the emptiness of the map, I would say. And then Franco, Super Shark and Franco, woo! They're putting the hit.
Yeah, and now we have suppression for suppression, basically matching what the Blood. I feel like this is almost like a mirror match, despite the Faramis out there. You have early game aggression with both of these junglers, and then you have a suppression out there. I think it's really going to be coming down to the marksman lanes and the mid to see how this game kind of shapes up.
I wonder why they
I
went
believe
Clint,
is
bro.
going to be having a tough time. The good thing with Clint is he's kind of good early to late game, sure, but it's a bit hard to play around him because his mobility is not as crazy as you can think. As we get into the first game of this BO5 Grand Final Stage 2, my boys, Mobazane versus best player, TOB versus BTK. May the best team win. Private, who do you got on this first game?
I don't want to give it away. My vote already went to TOB, so that's kind of what I'm looking for. As we take a look at these emblems, we do see a decent amount of agility and tenacity picked up for the side of the OhioBrothers. So as I say that, Shark gets an early hook onto Ice, so a lot of pressure onto this gold lane early. But as I was saying, tenacity trying to stave off that early game burst from the side of the BloodThirstyKings.
I'm wishing good luck to
I don't
Aizo.
know,
He's
man.
gonna have a
We'll
tough time.
see.
Remember, he's not playing, so if he gets hooked, it's over. It's game over for the clean player here. But let's pray that Aizo has the ability to dodge those hooks, because Shark is very nasty on the Franco, as you guys remember. Let's see. The first game start is going to be so important for the
going
mental.
aggressive,
Who
though.
gets the upper hand on this?
You think like the aggressive approach by Mobizane's gonna do better than his like other approaches?
4 minutes at least, and that's the wave you want to ride.
Yeah, we can see already that best players inside BloodThirstyKings jungle, starting to steal some farm while we're kind of macroing up right now. Zane looking for an opportunity. He's going to notice a stolen minion here.
Unexpected.
Ooh. We were talking about this
Zane
match.
is
Mortal Coil comes out, but best player still able to get ahead. A cleanup by Yato. So a 1-for-1 trade.
Oh, the mental game starting strong with best player getting that first blood onto Zane, getting the revenge. Sure, he's getting an assist as well, but best player, making those statements. He knows the rotation of Zane is gonna be on the top side. He's waiting for him patiently, just picking that pick.
Yeah, a great job right now, especially right before this first turtle comes out. I want to see who's going to kind of be the better. You do see Mielo out here on this. I'm going to go ahead and start it. Looking for some good positioning are both of these teams. It does look like it's going over to the side of BTK. Still not in the good position. Mielo over here. Big suppression. Lands Cold Altar onto Joybosh. Is that going to be enough? Another hook lands and Mielo picks up the kill.
The chain CC onto Joybosh, way more than enough to pick him off here. He, I think, was trying to get either a flicker out or a flicker in to use his utility before going down. He didn't get the opportunity to do so. And best player getting ready to get that first turtle. That's not going to be reset. That's perfectly positioned for TOB to
They almost reset it.
Yeah, perfect positioning on this turtle right now. And you can see right there, Mielo over there going to go ahead and throw some punches out to Mobizane, kind of keep him distance from this turtle. Here comes the rest of BTK now looking for something. Mobizane coming with the Mortal Call. Best player still able to pick up the turtle. Down comes the Appraiser's Wrath. Doesn't take too much off of BTK as we're still kind of fighting here. No worse for wear. Turtle picked up for the Ohio brothers.
I don't know if you guys noticed, but Joybosh sacrificed his flicker ulti onto best player a bit too late, just after the retribution already did the work. Zane not getting that first turtle is gonna be a problem.
Oh, you were talking about it. Best player, I want to say styling right now. Letting Zane know how much he can do on this fan. He's not afraid. Even with that Mortal Coil coming out, he's still kind of able to get those cables around and do a huge amount of damage.
Look at Shark setting up, trying to set up perfectly for the good angle here. He's not gonna find anyone. And yeah, best player, putting everything he's got onto pressuring Zane out of his game, making him tilt, making him frustrated. That's how mistakes happen. So let's see if it works.
Oh! Big suppression does land onto Yato. Best player comes in for the finish.
Shark, bro.
We are enjoying those little pick-off left and right. TOB on the lead, 1.5k gold. It's already a big lead on 4 minutes. And I'm feeling like every time Shark goes somewhere, he's getting something out of it.
What a flicker
really
ult,
no
bro.
waste. And I'm loving the collapsing of TOB. I'm thinking BTK needs to kind of step up their game, find something unusual to do.
What a
maybe
flicker
an invade
ult,
on
bro.
the blue. I'm not sure. They need to find something to do. Maybe cutting Shark on his rotation. They have things to do, but yeah, it's too expected here.
Great vision from Shark there. Lets Zia know what is coming, and then they back up. 4 members here, and you're not going to be able to get much except for to be able to help clear out this lane. This is what we were talking about. Here comes best player, 4 members for the Ohio brothers, thinking about an engagement here. 10 seconds still left on this turtle.
It does create a little issue. I want to see Zane a bit more into.
Oh, Joybosh caught again. Cold Altar just a second too late. Mobizane trying to come in, make them pay for it. And Super Shark on top of Mobizane. Here comes the real world manipulation. Hoon able to take down Mobizane, which is going to set up this turtle perfectly.
I actually believe that Shark had used his ultimate, but he didn't. He kept it for Zane the whole time. 2 kills coming in from Franco's hook into the ultimate onto Zane as well.
I think TOB
is going perfectly for TOB. And I'm seeing BTK trying to go forward, being very, very predictable on their movements. Mielo having a good time versus T. It's looking bad for BTK on this first game. Very one-sided early on. 3k difference, and
TOB
the
is
macro,
just
the vision, everything is good for TOB.
destroying
Charcoal is finding the
BTK
perfect
right now.
angles. Look at this. Might get ISO.
Not able to get him just yet, but as we
It's
move
not the
further and
first
further
Lord,
onto
though.
the game, as we're not utilizing this Martis and getting those kills in the early game, I feel like we're kind of wasting that pick.
Zane's
As we
gonna
move later
definitely
and
fall
later,
off,
he starts
though.
to fall off and become less, I want to say, dangerous.
Look at Shark. The zoning is insane. Collapsing with Hoon. Joyboy too late. He's not gonna help much. I think the tower is gonna go down. Denied a lot of minions from Iso's farm. Ohio brother always one step ahead. Playing chess with BTK right now.
Yeah, you can see there from the items there, Zia almost at the Blade of Despair already. It's at 6 minutes. There he goes. He goes ahead and picks it up. That means he's going to be a whole lot of chunking. Big hook lands. MLBBN in trouble. Call Alter in for the save. You see best player coming in here. Oh, MLBBN gets a cutthroat for his efforts. Best player with the kill there and potentially a mid tower for their efforts.
That's the thing I was scared of, was having Faramis being completely nullified by Fanny, just coming in, like destroying the ultimate of Faramis and rendering it pretty much useless, because Joyboy already had used his own suppression, couldn't help out on getting best player, and the collapses of Ohio Brothers always really well timed. I can't make it clear enough. They are timing their collapse as a team at the perfect time, and it's tough, it's hard. Game is going too fast for BTK right now.
Yeah, too fast right now. 1-7 for the Ohio brothers. 18 to 23k right now. And I'm wondering what BTK needs to do to kind of take this back. This is almost like the opposite of what we saw from the Knights of Fate here. Once your opponent starts to get rolling, there's very little mistakes coming out, especially with Shark basically around every single corner. Oh my God, even with the Kings calling out, best player able to pick up the kill onto T. We have another engagement here. Hook lands on, and a suppression takes down ISO. Zia with the kill.
MLBBN trying to get the flank onto this. TOB overcommitting. We get Hoon ultimating, zoning well.
Yeah, we do have that real world manipulation. Zia on the other side, gonna make them pay for that call. Alter, best player coming in, a double for him as MLBBN finds a kill onto Zia. Shark on the other hand, he really wanted that kill, but Zane gets taken out beforehand.
The center of TOB, the team, like Hoon's combination, Hoon best player, Shark is working so well. Like I said, they are perfectly synchronized. It's just not letting any time for BTK to breathe and think about what's the next step. They don't get time to think. They don't get to be proactive. They get only to react. And that's the issue here. What do? You're only reacting. You're not proposing anything. So you're never ahead. That's a big issue. 8 minutes already, the first Lord going down, 12 to 2. Such a big gap. It's hard to watch, but I truly believe the mobility from Fanny, best player being everywhere on the map at all times,
lurking?
making it so hard for a team against it to build up.
Inside Clint, yeah, I don't know what BTK
Yeah, not
pulled
just
out
that,
here.
but we've kind of shut down all the angles, all of those little boxes that BloodThirstyKings needs to check to be successful. Even ISO having trouble in his lane right now, mid having trouble as well. They basically kind of shut down all of these angles that they have. T in a decent position on the back. He's gonna go ahead have to. Oh, MLBBN actually getting slowed there. The rest of TOB looking for a tower. They're probably gonna think twice about this. That's a lot of members of BTK. Ooh.
I don't know why. This is like the only time they've never done it, man.
Something, but I have this feeling Shark was aware
Best
of
player's
this.
really good at assassins,
What
man.
do you think? BTK taking a bit more risks or waiting to get picked up?
As we say that, another pick. MLBBN in trouble. Called Alter.
they got Zia, though.
But here comes the real
They got
world manipulation.
Zia.
Zane trying to escape is not going to be able to pick up the kill.
Ooh,
And here comes
they got best player.
Oh, gets taken out. I believe that's his first death there, going and awarded to Joybaj. Oh, second death.
Second death, but still a big shutdown. I think best player is taking some liberties here. He's really trying to just hardcore dive this. He doesn't care. They just want to get the best outcome out of this first Lord pushing here. And honestly, they are going really quick. But Shark is finding crazy angles. It's surprising how he is never expected, because he's never in the same spot. He's always kind of the bot lane area, you know, in the enemy jungle, but he's never in the same bush. Never. And he always get those hooks. It's like he knows what's gonna happen, you know. It's like he knows the the path
It's
of
rough,
every
chat.
enemy player at all times, and that's an amazing ability for a roamer, especially when you're favoring roaming that pick off players.
Yeah, Shark is basically every roamer you hate to see in ranked. That
Oh
is just
my
every single
God.
eagle. Catch another hook and a suppression.
Oh.
Zia with the pickup onto T. Colt Ultra just a little bit too late.
What a
Joybosh
save.
looks like he might be. No, actually, he's going to be getting out of there. Yellow comes in there.
Oh, I don't
looking
think they
for
did
the
save
front.
him.
Hook does go wide.
Oh
Joybosh gets taken
my
out
God,
by
best
Now
player.
Citizen onto ISO and another
He's just gonna
kill,
take
a
them
double
all
for best
out,
player.
bro.
Ooh, Zane trying to make them pay for it. Look at the taunting. by
Zane
best
even
player.
retreat him.
Recalls are out. Immortality for Super Shark has been activated. That's a complete wipe for BTK.
I'm speechless, man. Best player playing so good on his funny. I was expecting him to show a big time today because this is the big day of the stage 2, but this is crazy. Wow.
Ooh, a nice little hook there, followed up by the King's Calling.
Another
Zia still
comes
able to
back
find the
player.
kill. T takes out Super Shark. Zia finds the kill onto Yato. Now we are moving on to these towers. I'm wondering if BTK has enough in the tank to kind of stop
Zane's
this.
probably
Two members out
raging
there
right
still, and
now,
it does
chat.
look like the Ohio brothers are going to go ahead and retreat.
Props to T. Good idea, too late in the game. It was not the moment because they are just way too behind economically, and they didn't hit any of their power spike that they need to hit. ISO cannot get enabled yet. Joybosh is only reacting with his ultimates because he doesn't have a choice. This is a free lord for TOB, and they are looking so strong today. I was expecting BTK to maybe
Such
have
a
something
Chad, bro.
in store, but I think it's not necessarily the draft the issue. They really are playing against a team that have an amazing center. You know, and for me, the center is the free picks that you play around the mid, around the center of the map. The jungler, the mid, and the roamer always getting involved together. TOB playing so good on this, and BTK is not finding any solution. What to do here?
He did try to
honestly,
kill him with the
it's
retry.
tough.
Tank!
Yeah, you do
Let's
see that
go,
Zia already
brother.
has 3 items. The
What
BOD Hunter
up?
Strike. Oh, we have another engagement
How you
here.
doing,
Hoon able to
brother?
take out Joybosh. Yato in the back trying to get a good momentum. You can see Hoon with the real world manipulation as we are chunking down this tire. Lord
What's
gets
up,
taken out, but that's
dude?
going to be game 1 for the Ohio brothers.
What to say? I still feel like I'm in a break and we just started the game, but no, it's already 1-0 for TOB. That was insanely quick. And if you guys, as viewers, are thinking that
EOB
it was
mopping
quick,
him up.
trust me, BTK felt it was even quicker.
Hey,
because
dude,
when things
BTK
go
just
wrong,
needs
they
to
go
ban
extremely
all
fast.
assassins,
What
man.
a
How you
speed
been,
of
Tank?
executing their game plan and just Shark always hitting every hook every single time,
What's good?
changing position every single time, somehow hitting it. I don't know. Joybosh was
What's
underwater
up,
the whole
bro?
time. He couldn't
12
hold
minutes,
it. That's for
13
sure.
minutes.
Tough.
And that's something to be said, especially when it comes to a lot. Even
know
in
what it
MPL,
be, Tank?
when you see
Out
like
here
2
grinding,
of the top teams
getting the
clashing,
beach body
it usually
ready,
is
bro.
a very fast game because one team has the answer. has
TOB,
the counter,
man, best
and
player is
basically
just
able
an
to kinda
assassin
steamroll
god
the
at
other,
this point, man.
despite not really putting much into how good that both of these teams actually are. We can see here from the stats: 5-22, 10-2,
You're
and
home?
5 on best player. Jimmy.
Holy shuggy
11,000 goal
duggy now,
difference,
bro.
Amazing KDA on all the cores of TOB. It's really hard when you were seeing Shark just not
Jeez,
missing
how
a
long are you
single
gonna be
one, and
home
It's
for?
hard to think that BTK is seeing anything coming from Shark. I feel like they never expect him, basically. He is always hitting his shots, and best player is playing with so much confidence. You know, you have to speak about it because on the last fight, I don't know if you guys noticed, he focused Kaja, who had full life, the ultimate available, everything available, still decided to one.
I don't know
Kaja.
why, man.
That's like, why, you know?
Best player is
That's actually
Kyrie
the
of
target that
NA.
will take you down, but no, he doesn't care, he goes for it.
Sheesh.
Look at the damage, 2 times more damage, Hoon 36%, more on the back. As a support mage,
I should
but
play with Tank
doing
and
the work
Randall?
for sure. The plan
I haven't
of
been
having Shark
playing
for
too
the
much,
hook,
to be
Zia
honest.
for the
I have
left,
so
and
many
best player
tournaments
for the
going
flank,
on.
Hoon re-engaging after to
I'm
finish
doing
off
so many
the
things
targets
behind
that
the
will get
scene.
too close to your front line. Really well executed for
Damn,
TOB.
Tank.
BTK
Okay.
need to completely
Okay.
change their game plan.
We
if
might
they
see
want
you
to
back then,
make
huh?
Something out of this. So yeah, tough.
Man,
That'd be awesome, man.
I mean,
Or you
as
could just
far as
relax.
a
You've been
first game
gone for
start,
so
that's about
long.
as exciting as it gets there. I mean, just how dominant the Ohio brothers here, kind of sending a message to TOB that, or to BTK.
I seen you
that
join the
if you wanna compete here,
KOL
you're going to
Discord, so I
need
was
to
like,
have
maybe
something
Tank's coming
special
back,
up
man.
there, in plan for us, and we're going to see if BTK
I was like,
actually
oh,
have.
shuggy
What would
duggy.
you change as far as trying to go up against a team that has been as monstrous as the Ohio brothers?
It's hard, man, because it's not necessarily only about the picks. It's a lot of domination on every role per role. And I don't know, I'm not necessarily thinking about jungle because Marxis versus Fanny, they completely have different roles when it comes to the team fight.
On the training wheels.
Joy Bosch, reactionary on everything. Hoon always following Shark.
Hank, you should come
Shark
play
is really at the
Tarkov with
origin
me,
of
bro.
every good move that TOB is doing, but everyone is TOB is following.
I know you like
exactly when they
shooters.
shoot. And on the
I don't
other
know if
side,
you've ever played
you have
Tarkov,
BloodThirstyKings.
but
they don't have any moment to breathe.
I think it might
So
still
for me
be
to
on
tell them
sale.
something to change on the draft, for example, I don't know. I really don't know. But when it comes to the fighting spirit,
I don't know if you're down for the looter shooters, man.
Something is off. Something maybe on the communication, or maybe the game plan they had is completely off. Maybe completely throw out the draft and try something new. Really target ban best player so that he doesn't have those mobility picks. But Shark, what do? He's gonna play what? Lolita, Kufra, everything he's gonna play is gonna be a threat, I think. But definitely Franco.
Yeah, I definitely like, especially that key point. Shark has been at the center of a lot of these, especially on somebody like Franco. I mean, I say Franco, but like he is amazing on basically anything that as a roam that he puts his hands onto, finding some great angles, always in a great position. Even
it's a huge learning curve, but it's pretty fun for me.
He doesn't move in predictable patterns. But Shark is always there. He found
super
I want to say
fun
at least
for me.
3 hooks on a Zane there, and maybe has his rotations down. So
they played together for such a long time. I do believe that he built some
2 Indo and 2 PH teams.
A particular player when you've been playing with him and you understand how he's thinking.
Before the start of it, no, these are all new.
It's pretty scary.
Besides, like
Hoon,
Carlos, I think, is actually.
And it feels like he got you figured out.
I don't know. Milo's like the valley.
It's kind of bringing the spotlights on some weakness you might have.
All the BTKs, all of last NACT.
It's just Shark.
Zia's an updated photo.
It's also Joyboy's job to kind of balance his out.
It has to be like a recent photo.
Better ban that Franco like they are doing. I'd rather do this because it's not the right moment to figure out how to counter Sharks. Franco, really not. And on the other side, you got what? You got Baxia, Terizla.
No, I've only played it offline.
TOB picking that.
I've never tried streaming it, but it's pretty big on Twitch.
Could be again on the
interesting too is last
pretty
time
big on Twitch,
in the first draft there was a focus that was put onto Angela.
Zane, that's because he's not Asian.
I don't think the Ohio brothers have actually used Angela, at least in the NACT.
It's a pretty.
Super
I would say it's a decent game.
They did ban it out,
got some viability a bit.
So I'm wondering if we are going to see it from the Ohio brothers. I like Yellow's plan here, though. I like the Frederick pickup. Yellow's great on it, especially in the XP lane. Great setups for his team.
I think it has
help with the stuns and the CC.
3 days left on the sale, man.
Get those ganks, and it takes away something from Zane's arsenal.
We'll see, man. The Angela is open, like you said. There's BTK or the Ohio Brothers teams that will play it. I'm not sure. We do see Yato getting his Valentina. That's something important. He was banned in the first game, and they know Yato is a very good expert in Valentina. We see that Grok, of course, Private. I see you smirking. You're gonna mention that. I don't mind. Okay, it's Josh Bosch. He played it amazing.
It's like $120 if you want the top of the line model.
Of course, but any fighter team with an Angela as a roamer is gonna be impactful. I'd like to see BTK with something a bit more special on the gold lane, something that's harder to game and harder to set against, rather than playing a marksman. I want them to try something a bit crazy. I don't think they will do, because usually when the team is getting dominated, they just go back to basic stuff, rather than playing something risky.
And Angeline here with his man, it's gonna be a whole.
I play it a lot though.
We're about to find out probably why.
No, you have to go to the Tarkov website. They don't have it on Steam.
Draft here.
Check it out, man.
Even in MPL,
I'll invite you to my like dojo.
Onto the Ling when he's trying to, when he comes in,
where we like play it all the time.
As he's able to kind of get those swords back and then go back into the finch pose and disappear into the night back up on a ledge somewhere.
That's the thing with TOB right now. Yes, the Fanny's banned, but isn't it the same? You know, with the Ling, it's gonna be the same. It's gonna be a lot of rotations on the side. It's gonna be Shark setting up.
That's like my Discord that I use for all my friends outside of stream.
Getting that kill.
She looks American.
Securing some towers when the fight is happening on the other side of the map. Getting involved on the turtle and
join it up.
quickly. you know,
It's pretty fun, man.
Junglers is just bringing.
I like it. It's like a looter shooter, and it has like really like real military techniques on it. Oh no! Yo, they did not let the Ohio brothers get Ling and Angela.
The perfect scenario for himself. We see
Well,
Lapu.
And even in the unlikely chance,
I really don't have like a
that
favorite
best
gun.
player gets shut down early, gets behind. Ling still has that ability to split push, get everywhere on the map while still getting back to the objectives to potentially steal a retribution or something like that. Great and a strong pickup here for the OhioBrothers. We're moving into the second round of bans here. Kadita taken off the board for BloodThirstyKings.
I'm liking T on Lapu Lapu. I remember him being very impactful.
Decided out to sit down.
But the problem is Lapu Lapu kind of struggled to close the gap with Ling.
I've stayed it up for quite a few hours. I think like 2 hours
very
now.
Slippery, and Lapu is not gonna do anything to you. And I still believe best player is a huge threat. Yes, you.
I mean, Yato might be able to steal it, but
marksman Lapu is amazing for this. But I feel like they need to, you know, commit more picks onto countering this player most of the time. I want to see what Shark is gonna be doing with Angela, because he comes from a pick like Franco towards a supportive roamer healer. It's completely different. It's not gonna be like crazy hooks left and right. Is it better? Is it worse? Not sure.
Well, I do know he's got a great awareness, a great that sense we were talking about when it comes to noticing what's going on in the map, where he can benefit the most from, and especially with using that Hearts card. I do agree. It's almost unfortunate to see. I feel like Angela's not really that micro-intensive hero that we love to see those flashy plays from on Shark, but I do feel like Shark can probably utilize it as best as anybody could here in North America. We do see for the OhioBrothers that Brody and Martis getting taken off the board there.
So yeah, Angela is not necessarily the best skillful hero as a roamer, but she does have utility. A lot of people think that because her skills are pretty easy to understand,
Melissa's good for Grok.
But I feel like the timing, like if you combine,
they always make a new wipe. I like the new wipes, man, because like everybody is like a noob on there at that point. Juicy.
Better than a guy who is just playing Angela.
I play it a lot in my off time.
In average way. The hard part for
I've gotten really good at it.
Vision to your team as a roamer early on, when, for example,
I don't know. I like the loot.
I don't know,
the looting system always gets me, man. No way, Ethereal, dude. They've been pulling it out a little bit. I think they're just kind of like grasping straws at this point. TOB is, or not TOB, BTK. They're just trying everything they possibly can.
Quick heroes to just get rid of Angela, but.
And we have the pickup by Hoon here. Esmeralda's going to be running up the mid lane here. And I kind of, on your points about them is that going
Hoon,
to be...
Fredrin. Okay.
Okay,
so Fredrin and Angela,
if they lose...
Fredrin and Angela is in
maybe they're just holding out until the very end, because none of this really means anything. I mean, they get an extra $100 if they win series.
But Irrital is such a tough pick to play against.
TOB doesn't look to be trolling anymore, chat.
But again,
like they're not trolling at all. MOBA Zane picking up a Karina though.
The first game is hitting that late game where they are full build. They didn't get there.
You definitely do need a good graphics card, that's for sure.
Like Ling snowballing, just not allowing BTK to go late game. I don't know. I don't think it's gonna be as one-sided because no hooks on Shark. You know, just I think it's gonna be a more
shield for days.
Game. Let's get to it, man.
I mean, it's a good play because it can counter the Ling a bit,
ladies
right?
And gentlemen,
it's fast.
The OhioBrothers with one in the pocket right now against the BloodThirstyKings. We're going to see if it's just like stage one or if the BloodThirstyKings can pull out a victory.
I'll be honest, I'm not sure how Karina is going to work here. I don't know.
You need the RTX?
But I want to
mean the RTX 4060?
They're really, really trying every week, trying to break the code with TOB. They are trying to do better every single time, but it's getting rough.
Yeah, I haven't actually really utilized Ithriel or even seen like how well of an impact she places. I do see some teams playing her, but
behind the boys,
definitely situational.
The underdogs here.
I want to say, like,
Karina can also nullify a lot of basic attacks, right? Which can stop the Claude, can kind of stop the Ling and stuff like that, and has mobility to maybe
probably a little bit
farm as fast as Ling. Not as fast, but maybe keep up.
Like something in her toolkit that allows her to get those ganks early. She's going to be waiting for that.
I think they're implementing the support changes
out in the
soon.
battlefield. It's not going to be for the first Lord, so they're actually going to have to, or the first turtle. They're actually going to have to wait for that first turtle before Angela can actually possibly come in for that.
I said that they weren't
I want to see if Hoon is
trolling,
able to
but that is kind of like a troll pick. They just took Fredrin, so MLBBN couldn't have it.
Yeah, nice little vision there given. MLBBBN actually in a little bit of trouble. You did see that Temps the Blaze by best player, still trying to punish him. Down is going to be able to get away.
A lot of utility being used onto Zane here. We'll see if that works out on the first turtle fight. So yeah, Hoon.
I want to see how it does. Again, I'm not giving up on BTK.
He cannot do what he was doing.
Mid Fred definitely really risky. I said that TOB wasn't trolling, and then they did that.
He has to be at the origin of the moves.
Like, how you gonna pick a mid Fred, bro?
Represented by Joy Bosch.
Yeah, good job by Joybaj to go ahead and reset that. T with a decent position here. Shark actually might be caught.
I don't know,
if he
bro.
Doesn't realize he's in the bush. Good on Mielo to kind of come in there, give a little bit of vision, and T goes.
Is
with that
Hoon
ultimate,
being the tank?
Oh, Yato got the ultimate of Angela. Interesting.
I think BTK might win this one.
Mielo actually. Ooh. Oh yeah, you already see that Hearts Guard was ready from Super Shark and still didn't, even though he was so low, still didn't pull the trigger on it. And that's just that great thinking from a great roam who understands how much damage his team can take and when they actually need that help. Turtle down to about half health, both BTK and TOB. You can see best player coming in here. Hearts Guard coming out for T. Zane able to get the first turtle of the game. Tempest Blaze is down. Best player suing around the map. MLBBBN is given chase, takes out Hoon. Now he's kind of set his sights on to best player, not able to pick up the kill as he uses Finch pose to get away.
Gotta give the props to Joy Bosch and T for really being out there, delaying TOB and allowing Zane some room to work with to get that first turtle. I'm liking the early game for BTK, but remember, as soon as this player is gonna feel like it's tough to team fight with the Ling, he's gonna be much more on the sides, putting the pressure on Iritel, split pushing, getting those first tower on the sides, and then it's gonna be a nightmare. That's
you just realized that Hoon's Fredrin?
Hosclaws already picked
That's
up.
That's why I said I was like, yo, this is kind of trolly, bro.
For Zia, so that's going to give her a little bit more survivability
kind of trolly,
in that lane,
bro.
And be able to kind of combat. I want to say
they are trying to make the NACT spicy. It's all about the entertainment.
I think Zane is still playing the tanky Karina type of Karina, right? That is something he's always been focusing on. We'll see if that works out. For now, it's good. Best case scenario for him, he gets the first blood, he gets the turtle.
Big stun lands on the Zia. Heartsguard going to be out there with the Blazing Duet. It's not going to be able to pick up the kill, but it is going to be able to offset this potential gank on to Zia.
Zia doing a lot of damage, only being level 6 and almost getting rid of Iso on this fight.
What's that, George?
You can count on Angela.
Why don't Baj pick his skin?
Some damage as well. She's not just here for the shield and the healing.
I don't know, bro.
Early game, so gotta be careful of this. Joy Bosch doing his best to defend Iso.
Yeah, with each of those waves that Angela goes ahead and hits you with, I believe it does even more and more damage each time. So, I mean, especially in the early game, it's actually one of those shocking things. I've seen lane Angelas in the XP lane actually dominate sometimes just because that early game is so strong for her.
I'd like BTK to take some risk and get Zia down before the turtle. That would have been nice, especially when Shark lost his ultimate. It was so important to do that, but they won't.
Ooh, we do see that Blazing Duet locking on to Iso, trying to put him down before this turtle. Zia! Ooh, gets taken out by the tower, and Iso gets the kill for that. A big wild charge lands onto the TheOhioBrothers. Tempest of Blades comes down. MLBBBN able to take out Hoon. Best player going ahead, leaping onto the ledges to try to get away. Best player got the turtle there, and he is getting out of dodge.
Much better from BTK. They are 3-0. They got the lead on the kills, but economically it's not working that well as, like I said, Zia is putting an insane amount of pressure on Iso. He did go down, but still that pressure is favoring him because he's allowed to deny much more minions from Irritail's farm. BTK, take some risks, help ISO. They really help ISO. I feel like they could sacrifice a bit of the mid and just help him out, give him a kill, maybe a double kill because Angela would help out Zia, and that could bring opportunities for BTK to get that.
Yeah, we do see that Demon Hunter sword picked up for Zia right now.
Oh, Zane got knocked up.
Out the more tankier sides of the Bloodthirsty Kings. Still waiting on that golden staff from him before he can really start taking off on that Claude and do like that immense damage.
Dude, if they win with a troll pick, I'm gonna be so mad.
So that's the problem with Ling. Only 100 gold behind of Zane. Despite the 2 kills difference, that just tells you how fast Ling
I'm gonna
can
be so
farm.
mad.
Ooh. Big Tempest Blades comes down. Heart's Guard on to best player. Yato in a bad way. Best player chasing him. Able to pick up the kill, but Mobazane is on his heels. Joybot's over there, not able to make him pay for that.
It's that
best
speed,
player walks
bro.
away scot-free. He's not done yet. He's still trying to put some damage on the Joybots there up at the top.
Ooh, Zia.
But Yato stealing Ling's ulti and just like countering the damage would be enough for him to survive, but nope. Best player went in with Shark, no problem.
Who's definitely trolling?
He wasn't even close. Felt like maybe he would defuse the fight and just go back. And he went for it, and that paid off. Best player really good at understanding the limits
Hoon's
of his
definitely
pick,
trolling.
and that's what makes him very scary and probably on par with the best Filipino junglers. So good job, Carlos, honestly. Impressive.
Oh, we do see that pop up from Hoon. Joybaz not able to get the set he was looking for. Mobazane and ISO and Joybaz actually going to go ahead and kind of retreat from this position. Next turtle is up. You see Hoon trying to get it into a good position for the Ohio brothers.
Yato getting picked on the mid again.
Oh, yeah, we do have Tempest Blades coming out there. Best player able to find a kill right before this turtle. Actually, the turtle gets reset there, so I love the extra, I want to say, engagements around the map. You pull out turtle, but then you focus on into mid lane, almost like a little bit of a bait.
I got a hot take, but let's see the fight.
Yeah, we have 4 members here trying to take down this turtle. Joybot's in a good position. Mobazane right on his heels.
Right in
now
there.
you can see Shark has that wave onto Mobazane. Is it going to be enough? Is the stun? Mobazane trying to get all the way. Joybot's getting very low. Zia picks up the turtle. Blazing Duet trying to chunk them down. T able to take a tower at bottom. So they are able to trade for a tower. Not exactly an even trade, but it's not for nothing.
I wish they sacrificed Yato on the mid and at the same time rotated and ganked ISO, because Shark can only ultimate one target. If they put the fights on 2 sides of the map at the same time, they're gonna do something. But Zia right now, who was a bit behind because ISO got the kill, now he's getting his advantage back. I'm not liking this. I need BTK to understand. They gotta sacrifice this mid. Let best player do his thing against Yato. You know, wish the best to Yato, but help ISO. He was on 1-0. He was doing good defending 1 versus 2 most of the time. You gotta commit a bit on that gold lane. Help him out instead of rotating too late to help Yato mid and seeing him die either way.
Sheesh.
Well, ISO still has his deathless for this matchup right now. And while he is deathless, I agree that he is kind of getting out farmed here, especially by Zia right now. While the stats don't speak in the favor of Zia, the gold probably does.
For sure, because he's been denying a lot. He's been pushing retail out of the waves a lot of times. I don't know. BTK.
Here goes Yato once again.
Trade something.
Ooh,
speaking of which,
wild charge
that pops up. Best player, he's not done yet. Tempest of Blades comes down, locking onto ISO, but best player thinks twice about it. Has the Hearts Guard onto him. He comes in. Just kidding. He's out with a Finch pose. Big pop up onto Hoon. Hoon gets taken out by Mobazane. He's on a roll right now, looking for the kill onto Zia. Is not going to be able to find it. Shark on the other side, still trying to put on the damage onto Yato. Has that slow, as Yato's going to have to use that double dash to get away.
That was a bit better. I liked ISO collapsing on the mid and helping out. That was a good timing. They understood best player would force again onto Yato. And in the end, best player on his link with Angela, really incredible sustain, and the mobility, the speed on the micro he just had on the last fight was insane.
They're not really beating the allegations.
On the best player got to use that Tempest Blades defensively to get
thought TOB was going to have a struggle or a little bit of a hard time, but right now, even with the Hurricane, they're still doing really good.
As we get a little Lord fight here.
Yeah, we have Hoon into the back line. Heartsguard activates onto Zia with the blazing duet deep into the back line. He's going to use that BMI, gets the kill onto Yato. Does a shark. ISO fighting up Hoon here. Big
ISO's dead.
Brother's going to use that flicker with the Appraiser's Wrath. Yellow finds a kill onto ISO. T trying to get away. He's going to get picked off here against 3 members. Yellow gets the kill on to T. You can see that, but all while this is going on, you can see Best Player focusing on this Lord.
He knew that he wasn't needed during the fight, and he just went onto the Lord, let his team handle the rest, push out, and zone BTK.
Yeah, but now that he has the Lord, he's gonna go ahead.
The gambling and heist gives him the ability to get more flex points to do giveaways.
Just not enough. Not there just yet.
I don't know what Best Player had for breakfast,
doing?
but
I don't know, man. I put a big cooldown on a lot of them, so they shouldn't be like taking up a lot of the chat.
And Shark very well, pretty much everywhere. The same way it was with the Francois, everywhere. Everyone in TOB
they like it, man.
Well.
They like
Yellow
it.
is getting involved as well.
We're a bunch of gamblers, man.
Zia, same thing. They're playing much more on the mid altogether, kind of countering BTK, rotating to help Yato. And now they are at this moment in the game. They are gonna be all stacked up. It's gonna be really tough for BTK to defend.
Yeah, we're almost at just high grounds left for BTK. We do have a wild charge that executes. Yellow gets taken out there by ISO. Taps the blades deep into the back line, trying to make ISO pay. Best player able to find it, and a Finch post to get himself out of harm's way. Zia teleports out as well with that BMI. And now we are down to only high grounds for the BloodThirstyKings. Just kidding, there's only 2 left now. As you can see, Best player trying to put the damage on. Now the team is going to go ahead, focus onto this mid one. How are they going to be able to get it? Ooh, you see T come in with that ultimate from Lapu. Not able to find anything.
That ultimate from Lapu.
For a second. Here comes the big damage. MLBBN might be in a little bit of trouble here, and the minions getting cleaned up. Good job by BTK to clean up these minions.
Actually, we have a good, bro. Look how fast he is.
To get him out of harm's way.
MLBBN wants it. Oh, they get him off the wall. They stole him. Shut him down.
You can see right now ISO trying to put
they got Zia though.
Oh, Zia gets taken out. MLBBN able to find a kill there, but
they cannot catch.
T. It's not over yet. A wall tries to separate them, but Hoon leaps over, looking to put on more damage. Yellow gonna go ahead, find himself an escape.
It's really interesting how TOB is willing to lose a couple of players just to secure even more lead on the tower. They're just forcing the inhibitor here. To be completely honest, they did lose a bit of their economy, but they did open a few more towers. They did open the inhibitor on the top, and they are just putting the pressure, keeping that pressure high. Best player going in really deep into the enemy base just to get as much damage, as much room.
To be honest, BTK just needs to ban all assassins, bro. Get Ling out of there, get Hayabusa out of there, and get... Who else does he use? Lancelot. You need to ban all 3 of those,
Not able
man.
to find the kill. Looking to try to get a sword, try to go in for some damage right now.
Need to ban all 3 of
right
those.
Now, I'm still pushing back BTK.
Best player is just
base.
too good at assassins.
I gotta say, it's tough for
And
Hoon.
assassins are definitely in the season now.
On his Fredwin, but I'm loving the fact that both teams, Yato earlier with the Shao, you know, the Shao tank he was playing, and now Hoon playing a tank as well as the mid laner. I'm loving this this new sort of meta where the mid laner is handling.
He's still stuck in. I mean, Zane is 5-0-1.
Yeah, it's great to see the flexibility from both teams. Joybaz actually gets caught trying to get his team some vision, gets picked off by Yellow. Yellow goes ahead using that falling star moon to zone out the rest of BTK. While Best player trying to get this purple buff, he is able to get it, and all this happening while the Ohio brothers still working on this Lord.
It feels weird to see Yato on 0-4, you know, him who is usually amazing on Valentina, which he still is, of course, but having a tough game. Best player.
That too.
Comes down,
I mean, that too, but
he's gonna go ahead and
they can't do anything because of Best player, man.
Here, trying to go ahead and get that flanking push onto BTK while the mid tower
Best player
goes
is
down.
just
Now
insane.
we have minions crashing at mid and a Lord
I mean,
coming
Hoons
up at
barely
top.
did anything this game.
I would have expected them to synchronize the wave, maybe, but no, they just go for it. They just try to get it as early as possible. Might backfire, so be careful. You really want to have those towers all down. We'll see.
At the very least,
ban all
we have the
assassins,
bottom lane
bro.
pushing onto this tower, so they're going to be able
Ban
to clean
all
up
assassins.
all the high grounds for BTK while they focus on this Lord here. You can see those minions crashing in there. Are actually coming down. Tempest Blade's coming out now, looking for the kill onto ISO.
Oh, they
Not
live,
able to
they
find
live.
it. Actually dropped very low, but still, we're starting to put damage onto this core. Coming in, we do have that.
The
IMU
blazing
Tempest Blade coming
duet
out.
is
It's gonna be able
eating
to
them
save them.
alive.
ISO getting chunked down, and that's going to be another core and another victory for TOB.
BTK, come on,
Something I just
bro.
realized from best player on Ling, every single time he gets his utility back, every time he gets his ultimate, he's gonna engage every single time. So yeah, good stuff from TOB again. This playstyle of keeping the
Hoon
pressure
was
as
just
high as
chilling,
possible.
bro.
As soon as they get a Ling, a Fanny, a Haya, or whatever that's extremely mobile and able to.
He was
always
just
get involved in
big
teamfight.
chilling
They
in
do
mid,
it,
bro.
They do it. Shark, same thing, same tempo. They both like on the same tempo and always, I don't know, following each other as well. And Hoon being willing to put himself, back from the mid and the kind of bursty mage role to the more supportive role, bringing in the CC and helping out, canceling BTK's front.
Man, and you can see here from the stats, 2-0-10 for Super Shark there. And like you were saying,
I seen your comment, but I don't know why it didn't go through.
That he kind of switched it up. You talked about it, that he picked up this Fredrin and he served his role. It wasn't just to get the damage and stay at the distance. This time it was him to be in the front, get those CC, get those sets for his team to kind of either slow down or slow or like immobilize the
It's
BTK
definitely
there.
crazy,
He did
though,
take
chat.
a decent amount of deaths for it, but still a huge setup for his team as we take a look at this replay.
It's really, really interesting to see Hoon doing so. And also, I was mentioning during the draft this inability of Angela to provide vision, who got completely fixed by Hoon having Fredrin. It's not something I see often, and honestly, it really makes sense now that I see it here. And I'm loving it. I'm loving him that they understand, they have the maturity to comprehend what's going to be the weaknesses in their game, and they really, really feel them. It's tough for BTK because the games really feel like they're like 8-minute games. In reality,
Who's gonna pick Gord
the
now?
pressure is always high.
Hey.
Us as casters, we don't have even enough time to analyze because it's always forward, never stopping. You see best player on 86k damage in 15 minutes. For a Link player, it's really, really high.
My cat's in my closet.
Involvement of Shark on 100% teamfight participation. I remember that. We almost have, 900 gold per minute on the Link. We know Link farms really fast, but it's very, very impressive. And yeah, BTK a bit better from the first game, but at the same time,
get out of here,
really
dude.
changed, right? Still the same dynamic. No back and forth. No momentum.
He doesn't play Fred
from TOB, and I feel like every single time BTK is willing to get a kill or take a risk in teamfight, they still lose heavily economically somewhere else. So every single time they trade, it's just not a worthy trade for them to take. And again, I would like them to help a bit ISO. I get it, he was 1-0, he's doing good, but best player, come back from this
Yato, no
cycle,
presence.
go on to Yato, rather than coming from the
jungle
side lane and
gap.
helping Yato go and gank onto ISO, helping out, force onto Zia, dive Zia deeper, even behind this tower, it doesn't matter. Try rather than reacting. Try.
Shark's coming back harder,
right
huh?
now, especially for the Ohio Brothers right now, is just best player just continually impresses me with his abilities here. We were talking about it a little bit before, not just on best player, but the ability of his team to enable it. Whether it's Hoon picking up the Fredrin instead of a normal mage, or the rest of the team there, Mielo's had a huge role in being able to kind of create that distance with a lot of these objective fights as well. And then of course Zia backing up with a lot of that damage, getting farmed up and then into a late game, just absolutely chunking out onto BTK. But all of this coming together to kind of enable best player some of these great picks, these great movements around the map.
Listen, you can be mechanically really good because you're practicing a lot, but there is one thing that you cannot enable all by yourself, is having the confidence to trust your teammates and take risks that are insane, and that even an experienced caster or an experienced professional player watching this would be like, yeah, he's gonna die, he's gonna go down, right? And he doesn't go down because he's really playing with the limits of his maximal impact on the fight and going behind the inhibitors, not caring, just going 1v5. Shark is helping him out,
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I mean, this is what TOB was looking like last time, though. Like they were looking so strong, but when it came to the offline venue, man, they choked.
So when you see best player going into the base, this is amazing, but this comes from hard work and really kind of introspection, a lot of introspection, understanding what it takes to get there. As we see the bans, you see Fanny, Angela, and Franco from BTK. A lot of frustration. The link is again open. I don't know, man. The Angela is not there, but I don't think best player will dodge it. And there is La Uranus and Max.
Yeah, and interesting here, we still have Valentina open,
Angela,
we still have Kadita
and
open right now. Some very
Franco.
strong mid lanes, and
Hey,
finally able to
they
go
gave
ahead
him
and get
Moba
that
Fred.
Fredrin locked down. It's been refused both times by the Ohio Brothers. Picked up first by Mielo, and then second by Hoon there.
Well, if TOB picks again Ling, I don't see how Fredrin is really doing much against it.
Zia is just a really strong gold main, man. I said this in Ackerman, man. Like even in Ackerman was so strong.
On the same trajectory they have been playing in the last few games, or if they're gonna try something different, I wouldn't see what would
So
prevent
strong, bro.
Ling. And I just don't feel like BTK is ready yet, but they pick the Kadita. All right, Kadita and Lap.
Yeah, Lapu especially being one of the stronger fits for T right now, so they're going to go ahead and take that away from him. And here's the different thing is I've always been kind of weird when it comes to teams taking away picks from the enemy. But when we're talking about like the top two teams here in North America, it's not just that they're taking it away from the enemy. It's because they can play that great as well, which is the added benefit for some teams, which I feel like a lot of teams lack when it comes actually taking it away. And then they're on a hero that they're not really as confident on. But here, all confidence from the Ohio Brothers.
I feel like that's a mistake you still see in pro games, but less and less. This idea of taking a pick away from the opponents just so that they don't have it, you're kind of, I don't know, doing double mistakes in my book, because you're not ready on the pick, and the person who you're taking it from understands exactly what the weaknesses of your pick is, because he knows it perfectly. So you're not really doing anything except playing around the problem without addressing it. Address the problem and try to
It would have fun if like,
this is the perfect example.
yeah, Shark's just good, Zia's good, Hoon's good. I mean, best players an insane assassin,
but
jungle.
Have to face it. Have to
Zia's
face
just
right?
amazing on pretty much every MM.
As we see this, I think it's going to be Shark on Kadita and Hoon on Eve. That's going to be interesting. Again, a playmaking hero for Mr. Shark. T is not going to get the Lapu, I guess. There's always this little rivalry of I'm going to show you what the pick is all about, you know, the same thing with Cupra earlier, and here it's pretty much the same. Yellow probably gonna show how you play Lapu to T, but it's gonna be tough, man. 2-0, very one-sided games, I would say. Not much time to think about what to do next. What do you see here, huh?
Well, we take out Ling from best player, but we talked about this in the, I believe it was the second draft. I mean, banning out best player, you're not gonna be able to ban him out. He's just got such a huge pool of characters. If you take out Ling, there's gonna be something else that he can play just as well. Actually,
yo, it's gonna be hard.
So, we take out two of those highly
I feel like it's gonna be really, really hard.
Yeah, and that's the next one, and now Lance. So now we're trying. So maybe this might be what. No. We're gonna go ahead and get on to March. It's gonna be a heavy early game here.
Oh, they went Martis, man.
That's the thing, right? You're banning Ling, but come on, if he really wanted to play Ling or had in plan to play Ling, he would have picked it early on, but rather he's putting his teammates forward and giving them picks they want to play, and he's just using his wide hero pool to last pick into this draft.
I mean, they banned out the Lance and the Ling.
Trying it, I'm not really that sure it's the right way to do it. Again, face your demons. That's
Glue.
The better way. As we see Glue. All right.
Here's a question.
Very hefty.
Here's a question for you too, because I've been wondering it myself. Glue, huge pick that I want to say just a few short months ago. Suddenly, he just basically fell off the face of the planet when it comes to the XP lane. What have been the big issues with Glue that kind of saw him like with a less pick rate?
I did not watch
teams
the
just being
latest
able
Bleach
to understand the
episode.
tempo
No.
of a glue
I haven't
play
actually been
and
keeping
being
up
able
with
to
it.
Defuse and play backwards, then re-engage when he has no utility. That would be the idea, or just playing picks around it. No, it's really late in the picks, so that could be nice. That could be a bit surprising for the TheOhioBrothers since they already
Increase
have
his roster.
locked heroes. But I still believe that picks like that, even like Claude, I mentioned it a lot.
They just
used
need to
be great.
train more,
Nothing
bro.
really
They need to
changed about
learn.
it.
They
It's
need to
just that
work
people are
on
playing
some
so
of the
well
nuances
how
that
to
I
play
don't
against
think they're
Claude
really
at this level.
working on, bro.
I just think
I think they're just playing the game and hoping they're gonna get better.
Top players, understanding how to play against the picks. And
They need to
just,
start rewatching their videos, seeing where they went wrong, and to not do that again.
synergies. As we see Retail versus
Again, I mean,
Beatrix
I'm
this
not
time.
their team, so I don't know if
Aizo
they are
again.
doing that or
Okay, Retail
not,
is
but
winning this time.
I would
Trust
suggest that's what they need to do.
Again. And Zia and Beatrix, the Filipino power on their favorite.
Zane might need to widen his hero pool.
But I do
He
wonder
needs to-
though, that,
he
like,
needs to
what are we
step up
gonna
and
have that's
become
gonna
the
be able to
carry,
kinda
bro.
catch ISO in the back. If we're set up in a perfect game with two teams perfectly set up versus each other here, ISO's in the back line. You're still gonna have that bravest fighter from Lapu to get to the back lane. But I want to say Iritho kind of excels
they
when
won
it comes
one.
to kiting things like that. And once if they are able to kite the Lapu,
Let's see if this
what
is,
are your
this is
options to
true,
be able to
right?
take ISO down?
I don't think here they have any excuse to help ISO. It's the same scenario, except it's not a Claude, and the mobility of Beatrix is much lower than a Claude. You have no excuse to help getting ISO babysitted. Just babysit it.
Lot of
entirely.
defensive.
This player doesn't have link, so he cannot rotate
Cool
as fast
down.
as Link.
Jungle
As we
emblem
see
of
Rune versus
Martis.
Seattle, little fight on
Festival
the mid.
blood for Lapu.
Yeah,
Mystery
we see here
shop
from
for
the
Eve.
emblems. Big tenacity. Same for BTK.
Tenacity,
They've been focusing
yeah.
on his tenacity. It's just
Tenacity
has
picked
not
up
been
by all
enough to
marksmen.
withstand the onslaught from the OhioBrothers. It's game 3,
Quantum
ladies
charge
and
on
gentlemen.
Bolt,
Possibly
assassin
the
emblem
last
on
one
Beatrix,
for
though.
BTK if the OhioBrothers manage to sweep them and get another grand finals victory. This time in stage 2.
So I don't take any time much, but I'm seeing Shark with the assassin emblems. That's quite interesting. Never thought about this. There's so much depth with the new emblem
Yeah,
system.
no, I agree earlier. Whoever said that they need to work on like
Big
micros.
pop-up lands on the
Oh my
Mobazane
God.
all alone against 4 members. Best player able to get the
They're
kill.
micros,
Shark
man. I
again,
mean, just like look
getting
at
in
that.
Mobazane's head, understanding exactly the timing on his jungle farm, and again getting the upper hand here very early in the game. Don't like this. I don't like this, but I don't know. The game is still young. It's 2-0. A lot of pressure on BTK's shoulder. I hope they can
Zane just got
manage to get that early game, because I don't think Shark is gonna
destroyed.
keep anything.
Yeah, I mean, still, and even able to push back T just a little
I'm
bit.
still
here
rooting
right
for
now. Just
BTK as
0-1.
well. We'll
Turtle
see.
is coming up first. Turtle.
I'm
We're
not
gonna
gonna
see if
give up
BTK
on him.
have it in them to be able to kind of contest this.
We shall see as Joy Boj is resetting this, giving some time for Zane to come. He has to do his blue. I'm not sure if Zane is going to be contesting that first turtle, if he doesn't have a choice.
Ooh, bravest fighter already out from yellow. Locking Antiato. Oh, finds the stun. Antiato,
Where's
Cold
this
Altar coming
Nicole,
out
dude?
early. They're not going to have it for this turtle
Oh,
fight.
does
Yellow
he
into
make
the
it
back
out,
line. He's going to go ahead and try to dive
though?
over the ledge to get
he got
away. Getting
pulled.
pulled back. He might be getting taken out. Meanwhile, on the backside, you can see that glue, that split onto best player, able to kind of zone them out while they got the kill on Tiato. Great play there for BTK on the back line and on the
here we
front
go,
to go ahead
T.
and zone
Okay,
out the
T.
rest of TOB.
Good stuff for Yato getting that
T
1v1
going
versus
after
Yellow. He knew that there
TOB.
was no flicker involved. As
The
Blessed
Valley
player
dead.
getting Joy Boj here, but they do secure the first
BTK
turtle.
dead.
That's something a bit newish for BTK. They're getting some confidence from getting those objectives, but still, best player a threat, huh? 2-0 already. Zane trying to get maybe the shutdown. He's not gonna get that. It's looking tight, but only need one moment of weakness for best player to just get that Savage and Martis and putting on the scoreboard.
Yeah, right now things still pretty even for both teams. Marksman's at the same length here right now, kind of in a lane that hasn't been touched right now. The whole focus right now has been on XP lane and that turtle. Now we're going to go ahead and start throwing some focus up there onto that gold lane.
Best player is sitting at 700, 800 gold ahead of Zane. That's
man.
the thing when you're playing Fredrin, you're not
Hey,
necessarily as quick
What are you doing?
to farm as, for example, the assassins that have the highest farm per minute.
Bal's doing. He's walling stuff, bro.
He's very quick at clearing minions, but he was also very good early game at getting kills. So of course it puts you ahead. Zia and Shark. Zia getting some backup here. ISO again isolated, huh? ISO isolated. Yeah. I think that's the real name, right?
ISO is isolated.
It's tough
isolated.
His goal lane. He's having a tough time every time. Come on.
Yeah, we see both of these laners.
Oh, here you go. Here you go. Making plays.
Might be in a bad way. Gets taken out by MLBBN. That's going to be good for them, especially when it comes to his gold. But actually, Super Shark going to have to use that rough waves to get himself to safety.
Finally, how hard was that to help one time ISO and outnumber them? That was so easy.
That is true. Like, we haven't seen Granger.
He's not even used to it, so he didn't even get an assist. He was like, guys, helping me? No way, I'm staying in the
he's just not comfortable playing anything that's not meta. I feel that.
And now they're able to take off a huge amount of that gold.
I do think that he needs to invest in like learning some assassins. Look at it. What a good dive through Shark, though.
Over that ledge, Shark comes in, throws some damage out there. Best player gonna go
ahead.
After
10 years, finally a play.
Well. 1/3 left on this turtle. Here comes the real world manipulation. Best player able to pick up the turtle. Joybaz getting taken down right now. We have that cold altar has been activated. Joybaz goes down. Best player finding the kill. Yellow comes in, misses the stun there. MLBBN able to get away. We do.
Private doesn't know what Lapu's ult is.
Yato T comes in. Yellow in a little bit of trouble. Is going to create some distance. Super Shark finds a kill onto ISO, and T on top of Yellow finds a kill for BloodThirstyKings.
A lot of mistakes I saw on this team fight. So Joybosh utilizing his ultimate too late when best player already.
Now you know why Zane blames his team.
Time in this series. ISO not getting involved even though he was close to it, not knowing that Shark doesn't have his ultimate, and it just didn't get involved. He should have. It should have been known for him that he's safe.
Ooh, best player.
Yeah, we are going to use that mortal coil for best player to get away. Zia actually gets caught here. Might be in a bad way. Gets
Zia falling once again, but maybe MLBBN.
We are still, we're not fighting just yet. TOB is going to create some distance there as that Litho Wanderer picked up for BTK.
MOBA Fred.
What BTK is doing. They have some
MOBA Fred.
Sparkles of
Zia's died twice now.
Again, push that gold. Push that gold player on him. It's working much better for them. And
though he still has more gold than ISO.
Always back up his team. Just
he still has more gold than ISO, and he's died twice.
And ISO 0-1. It's a bit tough for the gold laners, but at the end of the day, it's all about the farm, and the goal is pretty even on both sides, which is new in this series. Joyboy, sorry, missing a bit of his engages though.
Ooh,
I'm a BTK fan.
Bait out that cold altar from Yato, while the rest of the team looking to try to take down this tower. Best player using that mortal coil to get away.
I like BTK's logo and their like overall ideals. I'm not. Whoa! But now it's gonna reverse. All the aliens are back.
And Yellow able to find the kill onto MLBBN. They win the team fight, but unfortunately unable to protect MLBBN before this
alien invasion.
As this turtle comes up.
I feel like they collapsed with each other a bit too late, and they don't follow up with getting an objective or really sticking together. They kind of spread out when they have done something.
I love it when
here ISO came in.
Private becomes a robot.
Timing, he should have been there earlier.
Private seems like a little.
They are finding a better tempo this game. Joyboy finally getting some good engages.
Well,
I want BTK to collapse at a more synchronized timing and playing around ISO.
We just found out that Private and Jimmick are actually aliens.
And they're going to be able to get away with scot-free as Who comes in with that Void Crystal to slow down Joybaz. Actually,
that was their real voice.
Fight up here. Yato
right now you're hearing their fake voice.
This tower, MLBBN here with trying to put down Super Shark. He's still going to might be able to get away. Comes in, rough waves.
Almost
not going to be able to get the kill onto Yato, but they do go ahead and push that bottom tower. Best player finds another tower there. Yato activates that cold altar. Ooh, almost.
Oh my God.
It comes Yellow deep into the enemy lines.
But okay, ISO power spike maybe. Power spike, Hoon dies, best player running.
Best player gonna go ahead, try to use those abilities.
Oh, he taunts him, retries him, the wall's there. Can they stop best player? He's gonna get out though. He is so sticky, bro. Ah!
BTK pushing,
ISO!
really going forward, but Zia, look at the work he's doing on the top. He got so much waves out of this. He got the tier 1, he's getting the tier 2
But
now.
look at Zia, like
TOB
he's
is
just.
actually doing pretty good to safeguard Zia and allowing him to
I
farm
don't
that
think
gold
they're gonna be
lane.
able to get
So
this tower.
not too bad of a
Almost
trade.
gotta
They
take
still have
tower
the lead.
shots, bro.
Trying to deny that wave. Nice. Protecting the tier 1.
Ooh.
You do see that sniper coming out from Zia to go ahead and ward off. Mielo actually dives in, bravest fighter, just a ward away. BTK.
I wonder if ISO is ahead in gold of Zia right now, because despite the kills difference, Zia has been farming like crazy on the last fight and he got a lot of it. So, yep, TOB just buying enough time, just going forward to
The
get
alien
laner
broke
catch up
the gamble.
with Irithel. And that's really well played. And BTK chasing.
Yellow.
I don't
Yellow's
really like
definitely a
chasing, but it
liability.
just shows that they're a bit more confident in
He's
going
not
forward.
doing too
and
bad.
And forcing
Lapu Lapu is
putting them
quite
back
wild.
against the wall. We'll see if it works out. Shark has been missing a couple of skill shots, so we'll see. We'll see. You know, good and bad on both sides, but it's much more even.
Yeah, definitely. I want to say a little bit more confidence from
Marcus
BTK
is such a
here.
balanced hero,
able
yeah.
to enforce their will. It's not as much of a steamroller
I
as
think
it was
Marcus
before.
is
Real
kind of
manipulation
balanced.
comes out,
Oh my
takes
God.
down T. Yato unable to save him with the cult altar, and they're not going to have that for this Lord Fart. Mobazane in trouble against 4 members of the Ohio
He's
Brothers,
like,
and that is unfortunate. Here comes the
Help
Appraiser's Wrath, not going to be
me!
able to burst them down enough. Mobazane goes down, and that's going to leave open this Lord for best player. While in the back line, Yellow going to go ahead and push back the rest of BTK.
I don't
I tried
understand
to-
why is
I tried to
everyone
be
so
Mobazane
split.
right there.
They were in the same side of the map, but no one was close to each other. I get it. You want to get, you know, be careful with Shark not picking multiple targets, but, you know, everyone is isolated. Makes not much sense. You can't collapse fast enough. ISO cannot get involved. Doesn't feel probably covered enough, or it doesn't feel like he has enough space to get close. And at the same time, you're losing people left and right.
I mean, it's a huge.
And now we have a big
throw
fight
here.
coming up here. Best player able to pick off T and escape into the night like shadows in the darkness.
Shark
As now they're
just-
going to go ahead
I mean,
and start pushing
they're just
in
good, bro.
on to this mid lane.
Hoon's
More coming up
rotation
on
with
top.
Shark
They're
is just
looking for the high
impeccable.
ground.
Oh my
Landing the
God,
back onto
bro.
Joybosh and
Oh
Yato.
my
Mobazane gets
God,
taken out as
ISO.
well. Zia finds a
Oh!
tower. Yellow diving
GG.
deep into the back lines to find the pick onto ISO. Is this going to be a full team wipe? Yato is back up. 4
What
members
the
of
fuck?
Ohio
Yato
still
just
up here
came in
looking
one-man
for the
army.
damage. Yato gets the kill on the Super Shark. T is one lone fighter against 3 members of the Ohio Brothers. He comes in, the split has been activated. He's looking for the damage, and they find a kill onto him. This is going to be it. If Joybosh does not have a monster in his pocket, the Ohio Brothers with a clean sweep over the Bloodthirsty Kings.
I didn't get the opportunity to say it because a lot of action was happening, but I was like, this first Lord is gonna be so important, and it went the worst way possible, right? Everyone split out, getting picked by Shark. Just after I'm saying Shark needs to hit his combo a bit more because he's been missing a couple, but just, man, and then it just snowball. They just keep on getting T a second time, and they get one target after another. The perfect engage on the mid to close. Perfect game plan from TOB in the execution. BTK, a lot of things to switch.
Wow, TOB just doing them dirty, bro.
A lot of things to address if we are BTK.
Yeah, you can see here from the stats, 11 to 16, not exactly a steamroll for the Ohio Brothers, but man, when they had the advantage, did they push it? 616 on a best player here, and then Hoon with 11 assists as well. I want to say Shark, he still had the assists in there, but it did seem like he was
I was hoping
missing a
they
few
won
of those,
at
but
least
still,
one.
I mean, the level that Ohio Brothers are playing at here, especially in North America right now, so far, I want to say, above most of the competition that we have.
My God,
Yellow
chat.
playmaking with the Lapu Lapu.
All right. I guess I'm not signed in over there. Let me get rid of all this other stuff. Na 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 na. Okay, chat. All right, guys. Let's go ahead and do the giveaway here. 74 entries. Let's see what it does. Let's see what it is. The boy said disappointed. I know. I know. Let's see it. Let's close the entries. You guys got a couple minutes for that to go through. Go ahead and make your last entries real fast, and then we'll go ahead and close this out and do the giveaways. They needs to retire and just stream only. What, to be the next Gosu? Gosu general chat? Savage. Savage. All right, chat. Closing the entries. Let's do it. I gave you guys a minute or two to get that going, and let's go ahead and pull it out here. Oh shit! I resumed it. There we go. Pick the winner. Raspy. Raspy in the chat is the first winner. GG's to Raspy. Sheesh. All right, the next winner. Hiya! NTS Kira. That boy said, come on, bot. These are two names that we haven't seen win at all. So don't be coming at the bot, man. You can join, but you have to get flex coins and stuff like that. We'll be doing more giveaways. Andy, you requested the skin? Okay, let me go give it to you. Raspy and NTS Kira. That boy said, dog. I'm sure you guys will win one time. Don't give up. I don't see the request, fam. I don't see the request. I'm a hater. I don't congrats. Ready, red, a hater. My name is cursed. And I don't see you requested the skin, bro. Yeah, you can hold out to the Cho skin. You gotta wait 7 days, so you gotta give me your ID. I don't think the Cho skin's out yet. You gotta give me your ID though, so I can add you. Ooh. Andy, your name's Cursed level 9999. Are you played with me? Okay. Well then shit, we're good. Just request the skin when you can and let me know. You're cursed, Andy, right? Cursed? Okay, perfect. Cursed Annie is picking up the Cobra skin, the Dairoth. The Dairoth Cobra skin. Your request? Dude, I'm gonna probably have so many Cho skins being requested. Oh, that's not what I wanted. All right, I'm gonna post this in the Discord for the giveaway winners. Woo! Alrighty, chat. Oh, I'll catch you guys later on the next time. Hopefully Raspy hits me up. We'll have to keep an eye out and let Raspy know that they won. No problem. But until next time, chat, we'll probably be having the NABA this week, just because the NACT is going to be going on a 2-week break. So, and then we'll start stage 3. But until then, we'll continue to do other tournaments and stuff like that. But GG's, catch you later. GTA out, baby.